Good morning, Mr. Briggs. Your mission, should you decide to accept it. Assemble a team of 9 Imperial agents to infiltrate the sci-fi gaming subculture of Terra. Your cover story will be organizers of a virtual online convention known as Mayday Mayday Traveler RPG Day 2022. Find out anything you can about rumors of threats or subterfuge against the Empire and put a stop to it if possible. As usual, should you or any member of your team be caught or killed, the Secretary of Imperial Intelligence will disavow any knowledge of your actions. Good luck. This data crystal will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Rob. Okay, hi everybody. Yeah, we're off to a weird start today. Some of the tests were working, and now they're not. So, anyway, I'm Frank Sicardi, CyborgPrime, and I am here to host the event. Today's Traveler Day. It's Mayday Mayday Traveler Day. It's a day that we celebrate Traveler. And we have a lineup of cool interviews to go through and a bunch of cool prizes to give out. So let's start with giving out our first door prize of the day. And this comes from, this is sponsored by DSAR, who's a Call of Duty streamer on YouTube. Look him up. His link is on our YouTube channel. You can find like a cross link over to his channel. So if you like Call of Duty, he really loves the game, and he plays it a lot. Yeah, he's funny, and he's got a $20 gift certificate that he has donated, and that's going to go to the first person on any of the channels to on YouTube, Twitch, or Discord to answer this riddle. What planet does, let's see, what planet did the scout ship Icarus crash land on? What planet did the scout ship Icarus crash land on? First person to answer that on the Mayday chat stream on Discord or either Twitch or YouTube will win a $20 gift certificate. And in the meantime, while I'm waiting for an answer on that, here's just a lineup of who we're going to hear from today. We have Jeff Kasmirsky from Amber Zone Comics. He's going to talk to us first, followed by Neil Thorpe of 2D Storyteller. He does animated battle maps. And we got Craig Gleesner of Thornwood Darnalude. He is the writer of the Herald class yacht. We have Omer Golan-Joel, who does the Stars Are Ours and Cepheus products. We have John Watts, who does Earth Sector. We have Ken Burnside, Mike Uneza from Ad Astra Games. They do the cool 3D animated 3D turn-based combat simulator. And there's like a Traveler license, so you can fly around scout ships and things and do that. Then we also have, and there's demos of that going on all day, so I'll remind you guys when those are coming up. Then we have Christopher Griffin from Mongoose. He wrote a bunch of adventures, and he also just wrote The Third Imperium, so we're going to talk about that. And then we have Matthew Sprange, who's the director of Mongoose. I have like a hair in my eye. And then after that, we have the Traveler After Hours, and we'll have a carousing competition if everything goes according to plan. So I will. We don't have a answer yet for the riddle. $20 gift certificate. What planet does the scout ship Icarus crash land on? And now, let's start with our first interview, which will be Jeff Kasmirsky of Amber's Owned Comics, and he's going to join us after the interview for questions and drawing of prize. So stick around.
Good day, Mr. Briggs. Please select an agent for your next mission. Scanning Imperial Agent Database. Qualified agent found. Agent ID, Jeff Kasmirsky. Agent cover story, creator. Amber's Owned Comics. Details as follows.
Greetings, travelers, and welcome to Traveler Mayday Mayday 2022, sponsored by CyborgPrime Games. You can find me at CyborgPrime.com or by searching for my name in the Facebook search tool, or find a link in the video description below. Thank you, listener, for joining us for the 4th Annual Mayday Mayday Traveler Day event. It's a day we celebrate Traveler and all its additions and offshoots, and all the fun times it's given us around the gaming table with friends and family. I'm your host, Frank Siccardi, also known as Cyborg Prime, and today I'm happy to introduce our guest, Jeff Kasmirsky of Amber's Owned Comics. Welcome, Jeff.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
So this is the first time you sat for an interview for Mayday, but you've been here since the beginning at the after party, I think, and have been filling us in all along. So thanks for your ongoing support.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Cool. So, Jeff, tell us about yourself. Introduce yourself. Who are you and what do you do?
I'm Jeff Kasmirsky, and I'm the creator of Amber's Owned Comics and the founder of the Zhodani Language and Cultural Institute. And in my other life, I work for a software development company developing payment processing APIs. If you've ever bought anything online, you've probably used an API that I have either maintained or developed.
Oh, very cool.
It keeps me off the streets.
So where are you from? Where do you live now? Where do you live now, and where did you come from?
I'm currently living in Omaha, Nebraska, and I was born in Washington State, and my dad was a college professor in the 70s. That meant moving around a lot, probably as much as any military family, until he was able to get a permanent position in upstate New York, where my folks have lived ever since, in a small town called Delhi. I grew up surrounded by a lot of nature, which was good considering my dad taught biology and botany. So we went on a lot of camping trips and learned a lot about bugs and plants and all kinds of natural things.
There's a lot of natural beauty back east. I grew up in northern New Jersey, and we'd go camping in the Catskills.
Yep, that's where Delhi is.
Oh, cool.
You might have driven past it.
Didn't know that.
or driven past a sign pointing to it.
Ever heard of Haines Falls?
It sounds familiar, but there's a lot of small towns that up there that, you know, if you aren't intentionally heading there, you probably don't know where they are.
Yeah. Beautiful country. People don't think of that kind of thing when they think New York. They think the city, right? But
I'm constantly having to explain, no, it's not the city.
Yeah. Beautiful state. Back east, there's a lot of my wife and I went to visit New Jersey, and she's like, okay, this is the garden state. Where's the gardens? And where's the farmland? And I was like, because we were, landed in Newark or whatever. Oh, look at those factories. No, those are apartment buildings. So do you have any hobbies aside from gaming?
aside from art and language and the language development, my older daughter picked up guitar
Uh-huh.
this over the past summer, and so I used to play I used to play guitar and cello when I was in high school. So I bought myself an Ibanez electric about the same time that she started playing,
Oh, cool.
so that I could revisit that and help her learn from somebody who had a little bit of experience.
Uh-huh. How's that going?
And extremely well. She started taking lessons from somebody else uh, in the past couple of weeks, and her tutor said it was a great relief to finally have somebody who actually knew how to hold the guitar.
All right, so your tips are paying off.
Yep, they
So,
seem to be.
so how did you end up from New York State to Omaha, Nebraska?
Join the Air Force.
Hmm. Okay. Want to talk about that?
Having reached the end of my high school career, I had no idea what I wanted to do, but the only thing I was absolutely sure of was that I did not want to stay in Delhi. It's a town of about 4,000 people, and there's not a whole lot of prospects outside working construction or on the farms.
Sure.
Places, yeah,
Limited opportunities.
yeah, very limited opportunities. So a lot of us guys joined the Air Force or joined the Army and left home and never looked back. So I went off to Texas for tech school and became an electronic intelligence analyst. And the first assignment I got was to Misawa Air Base, Japan.
That's
And
pretty far away from
yeah, that was
home.
exactly that was exactly where the sort of assignment that I wanted. I didn't join the Air Force to go back home.
Right.
Not that that would have been a serious option, uh, especially not for Elon. So I spent a couple of years in Japan and got in with a gaming group over there, a bunch of intelligence analysts and a couple of civilian expatriates living off base. And every chance we got, we'd play D&D or Traveler uh, or Aftermath. Usually one or the other, or all three in some combination after an all nighter drinking on the town
Mm-hmm.
and planning the next game. Nothing like playing a post apocalyptic role playing game when you're seriously hungover.
Yeah, we had a similar thing back in the day. We did a Morrow Project as our place,
Yeah,
or Gamma World. But I'd seen Aftermath around. I never played it. It was like a tan booklet, the size of the little black books of Traveler, if I remember correctly. Or am I totally off?
honestly, don't know. I never actually owned a copy of it, and I never saw a copy of the original book.
Oh,
Um, because the guy who ran it had automated most of the game processes. Um, as I understand it, it's excruciatingly complicated to play. Like nearly unplayable back then, even um, without some kind of uh, assistance. So the guy who ran it had programmed all of the major rules and tables and such into his Apple IIc,
oh,
which he brought to every game session, and that's how we did it.
uses
We
his
had our
DM helper.
it was a definite force multiplier.
Awesome. All right, so you went to Japan and met up with some gamers, and then uh,
Yep,
how did you end up in Omaha after all?
that was my second assignment. Got sent after my 2 years was up in Japan. I got sent to Offutt Air Force Base to work for Strategic Air Command back when that still existed. Um, and I found a game group here, and we played once again anything and everything that anyone was willing to run: Shadowrun, Cyberpunk, Traveler, ran Ringworld for a while, AD&D, just what Star Wars, whatever we could get our hands on, whatever the mood struck us at the time.
D&D and Shadowrun seem to be running side by side with Traveler in a lot of our interviews.
I'm not surprised. There's a strong link between all three.
So, all right. So then, when you got out of the Air Force, what did you? Or how long did you stay in the Air? Did you re-up after you moved to Omaha? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I re-enlisted a couple of times while I was in Omaha, and eventually met the woman who became my wife, and then a couple of years after that, well, while I was in Omaha and before I got married, I got sent to Korea, where I found another gaming group, and we played mostly Traveler.
Mm-hmm.
Back at the time, it was Traveler: The New Era. I say gaming group. It was mostly me and one other guy, and we traded off GM sessions.
All right.
But he was a friend from Offutt, coincidentally stationed at Korea at roughly the same time.
So that sounds like you've been gaming all along.
I've tried, kind of fell off that path after I came back from Korea, got married, and kept gaming for a while with my old group. But then I got sent to Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, and that was an entirely different sort of environment. My first child was born there, the one who picked up guitar over the summer.
Uh-huh.
And we had other things to focus on, and I also got sent TDY and on a lot of deployments. From there, we went to England, where no gaming, but a lot of art, art and language hobbies. My wife is a Latin and classic scholar, so England was kind of a I don't want to say a mecca, but it was a good place for us to be, because she found her people over there, and we discovered the British Esperanto Association.
Oh, cool. I watched a movie in Esperanto with William Shatner.
Incubus.
Incubus. Yep.
Yeah, haven't seen it yet.
I was like, what language is this person's? What is going on here? Because, I like to watch all the weird, Mystery Science Theaters and the Elvira and all those things back in the day. And I was like, this is a interesting language. And that's, I always been interested in different languages. So that kind of piqued my interest.
Yeah, I discovered Esperanto, I think, about the same time that most people do. But back in the 80s, when I read Harry Harrison, and he always had, in the Stainless Steel Rat books, he always talked about, and Jim DeGritz was always talking about speaking Esperanto like a native or something.
Right, right. I think that's the same place I found out about it too.
Yeah, in a couple of the books, he had that little blurb and that little ad in the back. If you want to know more about Esperanto, write to the International Esperanto Association. I never did, but
I was going to say, was it real? Did you try it?
No, it took me another 20 years before I did that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so your wife finds her tribe there in England, and you started doing more art, or how did you have you always been doing artwork, or how did you start? Well, let's backtrack a sec. How did you first find out about role playing games? And what drew you to them? What was the first game you played?
I was introduced to them by a high school friend who was much better read and at the time, and had a lot of interesting hobbies. Among them was this new thing called role playing games. And the first game that he introduced me to was Tunnels and Trolls, which D&D variant with a little bit of quirks added into it. It just grabbed me, the idea that you could create this person that would exist in some alternate world that another person was creating for you to live in. It was like metafiction, reading, like simultaneously reading the book and writing it at the and writing it at the same time. And
Good point. Go on.
yeah, I didn't have the vocabulary to describe what I was feeling at the time, but that's what it was, and it just gripped me a at a very deep level. This was a shared experience, unlike any other form of entertainment. Like you can go to a movie with your friends and you're sharing the experience of watching the movie, but you're not actually. Each of you is going to come away with a different impression of that movie, and it's ultimately the same movie.
Right.
But with role playing, you gather your friends together and everybody collaborates on adding to the story as it's happening, and the person who's tasked with creating the world that the story happens in and the characters live in has to adjust the outcome of the story as it's happening. And that's a very cool thing.
Yeah. The collaborative aspect of role playing, making a collaborative story. When I first got into it myself, I thought it was just turn out into a thing where, you know how everybody adds the next line to a story and then it falls apart in a few lines.
Yeah.
You know, but this didn't, and it was kind of like everybody was sharing a brain because they were all doing the same thing, kind of
Yeah,
building the same thing, but with their part of it, but it meshed in with everybody else's part.
it's like improvisational theater.
Yes, that everybody's got a goal in. It's not a
Yeah.
random thing.
Yeah.
Right. So during all this gaming, were you sketching things? I mean, when did you start doing art and associating with gaming?
Oh, I've always done it. What from a very young age. My mom still had some of the pictures that I drew when I was like, that must have been like 5 or 6, and she'd been stashing them away in her attic, and just this really old painting painting I did of Superman, of course, because
Mm-hmm.
I was a 6-year-old boy in the '70s. When it came to character design, my friends and I would always would always draw pictures of our characters, and usually we would use references from other artists, or be inspired by the sketches in the game books. Later on,
Would you draw your
um,
adventures or kind of chronicle them in art?
not very often. Not very often. We wouldn't. We'd rarely draw scenes. Mostly it was maps and characters, and yeah, mostly maps and character sketches.
Okay. And what's your favorite art medium?
Oh, geez.
Like, what do you do your most work in, or like fast, maybe like fastest
Lately I do all,
production work?
lately I do yeah lately I do all my production work in digital.
Hmm.
With it, but that's just because of the flexibility and the wide range of tools that are available. I if I was gonna try to do the same thing that I do digitally in physical medium, it would require uh, a huge art studio that I just don't have room for,
Right.
and it would require uh, a garage full of canvases and paper and various paints, and you know I just don't have the time, money, or space for it.
Sure. Sure.
But
So
with the iPad, I can experiment with using watercolor and airbrushing and oil paint tools to my heart's content, and there's no cleanup involved. And I can mix the media, and as much as I want, and get exactly the result that I want.
awesome. Um, yeah, that's a good point about having to especially if you're a multimedia artist. You need a big studio. Well, at least in the past. Now everything's digital, and that's awesome. I mean, I've got a recording studio. Yeah, I've got my art studio. I actually have a graphics tablet, but I have a Microsoft Surface I could draw on. I did my starport map of the Type E starport partially on my Surface. But yeah, man, it's really cool to be able to just draw digitally and see what you're drawing on this, on the screen as you draw it, and using a pen instead of a mouse is not a natural drawing tool at all.
And you can take it anywhere.
Yeah, that's a good point. I haven't taken mine out really. I guess I could go sit out in the park and enjoy nature and just draw or whatever. So, do you have a favorite sci-fi book or TV show, or something that inspires you in the sci-fi realm?
So many. Where do I start? No.
What's your all-time favorite?
I have to thank Star Trek for getting me into science fiction.
Star Trek. Who's the original cast? Who's your favorite?
Yeah, the original series. I can't point to a favorite character. My dad would probably say Spock is his favorite, but although I gotta say I kind of have to thank Nichelle Nichols and her portrayal of Lieutenant Uhura for really informing my impressions of what the future would look like in a science fiction world, because representation matters. And as a third grade white guy growing up in the absolute whitest part of the country in the 70s, there just wasn't a lot of exposure. When I saw Star Trek and saw what a multicultural cast it was for the first time, I was blown away. Just
groundbreaking for the time.
It was incredible. It was incredible, and she just brought that wonderful poise and grace and elegance to the role and to the genre, and that to this day informs how I think about the future and how I think about science fiction and how I create my characters.
All right, cool. How does your love for Star Trek kind of connect to your gaming experience with Traveller? Like, what brought you into the Traveller world? Do you remember your first game of Traveller? Did you try to play it like Star Trek? How was that early Traveller experience for you?
Well, what brought me into Traveller was, after playing D&D for a while, my buddies and I wanted to play a science fiction game, but we didn't know of any at the time. We didn't have the internet. We couldn't go looking things up. So we decided to make our own, and it was basically a copy of D&D, but with spaceships and laser guns. And it looked and felt a lot more like Star Wars
than Star Trek.
Yeah, I mean, Star Trek got me started, but Star Wars was really the catalyst that made me want to play, because that was just sort of D&D type ordinary people going out, ordinary people flying around the galaxy having adventures that we all wanted to do.
More adventurous, if you will.
Yeah, it's more adventurous. I mean, Star Trek is cool, but
and they go on adventures, but not like how Star Wars is adventurous.
No, we wanted to fly around the galaxy righting wrongs and fighting evil, or just making trouble in wretched hives of scum and villainy.
Right.
But then I think I must have read a review of Traveller in a Dragon magazine. I can't even remember which one at the time. And I thought, wow, that sounds like the sort of thing I've been looking for. And as luck would have it, there was a hobby store in in Binghamton, which was about 70 miles from Delhi, and I would go there every month for an orthodontic checkup, and we'd stop there, and mom would look for craft supplies, and they just happened to have some game books, so I found a copy there, and I read through it, and created a couple of characters, and then opened up starships and book 2, and I was like, yes, this is where it is. This is what I've been looking for.
It was expensive for a kid to save up. The box set was like $25.
I think I paid 12.
Wow.
I think I might have paid 12 or 20. I had a paper route at the time.
Nice.
And that was enough. That provided me with enough petty cash to be able to buy the occasional game book.
That's something I mentioned in another interview. Was that something I appreciated was because I got into this as a teenager. And I worked at a pizza place. I worked at B. Dalton's.
Yeah.
But I've always had a job. I've always been industrious, and so I've always had some spending money, and I wanted to spend it on gaming books. And the cool thing about Traveller was you could just buy the books. You didn't have to get a book filled with a bunch of stuff that you weren't going to use. You only had, 2 or 3 friends. So how many different classes can you play?
Yeah.
And everybody wanted to be a Marine because of aliens or alien. You didn't need. It was cool because you just, in a modular style, buy the stuff that you were concerned about in your game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think my first impression was reading through it was like before I got to starships and found the really cool stuff was okay, where's the aliens? This is a science fiction game, right? Where's the aliens?
Right.
And then after a couple hours of thought, I realized I can make them. This is not a setting. This is a framework.
Right.
This is a system. I can add to it, and we'd always figured that in D&D.
Right.
But to have it encapsulated in a system that was genuinely designed to handle it was a new experience. Where's the lightsabers? Oh, right. If I want them, I can make them.
Right.
You don't like the way something works? Don't like the way the laser rifles work with the huge heavy backpacks? Okay, fine. Make the battery internal.
Right. Say it's higher tech.
Yeah.
Next tech level up. The battery pack is now the size.
It's all one piece. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. What used to be a battery pack is now the size of a pack of cigarettes or whatever. Yeah. That was the cool thing about it. Like if gave you the basic baseline of humans, but if you wanted to make an alien race that was more nimble, then you give everybody a +2 or whatever, and dex or whatever. So
then some genius published a whole system of tables and charts for rolling up random aliens in Dragon magazine, and I've lost that, unfortunately. But
oh yeah,
I probably have a text file saved on a disk that that can no longer be read by modern technology. But
so it seems to me because you eventually started your Amber Zone comic that you fell in love with Traveller at some point, and really fell in love with it enough to motivate you to create content in that zone.
Yeah. After probably about 20 years of actually not doing art, and 20 years of being focused on my kids, who are both very artistic, by the way. You've probably seen Cepheus.
I've seen Cepheus art. You said your other daughter is also an artist?
She started drawing when we were in England, and we discovered this extreme natural talent that she had when we went to the British National History Museum to see exhibit of fossilized dinosaur birds. And when she came home, she was drawing pictures of what she'd seen.
Wow.
Not just rough 3-year-old type sketches, but very precise reproductions of what she had seen. And so we said we gotta encourage this, and we bought sketchbooks and paper and pencils, and it's been like that ever since for the past 20 years.
Fantastic.
And so after about 20 years of living vicariously through my children, I don't know what prompted me to go looking for traveler groups on Facebook. I think I think I might have found my copy of the Traveler book, and and that kind of relit the fire. But I thought, I just said, does anybody still play this? Wouldn't it be cool if? And I started looking for groups on Facebook, and son of a gun, there they were. I found them, and
the big ones have like 6,000 people, 5,000 people.
Right? Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
Because the last thing I remembered about Traveler was Mark Miller's Traveler in about what 97, 98, and then Game Designers Workshop going out of business, and then I just didn't pay attention to any games for a while.
Right.
So to come back 20 years later and find out that it's not only thriving, but it's actually growing, it was just amazing. And then I started drawing funny little comics. Usually while listening to the sermons during church services, much to my wife's annoyance.
But I'm inspired.
It was my kids have always done that, and it's pointless to try and stop it, because art is not only an outlet; it can be a focus.
Right.
And so, yeah, after drawing a couple of funny little pictures, and then posting them to the groups, and discovering that people that there was an appetite for that sort of thing.
They were well received.
Mm-hmm. And Mark actually gave a thumbs up to one of them. It was a just a little quick sketch of a flux capacitor labeled jump drive.
Very cool to get some attention from the creator.
Yep. Yeah, that was enough to keep me going.
Cool. So how many Amber Zoned comics did you? So all right, so they're well received. Did you like kind of just do them on a regular basis, or compile them, or do like themes or topics? For Amber Zoned?
For the first few months, I drew sort of like loosely Traveler themed, mostly science fiction themed single panel strips in the vein of the Far Side, and I tried to do that a few times a week, and was mostly successmal. But and that carried me through the first few, 3 or 4 months. I still have most of those old ones, and then what really got me going was I accidentally started telling a longer story, and that first strip was an alien couple having a picnic on an alien planet, and they see a shooting star overhead, and it gets all romantic, and the final panel is the spaceship crashed.
I wish upon a star in there. Meanwhile, on the ship, oh God, we're all going to die. Isn't it romantic? That's hilarious. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that led to me thinking more about what happens next, because in any scene, there's always you're always seeing a snapshot of what happens, right?
right?
You're always seeing what's happening then. So in a single panel strip, you're usually seeing the middle of the story, and you can leave and that then you leave it up to the viewer to imagine what happened before and what happens next.
Mm-hmm.
But with that, I decided to expand and expound upon it and figure out and figure out on a longer term level what happened, what the event leading up to the spaceship crashing was, and what happened and what happened afterward. And that was the beginning of serious storytelling. Well, I say serious. It was there was always an element of comedy there.
Sure, but you ended up with enough idea content to span several not several panels, but maybe collections of panels.
Yeah, the actual.
You just call it a sheet of comics, like it just was a page of comics.
Yeah, just telling the story one comic page at a time.
Mm-hmm. Where do you find inspiration for stories?
It depends. It depends on the mood. Sometimes sometimes I use a randomizer to throw me ideas, and sometimes it's just sitting around bored thinking about or watching a science fiction movie and thinking about what else could happen, could happen in this situation, and how can I make it funny, like the strip of the xenomorph eggs with free hugs.
Right.
And sometimes this
or wrapped in Easter paper or whatever.
Right. Sometimes stories feed back into themselves. The story that I told toward the end, that I wrote toward the end of, I think it was 2020. Yeah, 2020, during the first year of COVID, which was basically Mission on Mithril meets Godzilla. Yeah, the crew gets sent. The crew gets sent to Mithril or they end up on Mithril to refuel, and it proceeds generally the way that adventure goes, except except it turns out that somewhere along the line a scientific experiment went wrong, and now there's kaiju all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the second one where I introduced Claire, who was my Jordani expatriate, who initially began as kind of a funny haha character, throwaway character, who a party girl who was also telepathic and clairvoyant, and drank a lot to
silence the voices,
to suppress the psionic voices.
Mm-hmm.
And during the course of telling the Mithril story, discovered that she was not just any psionic. She's actually a Jordani expatriate who has been living across enemy lines for several years, and she has TBI and PTSD from the war. So that's why she drinks, because she can't really, because she doesn't have good control over her abilities anymore. She has not had access to the kind of medicine that the consulate would provide. So she suddenly became a very compelling character.
And then you just started spinning tales about that person because they're
now I'm in the process of gradually and rather slowly telling her backstory.
I notice you have a huge range of things that you do. I've seen like Imperial recruitment posters, like space pinup girls, different kinds of scenery, like landscape stuff, some funny mix up of like Lord of the Rings and Traveler, some mashups. Which of those things do you kind of like to do, or do you just switch not genres but switch styles just to take a break, or is there a method to what you're doing?
I do whatever the mood strikes me.
Mm-hmm.
and I try to experiment with different mediums so that I don't get hidebound into one particular style. It keeps it fresh and flexible.
All right. So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No worries.
Oh, so this year's theme is agents. So I'm asking everybody who's their favorite sci-fi agent, and there was a discussion at the Travel RPG HQ about what qualifies as an agent and who's an agent. And I was kind of being picky, but I'm going to kind of relax what I said because, yeah, I guess there's Spy-Fi, and that would cover, the Avengers and the Saint. They are legitimate,
Yeah.
I'm always thinking in the sci-fi realm, but
Yeah,
point of
the
Travelers
language-
is there's all kinds of tech levels. So it could be a 70s spy agent, or it could be a far future agent. So with all that ginormous spectrum, do you have a favorite agent from literature or movies or whatever, or sci-fi?
the first ones that come to mind are Rick Deckard,
Mm-hmm.
Blade Runner,
Blade Runner.
Eon Flux. If you're going serious sci-fi fantasy, then can't miss Judge Anderson from
Yeah.
the Judge Dredd comics.
Right. Yes.
And I guess you could include James Bond.
All right.
For covering a wide range of tech levels.
That makes 2 James Bond fans so far in the interview pool. And
The books, less the movies. Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, I was talking to somebody the other day. Have you ever read The Destroyer? It's pulpish. Don't. There's a movie about it, but don't watch it.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's terrible and cheesy, but I always imagined the books to just be slightly cheesy and serious. The guys, yeah. Anyway, yeah. If you ever pick one up, it's fun and funny reading. So tell us about what you've been up to this past year. Did you finish up any productions or take on any big productions?
The biggest production that I took on was actually creating the Jordani language, Citadel.
Mm-hmm. And what inspired you to do that?
Deciding to tell the backstory of Claire, my Jordani expatriate.
Oh, all right.
I realized that in order to do it properly, I was going to have to delve into the language that she spoke, and because language and culture are intertwined, they're inseparable. I was going to have to understand something about the place that she came from. So I began by expanding the vocabulary, and from I think the maybe a couple of hundred words currently in the canon. Happy to say that I've reached nearly 800 words now, and that's in no small part due to the help and participation of the guys that I've brought into the Jordani Language and Cultural Institute. Cannot thank them enough, and they are too numerous to name in the short time I have left. But I without them, I don't think I could have gotten as far as I have in the short time that I did.
Is it based on a specific kind of language, or did you model it after did you model it after Esperanto and come up with some Jordani words, or I mean, like how?
It's a little of both.
Uh-huh.
The general syntax of the language was defined loosely on the wiki. So we had the basic grammar, and we had the language tables from the books.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a little bit of randomization there. The core structure of many of the words and the core structure of the language tables is actually based on the Nahuatl, the language spoken by the Aztecs.
I've recognized that just being
living
where I live.
A lot of the TL combinations, and the Z's and all that, and all those wonderful diphthongs and triphthongs. And then I have borrowed some linguistic structures from Esperanto. The goal is to create a conlang, a constructed language that looks like a natlang, natural language, that was over time regularized.
Okay.
For easy teaching to recently assimilated recently assimilated or colonized people.
I like how you've drawn out these language references. You have like a scene that you've drawn out, maybe somebody eating dinner, and then you've put words to all the the pots and pans and the dinner table and the what's on the plates and stuff, and or whatever the scene is depicting. I think that's very clever, and
Thank you.
yeah, it's gonna make it more like a real kind of a language teaching um, thing. So I've noticed that you have a group and they meet every Saturday.
We try to meet every Saturday.
Hmm. And then you discuss the language and come up with what do you talk about, like what topics still need to be made, or like what's the priority? How does that go?
We talk about we talk about the language as it's progressing. We talk about we talk about various cultural aspects and how the Jordani culture might inform how they think and how that affects the language.
Hmm.
And we often digress into other territory, but peripherally related to Traveler. But we always circle back to how we're going to proceed with developing the language.
How big is your dictionary right now? Like how many pages? I thought I
Um,
saw a comb bound book on one of your pages.
yeah, that was an early that was an early test run. Uh, right now, it is the latest print that I had. Right now, it's up to about 80 to 90 pages,
Wow.
and it's about 70% done.
And are all of those pages illustrated?
There will be illustrations in every chapter,
Oh, okay.
and there will be little cultural discussions in every lesson.
Oh, cool.
Probably needs to be said. This is not, none of it is canon, although I despise the term canon sometimes.
Sure.
But since I I post regular updates to the groups and to the page, no one in a position to say so has told me to cut it out. I'm going to keep plowing on.
All right.
Lack of a no is as good as a yes.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of fan made stuff, man, and there's like
Yeah.
like the Traveler map. I mean, what a endeavor that is, and it's ginormous, and it's made by one guy like and his team, made the software, but then people are pitching in to fill out all the subsectors and with data, and it's just this ginormous thing, and there's just so many like forums and blogs, and something about Traveler really sparks creativity and imagination to
It does.
players. And I'm not sure what it is. Is it just that it's sci-fi, or is it just for me? It's like imagining, like when I roll up a random planet, it's like, and it comes out all messed up. Why is it like this? How can it be? Why is it worth putting a ginormous population on a hostile planet? How do they live there? Why did they come to stay there?
I think there's no other game system that provides the wide range of flexibility that Traveler does. For me, what attracted me to it and what keeps me in it is the sheer amount of world building that you can do. I use it to create worlds for D&D.
Right.
I've used it to create characters for D&D.
Right.
I mean, the
right.
only functional difference between magic and psionics is the spelling.
Well, which is kind of managed by like psionic shielding. If
Right,
everybody
yeah.
else is being affected and you're not, then you've kind of dispelled it. But yeah, it's got a lot of flexibility like that. You're right. Not making up weird places and people and situations and trying to work out that stuff is what always inspired me. So, in your Jordani Language Institute, are you planning on putting together like a final book and posting it someplace to be downloaded, or how far? And if so, how far away is that? Are there draft copies available right now that people get involved?
There's no draft copy available yet, and that's because it's not finished. At my current pace, I'm hoping to finish it in probably mid-June.
Okay.
At which point it will be available for purchase in print from lulu.com.
All right.
And I will post a link to all the groups once it's ready. And I would hardly call it finished at that point because once you create something like this and toss it out into the universe, it begins. That's when the real evolution begins. You don't once you create a language like this, you really, and people start using it out in the real world, you really don't have any control over what they do with it.
Right. Yeah, it becomes a living thing, and for it to stay a language, it's got to live, right? Otherwise, it's gonna...
Yeah, exactly, and that's both exciting and a little bit terrifying.
Well, it's a great thing to put out there in the world. So, congratulations on that. It's a great idea. Let's see. So, what you got? Any plans? We're coming up on our time limit here. You got any plans for the next year? Do you go to conventions or gaming groups or any new productions aside from the Giordani translation book?
No huge plans that haven't already been mentioned. I've got a couple of manga that I'm working on, and I do have a couple of follow-on books for Beginning Zedetl. We've talked about I've talked about doing a collection of flirtations, come-ons, and pillow talk called Zedetl After Dark. Which should be amusing.
Mm-hmm.
And the ultimate goal is to let people meet at conventions and actually converse.
That'd be awesome. Language. That'd be awesome to hear it around.
I'd love to see that. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I've been taking the Duolingo classes in Spanish, and one of the things, 2 add-ons they have is romance and idioms. Mm-hmm. I haven't checked those out because they cost gems, and I'm hoarding mine. But it seems like a popular thing to definitely add on.
Yeah, idioms are a very important aspect of language.
Hey, baby, your stateroom or mine?
Yeah. We did come up with a couple of swear words, which...
Hey, that's the words everybody learns first, right?
Yeah. If you want to find out, I'll share them later in the group. But...
Yeah. Bring them around for Traveler After Dark.
That's right.
For the event.
Well, I'll save them for the after party.
Yeah, for the after party. All right, cool. Well, how can people find you and your comics? Where can they find Amberzone? Where can they get involved with the Giordani Language Institute?
The best place to look is on Facebook. Just look for Amberzone on Facebook, and the Giordani Language and Cultural Institute, also group on Facebook. As far as gifts, swag, prints, and other stuff to fill up your cargo hold, you can look for me at artpal.com/Amberzoned, I believe it is. You just find that.
All right, cool. And people can grab some.
Artpal.com. And I also have a Cafe Press shop. It's the Amberzone shop on cafepress.com.
All right. The connection was garbled there for a sec. Give me those last places where people can get prints and things.
Yeah, it's artpal.com. Gifts, swag, greeting cards, and other stuff to fill up your stateroom or cargo hold is at cafepress.com/the Amberzone shop.
All right, cool. Well, Jeff, we've come to the end of our interview.
Excellent.
Well, thanks so much for joining me, and best of luck on your projects. I think.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to speak this year.
Absolutely, and thanks for being gracious enough to come. I wish you the best. I think it's an awesome project, and I can't wait to see how it pans out. So, best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Hey, folks, I'm your host, Frank Siccardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and I've been talking with my friend Jeff Kasmirsky of Amberzone Comics. Jeff, thank you for participating in our 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. I hope you'll join us again next year.
I'll be there.
Fantastic. And come by for the after party. Teach us some swear words.
That's right.
All right. And thank you, dear listener, for joining us for the 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. That's all for now, travelers. Until next time, happy traveling.
This data crystal will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Okay, there we go. I had my mic off. Okay. No wonder you guys aren't responding to me. Hello, folks. Sorry, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty there. So, Monk and Jeff, can you guys do you hear an echo in the Discord channel of when you guys speak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I was. Yeah.
Okay. I will fix that before we proceed. So, just a moment, everybody. I'm gonna run a commercial while I switch out some audio things. Just a sec.
Your party of sci-fi adventurers needs a ship to travel the cosmos. Well, today I'm here to tell you all about my new deck plans for the virtual tabletop. Let's go traveling. Hi everybody, I'm Frank from CyborgPrime Games. I produce content for sci-fi RPG games like adventures, deck plans, and more. If you want to improve your Traveler or Cepheus engine game, start now by subscribing and clicking the bell. That will keep you notified when I post new content, and it will make it easier for other gamers to find this video. Your ship is more than just a way to get from point A to point B. It's also your home among the stars, your business office, your school, your gym, and more. Even without an AI running things, your ship is practically another PC. Doesn't it deserve its own character sheet? Shouldn't it have a way of recording its inventory, stats, customizations, and upgrades? Well, now you can do so visually with our Sci-Fi Starship deck plans. The Pioneer Class Scout Ship deck plans for VTT is the first in our new line of premium deck plans. These beautiful, high-resolution plans feature detailed, 3D rendered furniture and interiors in both furnished and unfurnished versions, so you can decorate the stateroom and commons with stock furniture from Roll20, or use our themed furniture packs coming soon. Everything is laid out so you can visualize and customize your ship, from computer consoles on the bridge to jump drives and engineering. And if you need a convenient escape route, all the inner and outer airlock doors are marked as well. How much cargo do you have room for? Just look at the cargo bay. You can easily see how full it is and what's in there. Who's manning the gunnery station? Who's flying the ship? These questions are answered with a glance. The pack comes complete with a set of full-color, high-res deck plans with both furnished and unfurnished staterooms and common areas. Each set of deck plans also comes in grid and non-grid format and is scaled to 1 square equals 1.5 meters.
I'm attending from the woods.
You also get a 7-page handout detailing all 23 map locations and a removable grab carrier for away
can you
missions.
guys still hear the echo
These
now?
scout ship deck plans are perfect for use with our Roll20 module.
Okay, good. All right, I'm gonna switch back on here, and then we're gonna continue.
So throw away your boring old flat paper maps and use our custom 3D virtual living spaces for your characters and NPCs.
Okay, here we go.
Testing.
We should all be able to hear everything. Sorry that we're going a little off schedule here, but we had it set up so that folks in the Discord could hear the live stream, but most folks are listening on YouTube and Twitch, so it was giving us an echo in here, so I turned that feature off. I had to restart myself here, so everything should be good to go going forward. Streamers and Twitchers, can you hear us now? Can you hear me talking? Can you hear the guests speaking?
I'll consider myself a guest as part of the crew.
I hear it coming out on the monitor, so I will take that as a yes. Okay. Let's see then. Jeff, let's draw a winner for the next giveaway then, which will be a $25 gift certificate for Zazzle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's see.
So, what do you need me to do?
Anybody else? Anybody having a hard time hearing Jeff? Just me?
No, I can hear him.
I can hear it. Yes, he's good.
Okay. Alrighty then. Let's go ahead with the. I turned off those things and now I can't hear anything. Oh wait, no, now I can. All right, I hear you guys. Okay. Penroth.
Jeff gets to draw an unlucky number or name.
Yeah, I don't know. Amberzone, what did you draw?
Oh, let me just.
A number between 1 and 625.
I don't have a die that big.
You'll have to use something else.
All right. Between 1 and 625. Not a nice even number, not a nice prime number or anything. Okay.
You need to get a dice spot in here.
Yeah, I guess so.
Breslin Monk has a sense of humor. Slash roll 1D 625.
I might be able to create that on a dice.
I bet there's a die roller on the internet you could probably get a hold of, but just look around the room and go 173 or whatever. Put together a number between 1 and what did I say?
It's 1d6, 1d100, and then a wild randomizer for the other 36.
1 and 625.
Or 25.
Do I pick a number and let people guess, or is that?
No. Pick a number, and that's the number of the person who wins the prize.
Okay. 127.
There you go.
127. 127. Christopher White, you win a $25 gift certificate. Yay to Zazzle! Courtesy of Amberzone.
Congrats.
It's the name of one of my customers.
Well, cool. All right, let's get we're running a little late. We're 10 minutes in, so Jeff, stick around. We'll try to fit in chats with the folks in between, but not everybody is going to show up for their interview. So we might be able to wedge you in somewhere along the way. But the show must go on, my friends. So let's do.
I'll just need a name and an email address to finalize that.
I'll pass that on to you off the line. So here we go. Staff and everybody, go ahead and mute. We've got the next interview coming up with Neil Thorpe of 2D Storyteller. Here it comes.
Good day, Mr. Briggs. Please select an agent for your next mission. Scanning Imperial Agent Database. Qualified agent found. Agent ID, Neil Thorpe. Agent cover story, President, 2D Storyteller. Details as follows.
Greetings, travelers, and welcome to Traveler Mayday Mayday 2022, sponsored by CyborgPrime Games. You can find me at cyborgprime.com or by searching for my name in the Facebook search tool, or find a link in the video description below. Thank you for joining us for the 4th Annual Mayday Mayday Traveler Day event. It's a day we celebrate Traveler in all its editions and offshoots for all the fun times it's given us around the gaming table with friends and family. I'm your host, Frank Zuccardi, also known as Cyborg Prime, and today I'm happy to introduce my friend, Neil Thorpe of 2D Storyteller. Welcome, Neil.
Hello there, Mr. Prime.
How are
am
you
Neil
today?
Thorpe, 2D I'm all right. I'm all right. I just figured out who I am then, Cyborg.
I'm supposed to.
Like I deserve points for it.
Hello, I'm here to interview Neil Thorpe of 2D Storyteller.
What he said? Yeah.
Would you please put him on the line?
Storyteller. Right. Hi, Cyborg. Thanks for having me on again, dude. I'm Neil Thorpe from 2D Storyteller. We create animated and interactive battle maps for role-play games.
Fantastic. This is the third time you've been on our podcast for the Mayday event, so thanks for your continued support.
Anytime, man. Third time's a charm.
Fantastic. I hope you come back next year.
Yes, with any luck.
Excellent. So, Neil, tell us a little bit more about yourself. Expound on your brief introduction a moment ago. Who are you and what do you do?
I create online products for role-play games, mainly animated and interactive battle map role-play games. I also do tokens and such. I started out role-playing in '95, was it? When I started doing live-action fantasy role-playing. Went on to play Traveler, Shadowrun, D&D, the whole gamut of RPGs and all their loveliness. And these days, I mainly spend my time creating things for GMs to help basically make their games more alive and wonderful, vibrant and fluffy. Well, the fluffy bit's not accurate. Everything else is.
Maybe not so soft and fluffy, but yes.
No, not so soft and fluffy, especially my latest work. Very evil and cruel. But that's what GMs like. You want to be cruel and evil to your players to some degree.
That's true. So
maybe not sadistic.
Right. So
you got to punish them.
Right. So tell me, where are you from? Where'd you grow up? Where do you live now?
Well, I'm from the UK, born and raised in Yorkshire, and I was from West Yorkshire, which means nothing to anyone outside West Yorkshire. Now, these days, I'm in South Yorkshire, which means nothing, once again, to anyone outside of Yorkshire. North of England, basically.
I hear they make good pudding there.
Yorkshire pudding, you mean, lad?
Yes.
Oh, aye.
I
make
was
very good
disappointed
Yorkshire
to find
pudding.
out it's not really pudding, is it?
It's not pudding at all. You have it with your main meal. I don't know how to describe it. Imagine a pancake that's in like a ball of dough pancake with a hole in the middle that's great with gravy. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like, yeah, that's the best description I've got. A Yorkshire pudding is
it's
a
like
thin ball
like
dough
a
with a hole in the middle.
dinner roll with a hole in the middle for butter
I've got it.
Gravy, right?
I've got it. Yorkshire pudding. A Yorkshire pudding is like a bowl made of pancake mix. A pancake mix bowl. Imagine that you to pour some lovely gravy and say, look, you're making my mouth water thinking about this. So yeah, Google it. I'm sure you can find Yorkshire puddings.
Awesome. So, do you have any hobbies aside from gaming that you do in Yorkshire?
Well, gaming is my ultimate hobby, and it's, as anyone who does it will know, it's such a vast hobby that it doesn't leave much room for other hobbies. To be honest, I do like online gaming. I'm pretty much a Dread Hunger addict at the moment, which I know I managed to rope you into a few times.
Yes, I've tasted human flesh and I liked it.
So yeah, online gaming. I like a bit of war gaming. I've really got into Walking Dead, Star Wars Legion, a bit of Kill Team. So yeah, if I'm not role playing, I'm war gaming. So I'm thoroughly in the depths of the geek forest.
What is it? What is it about Dread Hunger, for instance, that really draws you to it? I see that you've been playing a lot of that lately.
Well, I'm very. You know what? Dread Hunger it's got the unique game mechanic of trying to find the traitor. I know that Among Us did that as well, but I like it because it's a game mechanic that's a bit ethereal. You know what I mean? It's not something they built into the engine. It's social. You've actually got to, you could get along in Dread Hunger and be really good at it just by knowing how to lie really well, which I don't, but I like the feel of playing that kind of game. It's tense. It's kind of like The Thing.
Yeah. Good point. You never know who's the traitor, and you never know
Exactly
when they're going to spring.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about it. It creates a certain dramatic tension which isn't written into any code or anything, which I like.
I've seen people help out the crew, and then they were actually ultimately the traitors.
That's a big brain move on part of the traitor, especially if you help out the crew and then poison the stew.
Mm-hmm.
That's a classic. I love watching people throw up everywhere. It's hard to pull off, but it's funny to watch.
Yeah, it's a hilarious game. I mean, they executed it well.
Yeah, it's good.
Do you have any favorite sci-fi book or movie or?
Well, I just finished rereading Dune for the third or fourth time since the new movie came out.
Oh yeah, how do you like it?
Oh, Dune, man, it's classic. It's where so much sci-fi began, and it's actually really weird in its own sense because unlike a lot of sci-fi, it doesn't spend a lot of its time talking about big technology or anything like that. It's very much a very personal book. I remember, you see, in my memory, Dune was this big sci-fi epic book, but when I reread it, once this new film came out, I remembered, no, it is a very personal book. It's about power structures and how we slot into them. It's fascinating. And obviously the classics like Aliens. I mentioned this before on a previous podcast, but Black Hole. Ever since we mentioned it on the podcast, I keep going back and watching bits of it. And on the whole, it is just another cheesy Disney movie. But it's like I've been watching people take it apart on a visual level. And the more, you know what, maybe it's just people over intellectualizing it, but that last shot where the villain is inside the robot on this planet, and someone compared it to Dante's Inferno with all the lost souls, and like he's in hell even though he's in the black hole. And when I look at it from that, it made me rewatch the whole thing all over again. So yeah, Black Hole. I'm a big fan of that again recently.
Yeah, looking at it, but maybe with an eye for similarities towards Event Horizon.
Yeah. Like a very early Disney Event Horizon, right. Which I don't know how you jam them together.
Event Horizon for children.
Hellraiser for Disney. We'll tear your soul apart.
It's okay, the children are orphans. That's how most Disney shows are, right? I mean, the kids are orphans.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I lost my parents tragically, and now I must rise to some form of challenge and learn an important lesson.
Yes. I was like the Escape from Witch Mountain Disney franchise back in the day. The alien children that could had telekinetic powers.
I don't actually remember that one.
Yes, they're being pursued by the government or the police or whatever, and they're trying to get to a place and leave on their spaceship. Check it out. Classic.
I'll check that out. Oh, and Interstellar, of course. How can I forget that recent nugget? You see, now Interstellar's a weird one. First time I watched it, I don't know, man. It didn't click for me. But the second time I watched it, I was absolutely engrossed. Maybe I was resistant to the Matthew McConaughey syndrome. You want to look at my pics?
Yeah, it'd be cooler if you did.
Maybe I lift my shirt up just a little for you.
I like the robot. That was very cool.
Yeah.
I also like
because it sounded real, didn't it?
Yeah, and it was also kind of cool the time difference between the ship that was in orbit and the guys on the planet.
Yeah, it really brought to life this idea that alien worlds, they aren't just weird. It's not just a strange set like we're used to seeing on a sci-fi TV series.
Right.
It could actually, reality could be very different just depending on where we are in the universe. And that was concept really blew my mind.
Yeah. They're like, oh, this is a habitable planet. Oh, wait, no, there's tidal waves every 20 minutes or something,
That's not a mountain. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that was actually pretty cool. I enjoyed that.
Mm.
So,
And then,
what
sorry,
got
I could go on about films for ages, so
No, I
it's
know, man.
probably best to keep moving forward.
What about those? Do you see a common thread between all of those intellectual properties, if you will, the aliens,
Well,
the
sci-fi in general, the thing that attracts me to it is it's a way. All fiction's a way to reflect, isn't it? It's a way to reflect on the world that we actually live in by being in this nice, safe, fictional environment that we don't live in. And sci-fi is a way to really throw your mind out there and say, okay, I've got this strange idea that I want to explore. I'm going to put it into a sci-fi setting and really create just a bizarre world, but this one theme in the world is going to like reflect back at you by the end of the story and make you look at your own world. I mean, like Blade Runner, for example. It starts off and it feels like just a normal film noir where, or maybe it's going to turn into an action film. But by the end of it, it's this deep philosophical like exploration of what it means to be alive and what it means to know that someday you're going to die and what do you do with that short time you've got. And that took me totally by surprise. I'm in the rather unpopular position of loving the theatrical version with the voiceover narration because I saw it on VHS first like that. But yeah, that really blew me away. And that's what I love about sci-fi, the way it can take us to these fantastic worlds, but by the end of it, there's something about it which makes us look at our world a bit differently. That's where I think sci-fi is at its best.
The thing I liked about Blade Runner was what's the difference between something that's alive and something that thinks it's alive?
Yeah. And the idea of if you have a memory, but it's not real, are you sure it's not real? Because it's still there and it's still influencing your personality. So surely that memory is still as real.
It's real
as
to you.
One that's not implanted. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I love that. All those kinds
It is a brilliant, but it's very subtle. It's not one of those films where it's not a popcorn flick. It's presented almost like one, like it's going to be a big sci-fi action film, but actually it's kind of deep philosophical themes in there, and I love that. I love that about sci-fi.
Yeah. So, tell us about how you got into gaming. What was the first role-playing game that you got into, and how did that go?
Well, the first one was D&D, and like any new player, you make a bit of a numpty of yourself first time because you're feeling it out, and all you've got to go off is all those big heroic things. So you leap gloriously into danger and die horribly. But yeah, D&D first edition, someone just ran an offshoot game. And that got me hooked onto it. And from there, I was getting into any game I could do. Played a bit of Shadowrun, a bit of Cyberpunk. I have to say I prefer Shadowrun to Cyberpunk just because of the wackiness.
There's been a common theme of Cyberpunk and Shadowrun specifically through the guest interviews. There's a lot of crossover.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, they are the same setting in many ways, aren't they? It's just Shadowrun crowbars in all the fantasy elements of magic and orcs and elves and all that lot.
That's true. I wasn't sure I was going to like it because of that. I kind of wanted a more tech game, but no, I loved it. I ended up GMing it for over a year.
Yeah, I mean, well, the good thing about Shadowrun is it's got that wackiness about it, but actually they go into so much effort into fleshing out the world and putting a good foundation for why things are the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually get as serious as you want to get with Shadowrun, and like with it, once again, it does the job. Like with any good sci-fi, there's bits in there that make you reflect on the world that you actually live in. It's good.
How did you transition from D&D and Shadowrun into Traveler? What was your first exposure to Traveler?
Well, traveler games are they're not as easy to come by. And it was just that I was turning up to a regular roleplay group, and there was always this guy in the corner, and he always had this stack of books. He had these beautiful pictures of spaceships on them. So, the sci-fi part of it's like, what is that? What is that? But whenever I was asking one of the players, what is Traveler? What's it about? They couldn't give me a kind of clear answer. I'm like, well, what do you play, Traveler? Oh, you're humans. I'm like, yeah, but what do you do? Well, you're in the future. I'm like, no one gave me a clear. I was like, well, yeah, but what's the game about? Yeah, could you pin this down for me, please? But then I got one of the Traveler books secondhand from my local gaming shop. And the more I read it, the more I thought, it's back to this idea that they were just trying to reflect like an honest depiction of a possible future world. And they just ran with that idea and tried to logically flesh it out as realistically as possible. And then, as much as possible, they're leaving it to you, the GM, to really start weaving that into a story. Where can characters fit into it? And that's what kind of seduced me. This, because all the different sci-fi ideas I'd had, all of a sudden, this system could, it's laid the groundwork for me. It's like before the Alien RPG came out. Any Alien RPG game I was wanted to run, I was using Traveller just because it had pretty much everything I needed already laid down.
Yeah, a lot of people use it as a framework. If you want to add aliens, you just modify, the base stats or whatever to reflect, racial, I guess, modifications.
Yeah,
Or
and it
generalizing,
really it works well for that. I mean, the first game I joined in, I managed to sneak into it. We were playing Pirates, and obviously I wasn't the best player early on, but he was very patient with me as a new player, and because of the setting, it wasn't like I had a massive arsenal in which to go crazy with and be an annoying player. So that, in fact, Traveller was like the first game where I learned to kind of sober up as a player and just get involved in a interesting character in interesting situations, and that to be, that's enough for a good RPG, and that's kind of the framework that's ever carried on ever since.
What exactly was it that kind of made Traveller your go-to? I mean, or what was there a specific thing that you'd like to do, like build worlds or create characters or things like that?
Well, you see, now I'm not a big rules guy. I like the narratives, the story, how things came to be, cause and effect, that kind of thing. So I like the idea of sector building. Not so much, how many light years and what are the trade routes like or anything like that, but how like planets grew up in relation to each other. I love the idea of creating a sector where the planets actually had some degree of interaction with each other, and the fact that they were close by neighbors influenced each other's development, the wars they had. Like Tolkien always used to say, languages build up from the people that have been invaded and the wars that have happened. I imagined it very much along those same lines. Each technological and cultural advancement, there was some great war behind it, or some great battle, or betrayal, or cultural intervention. I liked that part of it. Don't get me wrong, I can't say everything I ever created got used,
Right.
but it was great fun, just fleshing these things out, writing your own little systems and sectors and histories of these galactic areas.
Cool. Yes, that's something that appeals to a lot of folks, myself included.
Like I say, lots of hours of work that a lot of it didn't see the light of day, but God, I enjoyed the process, and it really does facilitate it well.
Do you have a favorite Traveller career?
I like Rogue, just because it's easily pliable to so many different things, but also, most importantly, is I love a down-to-earth kind of character in a larger-than-life setting, if you know what I mean. I know it's stereotypical, but I loved Han Solo in the original Star Wars series, so that always kind of rubbed off on me. And I like to take it a little bit in my own direction, like pirate. I kind of got hooked on that idea, and if I wasn't a pirate, I was a criminal of some description. And obviously, that's where Rogue starts to come in and facilitate your needs, so to speak. So I liked the idea of playing it, and just a scumbag in a galaxy.
In a galaxy full of scumbags.
Yeah, effectively. But also, the irony is in Traveller, the technology is so high, you don't really, the universe doesn't have to be a horrible place. You know what I mean? It could be amazing and, a bit Star Trek-y if it wanted to, but that's what I liked about it. Human nature's just not ready for that kind of thing. Still, even in that future, human nature's not quite ready to just sell its differences and be something better.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
I liked the honesty of that.
So this year's theme is agents. Can you think of any agents from sci-fi that you like?
Well, I'm going to be unfortunately stereotypical. I've thought of two really good examples. One of them is probably painfully obvious, which is Decker from Blade Runner. As agents go, for me, he's the ultimate example of an interesting agent character to play. He's completely at odds with the agency he works for. You can't stand him. And by the end of it, he identifies more with the people he's supposedly hunting than the people he's working for. So for me, he's like the ultimate example of an interesting agent to play. I'm sure it could be interesting to play an agent who totally believes in the cause and, zip, zip, zip up the lickety split. But I like contrast and I like conflict, especially when it comes to rigid organizations. So for me, if I was to play an agent, I'd want to play an agent that doesn't quite fit for some reason.
Somebody who's self-conflicted.
Yeah. Another good example, the other example of that, and this is sci-fi, although it's weird sci-fi. Have you ever seen the film Brazil?
Yes.
Sam Lowry, the main character, he's there dreaming of flying through the air with angel wings, but then he wakes up and he's just a part of this painfully constrictive bureaucracy in a sci-fi world where nothing can be off the books anymore. Everything's got to be signed in triplicate, have a 27B stroke 6 filled out. Everything's a bureaucratic form, and he just can't escape it. But his dreams are always so amazing, but his real life is just down in this technological nightmare. Once again, it's that same theme, someone who's at odds with the institute that they're woven up inside of. No, sorry, that's just the kind of characters I like to play, if in that kind of circumstances. But that applies to if I'm like playing a rogue. I don't want to be an evil rogue. I don't want to, I might be the Robin Hood type, or the one that does something good despite it being not that profitable. So yeah, I like the rebellious characters.
So in D&D terms, chaotic good, if you will.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I won't go so far as say chaotic neutral. Chaotic good, actually, yeah, that's some sort of good.
So you use whatever means chaotic means to advance the cause of good.
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
That would be Robin Hoodish.
Yeah, and I think that comes closest to most people, really. That's the one that rings true most honestly for me personally.
I was like I guess I was introduced to character flaws and champions because you can buy extra points for your superhero by taking disadvantages. That could be things like codes against killing, or allergic to common things. And I always thought that really added an extra dimension to the character. So a conflicted character, like you're saying, one who begrudgingly works for the company, but he knows that it's dishonest, but he needs a paycheck, or whatever.
Yeah, well, to get a little bit artistic with you, when it comes to a story, you got the plot and you've got the character arc. Now, a lot of people don't really define the character arc too closely when they're making a character, but I think it's really important because that for you as a player, like an actor or anything else, is where you start to define in your own mind the space where your character's got to move around. Because, well, this is not my words, I'm quoting as best as I can here, but why do we care about stories? Because stories are how we reflect on ourselves. Why do we care about characters? Because the story is about a character changing in some way. They're at a different place by the end of the story than where they were at the beginning of the story. So really, when you weave a character flaw in there that's pivotal to who they are, the idea is they start with this flaw, they engage the plot line, and on purpose or not, the situations of the plot somehow promote the character to confront this flaw that they've got. And then Act 3 is where they finally find a way to actually confront it. And by the end, the climax, they've confronted it, they've overcome the flaw, and they become this new person, which they didn't mean to maybe set out to be, but that's what they needed to resolve. And by the time they've resolved it, there's nothing more to tell, roll credits. And so I think designing a character who's either at odds with the world in some way or has a major flaw to overcome, that gives you a plot line as a player that you can almost be like your own private GM and interject that to a certain degree, or at least look for opportunity to bring that into the story. And I think a good GM will spot that a mile off and they'll embrace it and run with it.
Yeah. It's like, what's my motivation? Well, you can make up a motivation for your character. And then in every situation, you can say, well, how does whatever I do advance myself towards my motivation, or my character towards his motivation?
Yeah, absolutely. And your character's motivation, I mean, that's obviously a great stereotype for actors, but it shouldn't be the same as the character's goals. You know what I mean? Let's take Decker, for example. His goal is to find, those 4 rogue clones. That's his goal. But that's not his motivation. His motivation is to make sense of who he is, because deep down, we know his flaw is that he hates what he does, and he doesn't believe in it. He goes around killing people, and it tortures him. That's his flaw, and it's a flaw because his job is being a Blade Runner. And where is he by the end of it? he's wondering whether or not he's an actual clone, and he's sided with the clones. He helps one of them escape. He almost doesn't. His life is saved by one of the very people that he was out to kill. You know, that's what makes Blade Runner so amazing. It goes all the way from one end to all the way to the other by the end of the story, and we're along for the journey. And that then makes us reflect upon ourselves. That's why stories are so good, man.
Awesome. Yes, I agree. Good points. All good points. So, tell me, how did you get involved, or how did you get started with 2D Storyteller?
Well, I originally had delusions of being a big filmmaker. I really wanted to be. I'm a big John Carpenter fan, so I had these delusions that I could go out and just on my own be a one-man director, blah 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 blah. But making films is so much harder than that. But I did all the training along that journey. I got a degree in visual effects and digital film production. I later taught in that for a while. And I got to a point in my life where I was like, you know what? I've learned all these skills and I've had to accept that there's just not a big enough film industry where I am, or there's not enough talent, or I can't find the right script. What can I do with all these skills that I've learned? So an old friend of mine was wanting to do some role playing again. So we did it. And then he showed me Roll20. And I thought, well, hang on. And then I realized role play had made this massive resurgence, particularly D&D and such like that. I just thought, is there anything I could do with this skill set? And I started by making a zombie apocalypse pack on Roll20. I didn't do amazingly, but it showed some interest, and I was really proud of it. So, and I love that feeling. So I've just been chasing that feeling and progressing my skill set towards making things for role play games. Set up 2D Storyteller, and since then I've just been creating as much as I can and pumping it out and trying to create bigger and more interesting products that enhance games. That's what it's all about.
The first time I saw some of your stuff, I was pretty impressed. I mean, I think it was like a dwarven adventure or something. There was like a bridge over a chasm with a flowing waterfall. Yeah, man, and like the bridge can collapse, and the whole animated backdrop made the game that much more lively and what do I want to say, like immersive.
Yeah, I mean, this is 21st century. We've got a lot more tools than we used to have when I was starting out role playing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just started to think, how can that slot in? How can I make that work, with this new technology we've got and all the new skills I've got? So I went away and I started creating some composites, and I started off by making animated maps. Unfortunately, Roll20's support for animated maps is still in development, so it's not exactly where it needs to be. But I realized that you could create animated elements of that map. And that actually led me, by accident almost, into this idea of interactive battle maps, where you can have animated features on the board. And so it's like with Dwarven Mountain. It gives the GM animated items that they can put onto a static battle map. So they can actually create a moving animated battle map of their own, but also animations which are set to just play once rather than loop. And that basically means it's interactive. So like you say, with that bridge, you plonk it down and that is an animation in the middle, that bridge. But when you click a certain button, bang, the bridge collapses on rocks. So that means the GM at some point, whenever they feel it's appropriate to the game, can suddenly trigger an event and the map changes in some way. And I just thought that's a brilliant tool to give storytellers and GMs. And I went on to do the same thing for Hostile Organism. I do it a little bit in Starship Battles. Galaxy Interface is a little bit more like animated features rather than interactive, but it's still got that element to it.
I really like the pirate ships and like the sea monsters, and that was clever. It's got like a sailor and a tentacle waving him around and stuff.
Yeah.
And...
Well, there's actually a rather cruel part in that where there's a dwarf being torn in half by two tentacles, but I don't think, no, I didn't put that in the advert just because I thought I wanted to keep it PG. It is in the pack though.
Oh.
So if there's a sick GM out there who wants that unpleasant image in their players' heads, by all means, feel free.
So tell us, what have you been up to this past year since we talked to you last time?
Well, you remember me talking about Patreon previously, I should imagine.
Yes.
I grow ever closer to that. I wish I'd had it out sooner, but I'm a big believer in that that principle of how long will it be? When will it be finished? When it's done, you know, and not a moment before.
It'll be
So
ready
I've
when
been,
it's ready.
yeah, exactly. So I've been trying it because I love the idea of animated maps on a table where you can have miniatures in front of you. And so that's what I've been developing. I got a couple of Patreons launching this year, one for fantasy and one for sci-fi. And I'm also able to bring in that interactive element onto the table as well. So for those people who wanted to still keep that to it, that's going to be included too. So that's what I've been really working on. I've also got some sci-fi packs which I've recreated, like Starship Battles, which is a pack designed to give you, if any fans of X-Wing or, you know, in Traveller, you want to do a big spaceship sci-fi battle with capital ships, frigates, starships, fighters, all that lot, and lots of funky effects like animated shields that you could put on your ships or damage that's happening, little explosions and smoke, all set in a beautiful sci-fi space scene, Starship Battles, and then Hostile Organism, which that you know, like we were talking about the Dwarven pack with the interactive elements.
Right.
I wanted to push that a bit further, and I wanted, because also something I like the idea of is modular tiles, where you can basically construct your own interior of a place. So I created Hostile Organism with modular tiles in mind, and then interactive elements that you can put on the modular tiles. So what you end up with is a modular tile set that you can build an interior of a spaceship, and interactive elements where you can have alien monsters come out, or the computer screens are saying, you know, saying different readouts or alarms or doors that and they open, or having the ship fire out of the docking bay, all these lovely sci-fi effects that you might want to include in your game. So I basically took that interactive element and thrust it into that sci-fi RPG environment.
That's awesome. That's an excellent resource for sci-fi GMs, and it really
Hostile
helps.
Organism.
Yeah, it helps kind of visualize what's going on in the ship, and ratchets up the tension.
Yeah, but I also wanted to make it exciting. You know, sci-fi, one of its big, more aesthetic features is this exciting, grand spectacle that we get to watch, and I just wanted to take advantage of that. And so I did. That's Hostile Organism, Starship Battles. That really does take advantage. Two completely different packs, but yeah, there's lots of different opportunities in Hostile Organism to terrify your players and get them to feel like they're actually on a spaceship. But also with Hostile Organism, I thought I wanted to create a rounded pack. So if I want, you know, characters in there that are going to interact with X, Y, or Z, I can't really expect to just drag a random character in. So I actually put lots of character tokens in there that are interacting with stuff, you know, the flamethrowers or they're working on a console. So it all fits neatly together. But also in my packs, I like to include atmospheric audio. So I'm just trying to give the GMs what they can to drag their players into the moment. So you get map tiles, you get animated tokens, you get animated interactive tokens, you get audio, you get some pre-made maps, you get lovely artwork. It's good stuff, all for a very reasonable price, I might add.
Yes, yes. And what platforms do you have that available for currently?
At the moment, it's just on Roll20, and some people ask me about that a lot. And it's not because some people have got to think I've got a private contract with Roll20, but I don't. It's just that moving to other platforms can be a bit messy sometimes, can be a bit tricky to work things out. I'm working at the moment to expand onto Foundry. How I'm going to do that, which avenue I'm going to take, I'm still working out, but that's coming soon. My work is expanding onto Foundry soon enough. And my Patreons that are coming up, that's going to be system agnostic. So I basically give you the files, and from there, it's up to you how you and where you use them. Because some platforms will be able to use those animated maps. Some platforms might struggle with it. It all depends. But they're targeted at using it on a digital TV that you're sat around. So anything that you want to use beyond that. I mean, I try in the Patreon, I'll also be doing different versions of the maps. So some of them are a bit more tailored to be used on a VTT rather than just on the table. So I try and compress it a little bit more, but that always run the risk of data loss. So I try and hold back a little bit on how much I compress it, just enough to make it a little bit more manageable on a bandwidth.
How big do the files, or how big do these packs typically weigh in?
Well, what you mean for the Patreon?
Well, like if I was to download like the Starship pack, the Starship
Well, you can't
Battles.
download it quite yet, but when
Okay.
it does go out for Foundry and such like that, it's actually quite lightweight because I put a lot of work in on my end to optimize the files. I think something like the Starship Battles, when all's said and done, the pack comes out at about 70, 80 megabytes. And that's for everything, including audio and all that. But like I say, that's because I do a lot of compression and I do a lot of optimization on my end. I'm paranoid about optimization. It's because I used to work on Source Engine, and if you didn't do optimization on that, you were dead in the water. So it's kind of like a very OCD thing on me. By the time the GM gets it, I want to have solved as many problems as I can for him. That's the way I look at it.
What was the most difficult thing to overcome when building these, when putting together these packs at first?
You know
What was harder than
there's
you
so
thought
many...
it was going to be?
The list of difficult things to overcome is pretty long. To be honest, everything's a bit of a challenge because for one, you've got to know how to build things in 3D. For two, you've got to know how to make that look good. All that's trial and error, time and skill, and just practice. Get it wrong 100 times so you can get it right once, you know. And then you've got perspective. That's a tricky one to work with because if you just do a purely top-down perspective, flat on, you're not going to get as much detail as you feel you should do from putting all that work in. So you have to make certain compromises with your camera angles just to get that little bit of extra detail. And actually, it's worth the effort because that bit of extra detail can make the difference between a room feeling like the location or just feeling like, you know, four walls with some props in it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really, that is the hardest thing, to get the look that you're aiming for. And that can only be done with the right amount of trial and error, getting it wrong, and then finally getting it right, and then getting it into a format that's stable enough to be used on a VTT, and then figuring out how to publicize it, ship it, make the trailer for it. But yeah, getting the look, that's always the hardest thing.
How long does do the typical renders take on your end?
Well, once again, that's how long is a piece of string. Animations obviously take longer to render because you're not rendering one frame of an image. You know, you're rendering sometimes 100, sometimes 50. So it depends what you're rendering also, because it's like when I was rendering the Kraken for my High Seas pack, there's lots of moving parts on that thing. The tentacles alone have loads of bones inside them that are flopping around. A nightmare for a nightmare for animating, but also a nightmare for rendering, because every frame it's got to render all that detail, all that ambient occlusion, all the displacement maps, etc. I think the longest render was for the Elven Forest pack, but that was because this comes back to the camera problem. Sometimes when you're setting up a camera, you're trying to get as much detail in for the shot as you can, but at the same time, the further your camera is away from what it is you're rendering, the more detail you lose. So the more you have to crank up the pixels, and the more you crank up the pixels, the longer you render. Now, for the interior of my Elven Palace, which was a big location, I've since learned better ways to do it, but I had the camera really far out, so the DPI was absolutely monstrous. And that took about 60, 70 hours just to render. That was not an animation, that was one frame. But like I say, you make these mistakes and you make them over and over again. And all you can do is learn from the mistakes, build a better workflow, and keep coming at it and keep fighting. What it's all about is keeping on fighting for the idea that you had in the first place. That's where it all really comes down to.
After a 60-hour render, I must be kicking the butt to be like, oh no, there's a mistake.
Dude, that did happen the first attempt. So you've got to have a lot of resilience. You got to have a lot of perseverance, and be willing to go, you know what, this isn't right. I'm going to start again. But like I said, you develop your workflow. It's like that mistake. I've learned from that mistake. I will not make that mistake again. I know better ways of recreating the same thing. But you can't learn that unless you do it wrong.
Right. I have a friend who does 3D printing, and he prints out. Sometimes the 3D printers make mistakes, and if it's a filament thing, you could leave it on print and walk away and think it's doing okay, and then you come back to a big knotted up mess. And it's to the point where now they even have cameras built in on the 3D printer so that you can look in on it and make sure it's not turning into a big knotted mess.
Wow. So what if it is? They just click cancel and then
You just got to cancel and then try to figure out where it messed up at and continue printing from there.
you got to take it on the chin. I'm surprised there isn't a machine that allows you to melt that filament down again if you've made a mistake. Or maybe there is. I don't know.
I don't know if it's. It seems like
Any
there'd be a lot
inventors
of
out there?
waste. Yeah, I
There's a
don't know how
gap
to
in the
recycle
market.
that stuff. Yeah, let me know. I'm interested.
Yeah. We were looking to invest.
How do you recover from mistakes in 3D printing? I mean, you
I'll
know,
do
if you make a
recycling
mistake
filament.
in rendering, you just render again. I guess you could just print again, but you know, when you're rendering, you're not using up
but
raw
you can't-
materials.
Yeah, but you can't get that time back. You know, and
Yeah,
all that.
you can't get that
it's
time
like,
back.
I haven't got a render farm. You know, if I'm rendering, then that's my machine occupied until the render's finished because it takes up all my processing power.
Right.
I can't be working in the background. You know what I mean? So it's like that 60-hour render. I set it off thinking, oh, you know what? I'll set it off before I go to sleep. I'll wake up. The render will be done. 2 days later, I'm like, dear God, when will this end?
I need my computer back. I have to do stuff.
and then you start questioning yourself. Am I an idiot? Am I really trying to do this? Is this worth it? And in the end, you know what? Getting the idea that you set out to do, the feeling that you get once you've actually created the idea that you set out to do, it is worth it. And then for someone to actually get you back and then give you feedback and say, hey, I used it for this game where this, this tree guardian came out of the forest, and the fact that he could be animated at that time, it really made my players' head spin. They're coming back for the game. They love it. They're coming back every session. That's when I think, yes, you know what? That 60 hours, painful as it was worth it.
Yep. So what makes you what aspect of making the 3D maps makes you most proud?
Well, like I said, it just being able to take an idea and actually turn it into something that exists and that you can show other people and they can see the idea. I mean, running games, role play games, it's that same urge. You know, I'd have an idea of a story in my head or a character arc or something like that I wanted to get across. And I'd sit down with the players, they'd make the characters, and by some strange accident of alchemy, we go the way I'd kind of intended. Obviously, I planted that in my subconscious, so somewhere or another, I'd guided it that way. But you know, all of a sudden, between these 4 people or 5 people, however, you've created this idea, and though you can't see it, it is tangible. It's there. You know what? It's the Blade Runner syndrome. You all come away from the gaming table. And yeah, we've created a false memory of something that never happened. But how false is it? Because it's there in our memory as though we saw it. We experienced something. They experienced my imagination vicariously, and I experienced their imagination vicariously. Now, the 3D side of it, take that one step further. I could imagine it. I could think of that scene, a scenario. When I'm thinking of a map, I think of a situation that I'd like the GMs to be able to play with or to thrust the players into. And that situation has got a location. So I always think situation and location. That's always my starting point. And then I build from there. And the big boost from that is by the end of all that effort, it's there. You know, they can see it and they can take it away. And despite what my motivation was to create it, hopefully they'll go away and do something with it that I never predicted, that I never thought about. And that's them doing the same thing over and over again. And bit by bit, the ripple moves across the water. And that's why creativity is so important, in my opinion, you know, because we keep inspiring each other in some way, shape, or form.
Can your animated map bundles be mixed and matched across? Like, can I use elements from the Dwarven Forge in the Elven pack or something?
Yeah. My Roll20 packs, I mean, if you really wanted to, you can mix some of the sci-fi stuff in there. Because they're all created by the same engine in roughly the same kind of way, they do cross over really, really well. My Patreon stuff is obviously mainly just, they're not modular. You know, they're designed to be a location on a table with an interactive element that you use miniatures on.
Right.
But my Roll20 stuff, that is mostly crossover. It's like my Galaxy interface pack that would work really well with the Starship Battles pack. In fact, it worked really well with it because you got the Galaxy interface where you got a kind of macro view of the galaxy, and then you could effectively, almost like on your next page, zoom in. Oh, that bit of the galaxy we were just looking at, there's this battle going on there, and here's the ships that's taking part, and so on
Sure.
and so on and so on. And then with the if you wanted to go one step further, zoom in, we got hostile organism where, okay, now you're actually on one of these ships, and here's the characters, and this is, you know what I mean? So
Right.
they can thread together quite seamlessly.
You might even be able to pull some of the space landscape from Galaxy Interface, like the black hole, and use it on the
Easily.
Starship
That'd be
battle
perfect.
map. You know,
That'd be perfect.
don't get
And
within too close of this thing, or it's going to suck you in.
yeah, absolutely, man. And also, if you wanted to go another step further, then you could, maybe pull in me Elven Forest Pack or Dwarven Mountain Pack. And, it might be sci-fi, but there are still planets that are all about snow. There are still planets that have got forests.
Right.
There are still planets where there's an ocean. You know what I mean? And there's low tech and high tech. So, yeah, it
Sure.
can all be mixed and matched.
You need something that's like indoor. Okay, bring in a forest pack, and here's the Elven pack. Is perfect for that.
Mundo.
Right. Just don't use any of the structures. Use the sci-fi structures.
Hey, you could use some of the fantasy stuff because, like with Traveller, there are low tech planets.
That's true.
And even if they're high tech, they might have a monument there from their past. Cultures.
That's
they
true.
might even have magic if you wanted to go down that road.
Or it could just be their weird local architecture style because they live in the trees.
I mean, that's the beautiful thing about sci-fi. It lends itself to almost anything. It's a beautiful way of looking at stories.
Tell us about some of the other products in your product line.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes I get so caught up in what I'm doing, sometimes I forget where I've been. So, you have a broad, what I want to say, like offering not just sci-fi stuff, and not just the dwarves and elves, but a whole bunch of other stuff. Well, sci-fi and fantasy are my main focuses. I've also got like I said, I started out with the zombie apocalypse pack, but the shall we say the number of people playing zombie apocalypse on Roll20 is not as big as it could be. But also, I've got a few smaller packs which are good for bolt-ons to the other packs. Like there's a couple of desert packs which are good for deserty kind of environments. One of them I made when the June roleplay game first came out, and that's just a few desert maps with it's called Desert Worm. So it's all around this big desert worm, and you can have it come in and out of the sand. You can have it come up and say if it's attacking people, but there's also a map where it's actually traveling across the sand and it's big enough for you to actually have an encounter on its back. So it's ideal for anyone who's got a kind of a dune fixation.
That sounds awesome.
It was surprisingly fun to make that. Especially just trying to get the traveling element of it with the moving background. That's always a fun rendering escapade. And then we've got Cursed Tomb, which is kind of like the cursed pyramid in the desert lands. Very stereotypical, but at the same time, it was nice to make something that wasn't just a dark forest or a wintry location for once.
Mm-hmm.
And Chase Scene, which is now that is something which is quite dear to my heart because I've always been in love with things like Return of the Jedi, where they have that wonderful chase scene on the speeder bikes.
Right.
I mark my words. At some point, I'm going to do something along those lines on one of my maps. But I've created a pack for the fantasy version of that, where it's basically fantasy warriors on horseback having I like the idea of GMs being able to give their players a rolling scene where they're all fighting on horseback and trying to take each other off it and stuff like that. And that's got the actual background moving as though you're moving at high speed, which at first feels a little disorientating, but once you get into the flow of it, your eyes get used to it. It pans out and it's all just fine.
Yeah, you could just leave it idling on the screen as you're talking, and you just get the feel. We're chasing.
Because the background's constantly moving, and the animated characters that I include in the pack are like, they're animated to be riding whatever creature they're on. It just feels like they're constantly moving forward. So it's got that real nice feel to it. It's just your eyes take a few seconds to get used to it because obviously your eyes naturally, like when you're sat in a car, your eyes always want to try and focus on one thing as it goes past. But after you stop trying to do that and you just let the background whiz past you, like when you're on a motorway or something, then it becomes easy to look at.
Right. Rather than looking at the details of the individual layers, you're seeing all the layers moving as a whole.
Because
overall
when you're moving fast past something, you can't focus on individual details. It's you got motion blur and stuff.
Right. So, what are your plans for the next year? You got any conventions or gaming groups
Well,
or new productions going?
I like I say, my Patreons are coming up, and those are going to become my forefront projects. And you see, I'm toyed here. I'm toyed? No, I'm torn. I'm torn because I want this. Estoy. Is that Esperanto?
I got her.
I'm torn. You don't understand, Cyborg. I want to tell you all about them, but at the same time, I'm going to keep my secrets. So, I don't know where Arnold came from. My apologies. Because of earlier when we. Anyway, right.
Mm-hmm.
So my Patreons are coming up, and I've got some big plans for that. It's basically my opportunity to. The issue I've got with making things on VTTs is I'm always at the mercy of bandwidth and what the VTT can handle in terms of what I want to put on the screen. Now, with my Patreons, I'm targeting that as digital gaming tables. So animated maps with interactive features for digital gaming tables for miniature use. People get to use their minis and all their painted stuff.
Yes, I've seen that not fad, but whatever that.
It is not a fad, my friend. It is the future. And I've been doing it with my my nephew doing my tests. And I've got to say, it adds so much to your miniatures battles. Because you've got the audio, you've got the atmosphere of the location, and then you've got the actual physical things that are moving around. And that can be as simple as a few trees moving. It could be spaceships flying past. It could be so much. There's so much potential for what we can do with animated battle maps now. So my Patreons are a chance for me to really get out there and push the limits of what can be on a person's gaming table, because I'm not limited by a VTT because it's all there on the table. I'm not limited by bandwidth. So I can start really exploring some ideas that I've been wanting to do for ages. I've got my first fantasy Patreon coming up that should be launched in May, and my sci-fi Patreon for the similar kind of tabletop experience, but for sci-fi, is launching round about summertime, I'm aiming. The dates on that I can't give a fixed at the moment, just simply because I'm trying to organize everything around it, as well as setting up the Patreon and the pages and the marketing for it, etc. And making trailers for it is taking up some time. But that is the dates. May and summer are when the big launch happens. So fantasy should be coming out in May, and then summer is my big sci-fi launch, which I remember talking to you about the sci-fi animated battle map so long ago. And just with everything that's gone on, this is finally what's given me a chance to get to it. This is the year where I launch them. And you know what? I'm so excited. I might just slip into Arnold again and tell you want to look up 2D storyteller animated battle maps for your table. It'll make it brilliant. It'll make it awesome. Arnold gives us his guaranteed recommendation.
Awesome. I look forward to those things.
Gamer. Don't be a puny weak gamer. Get an animated battle map digital tabletop. Do it now. Do it now.
Awesome.
Sorry,
it's nice to have such a reputable spokesman.
Well, thank you, Arnold. I appreciate it. All right.
So, tell us, how can people find you and your stuff?
Well, it's surprisingly easy. I seem to be the only 2D storyteller company out there. So just look for 2D storyteller. Google my name. My main hub at the moment is Facebook. I've got a Facebook page on there. Like that, follow that, and you'll be updated on everything that goes on. Also, 2D storyteller on Twitter. I always put links out to new packs that come in, things that are going on. That will give you a good feed in. 2D Storytellers also on Drive-Thru RPG. So check me out on there. Google 2D Storyteller and most of my stuff will come up. I'd look forward to seeing you. I hope you get on board, and I look forward to making some fantastic things to inspire GMs. That is my ultimate mission statement. Ooh, also, while I got time, I'm sorry, I'm monopolizing a podcast.
Go.
But I've got a new pack coming out, which is kind of leaning into the Ravenloft thing a little bit. I know it's not Traveller. I apologize for being so crass to hijack you a little bit. But for those fans of Ravenloft, I've got something coming soon, which is in the same kind of structure as my interactive battle maps before, with the Dwarven Mountain, etc., except set in the grim, dark, gothic Ravenloft-style world.
Awesome. And what about your Patreon? How do people find that?
That will be still under the name 2D Storyteller. So that should, when it goes live, I'll be shouting from the rooftops. So if you want to get on board my Patreon, then get on board my Facebook or my Twitter. Both will be shouting from or my Instagram, which I'm not that active on yet because I'm a boomer. So I'm still learning these wonderful toys. But they will all be screaming from the rooftops when our Patreons go live. So like and follow on my Facebook, Twitter, 2D Storyteller on Instagram as well. And I
And
will be
YouTube,
letting
all
you
those
know.
places.
YouTube, yeah, all the major places. Google 2D Storyteller, and you should find me.
Fantastic. Well, Neil, we've come to the end of our interview.
Again, parting is such a sweet sorrow, Cyborg.
Ah, yes.
Mr. Prime.
Well, folks, I'm your host, Frank Sicardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and I've been talking today with my friend Neil Thorpe of 2D Storyteller.
And Arnold, go and check out 2D Storyteller on Google 2D Storyteller now. Go do it now. Thank you, Arnold. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Prime, for having me back again.
You're very, very welcome. And Neil, thanks for participating in our 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. I hope you'll join us again next year.
Of course. Always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. And thank you, dear listener, for joining us for the 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. That's all for now, travelers. Until next time, happy traveling.
This data crystal was self-destructing.
And we're back. Hello, everybody. Well, it wasn't that interesting, Mr. 2D Storyteller.
And we're back. You got to give him permissions in here.
I think he does. I think he's just already turned him. He's muted, double muted. Get yourself unmuted, Mr. 2D Storyteller.
That was a really good interview. I liked it a lot.
Oh, thanks. Yes, he's a real fun guy, and
yeah, he had me rolling on the floor there at the end.
Yeah, you should have heard before the interview. We were like cracking up. Like he had a whole like stand-up comedy routine with Arnold. It's quite quite brilliant.
Amazing.
Yeah. So Neil, if you're trying to chat in the Discord, but we can't hear you because you are both muted and deafened. But you did that to yourself. You brought it on yourself. So I can't unmute. I can't unmute you. Anyway, I hope you can hop in here with us and choose the next winner here. We have a
showed up at his door, giving him a hiding.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me like that.
There he goes. And
hello.
Here he is. Great.
Hello.
Hey, Neil.
Hey, Neil.
Hello there. How you doing?
You brought Arnold with you. Yes, good.
Welcome to the after party.
Discord.
It's really nice to be here with you. Oh, yes.
Yes. Hey, Arnold and or Neil, thanks for joining us, and thanks for the interview. And your stuff is really cool.
Thanks for having me, man. It was a lot of fun. It always is, Mr. Prime.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, hey, man, we're going to give away a copy of Hostile Organism.
Indeed.
All right. So, and no need to like actually have a thing on your face or like look closely at an egg. This will come to you on your Roll20.
But it would help.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, who's the unlucky space marine? Pick a number between 1 and 625.
I've got to pick a number between 1 and 625.
Yes.
Yeah, ask Amberzone.
Amberzone.
There's no dice rolling button.
My God.
Yep. You can do it. I believe in you.
Go on then. I'll pick 43.
43.
43. That sounds really unimaginative because there's so many numbers to pick from. But
You could have chosen
43.
42.
damn, he's right. That's the answer.
All right. 43. John from Hotmail. You have won a copy of Hostile Organism for BTT for Roll20. Congratulations. Yay.
Yes, John. I hope you like it. And if not, I'll come round where you live and crush you like a cracker over some soup.
We need to add some like applause and sound effects for next year. You know, like we have a studio audience. That'd be funny.
Use the Willem scream.
Amazing.
No,
Okay.
you know what you got to use, Mr. Prime. You got to use the big Jim Slade.
All right, guys. Well, we're running a little behind schedule, so I'm trying to tighten it up here. Just want to be tight. We're running about 10 minutes late, so let's get on to our next interview, which is with my friend. Before we go on to the next interview, Craig Gleasoner. Squadron Strike has a teaching game going on right now, so you can get to that over in the Learn Squadron Strike channel on Discord, or you can go directly to Ad Astra's Discord server if you already have it. You can also get to it through our website, which is over here, the cyborgprime.com/Mayday2022. And there will be links directly to their site. So what is Squadron Strike? It's a turn-based 3D space combat simulator. You fly your traveler ships around. You see the other traveler ships. They see you. You plot your course. You move them. You fire weapons. You see it all in this 3D realm in your browser, and it has SSDs down the side, like to track your hits and your weapon arcs. It's really, really cool. We have an interview coming up with those guys in a bit. But if you want to go check out their teaching game, you can flip over right there right now. That's going on right now. So let's continue on with our parade of interviews with Mr. Craig A. Gleasoner, creator of the Herald class starship. All right, crew, go mute. Silence. Here we go, guys. Thank you all. Thank you. See you soon.
Good day, Mr. Briggs. Please select an agent for your next mission. Scanning Imperial Agent Database. Qualified agent found. Agent ID, Craig A. Gleasoner. Agent cover story, President, Thornwood Darmalud, LLC. Details as follows.
Greetings, travelers, and welcome to Traveler Mayday Mayday 2022, sponsored by CyborgPrime Games. You can find me at cyborgprime.com or by searching for my name in the Facebook search tool, or find a link in the video description below. Thanks for joining us for our 4th annual Mayday Mayday Traveler Day event. It's a day we celebrate Traveler and all its additions and offshoots for all the fun times it's given us around the gaming table with friends and family. I'm your host, Frank Sucardi, also known as Cyborg Prime, and today I'm happy to introduce our guest, Craig A. Gleasoner of Thornwood Darnalud LLC. Welcome, Craig.
Hey, thank you much. Pleasure to be here.
Thanks for coming back.
No, thank you for having me. Kind of shocked you asked me the first time. I'm like, I'm nobody.
Well, I'm glad you volunteered. You've been here since the beginning, so thanks for your continued support. Means a lot.
Yeah, as long as I'm around.
So Craig, tell us about yourself. Introduce yourself. Who are you, and what do you do?
Craig A. Gleasoner, president of Thornwood Darnalud LLC. I make traveler stuff. I game. I'm a kitty dad. That's pretty much my life.
All right.
I'm terribly boring. That's the point of being a hermit. You get to be terribly boring until people want your advice, and then you could be like, "Oh well, since I haven't talked to anybody in a year."
Travel over this obstacle course, and then maybe I'll dole out some wisdom.
Yeah, well,
climb a mountain.
Introvert.
Yeah, where do you prefer your hermitage? In the desert, on a mountaintop, In the
No,
swamp?
dead in the city, dude. I
Oh,
like
in the city?
delivery.
Oh, okay. Right. I'm a city dwelling
I'm a
hermit.
modern hermit. I'm
Yeah, okay.
aesthetic, oh, I'm gonna live on rice and water and bugs. No, screw you, buddy. I like the modern ones. I have a phone. Seriously though, Tibetan monks, man, you gotta check them dudes out, man. Everybody thinks they're all scrabbled and poor and stuff, and it's like, but they're still modern people, so they still have iPhones.
Yeah, right. Of
And
course.
sunglasses for when it's bright out,
Right.
It's not like they were like, ooh, technology. They're not Luddites people. They're monks. There's a difference.
So, Craig, where are you from, and where did you grow up? Where are you living now?
Milwaukee with brief stints in Illinois, central Illinois, in farmland, in a tiny town called Peoria, which at least had cool steamboat races every year, and New York City, land of TV, movies, and capital of planet Earth for a year. But I learned to live there. And then, I'm back here in Milwaukee because that's where all my friends are, and it's where I grew up. I don't know. I hate the cold. You'd think I knew somewhere warm, but nope.
Oh,
Because
that's
they
nice.
have bugs and poisonous snakes. I'm just like, yeah, no.
You definitely don't want to go to Australia. Everything's poisonous.
Good God, Australia.
Although they have
Well,
those
pretty soon
ginormous
we will.
coconut crab things that they're like the size of dogs, like ginormous
I
hermit
know.
crabs. Look them up
I
on
know
Google
one
if
in
you
my
want to
home.
scare yourself with a giant crab.
Whatever, dude. I've seen spider crabs. I've seen all the nasty things because I'm into that stuff. But yeah, no, dude. Every time I see that coconut crab, I'm just like, oh, but how tasty is it?
Wait,
That's
does
a
coconut
lot of
describe how it
crab.
tastes, or what it's best with?
Yeah, I mean, I want some. I mean, maybe. I mean, this is deadly poisonous or something. You
Right.
got to be careful with Australia.
Yeah.
Like 95% of the shit there apparently can kill you, according to most Australians.
Yep.
Including the continent. Wander off in the wrong way. Oops, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they'll find you in 100 years. Oh yeah.
Yeah, my friend he's from Australia, calls them like murder noodles or something like that, or.
Oh yeah, I can believe that, murder noodles. I love this modern trend of naming animals more accurately than what we actually think of them, like trash panda.
Right, yeah, trash panda. So,
yeah, kind of, because the red panda is technically more associated to a raccoon than a bear.
Yep.
Oops.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, trash panda may be more accurate.
That's right.
Biology is cool, kids. Weird, but cool.
Do you have any hobbies aside from gaming and doing traveler stuff?
Reading, looking up weird science stuff, reading the occasional study because I need to know something and I need to know it proper, or at least have a grounded idea of what the hell I'm talking about.
So you read mostly like technical documentation, or?
Not since I'm in my 20s and I finally gave up on I need to know everything about the police and the military because, wow, they're kind of authoritarian and I'm kind of not anymore.
Right.
So, I mean, it's really weird watching this war in Ukraine and just be like, I had to rewatch videos on how to recognize a BMP from a BTR. When I was a kid, I knew it. I could have given you stats and poured out volumes of data because I'm a nerd and I know stuff. I'm kind of a little military otaku. And not that I knew the term at the time, but And now I'm like, yeah, it's a Russian tank. I think it's a modern one because it's flatter, less rounded on the top.
So,
Is it D80? I don't know.
What are your favorite things to read these days?
Gosh, honestly, I can't lie. I've been kind of going back and forth between Charles Strauss and his laundry files whenever he pumps one of those bad boys back out because I've read them all already. I mean, because screw Lovecraft, he's a racist and kind of a douchebag.
Mm-hmm.
But Charlie, and that man's on his stuff. I've read his blogs, and like he's writing these books. Like he's doing proper science fiction. Hey kids, if you subtract all the weird parts out, there's some things to be said here. Maybe technology is kind of super ubiquitous now, and a lot of people just don't know how that shit works. I mean, which is kind of fun because I grew up in the days when like portable computer was kind of like the military meant portable weapons system. It could weigh up to 50 pounds.
Yeah, like the entire K-Pro computer was like contained in this like suitcase thing, like towed around.
My dad had an Osborne.
Yep.
And that's exactly what it was, a big aluminum case with a keyboard on it.
Yeah, the keyboard was actually like the lid or something, right? It clamped on.
Yeah, it had two little silver luggage
little
latches.
buckles, yeah, luggage
on
buckles.
The side,
Yeah.
You pop that off, and it had a little cord that you could pull out. And then there was the big phone modem with the phone where you plug the handset of the landline into the machine, and it made AOL noises before AOL.
Yep. It didn't even, right. They didn't even really have modular jacks yet. Or for some reason they didn't plug it into the modem, right? Because you had to have an old school phone that had the receiver and the speaker as two separate things that could plug into these rubber boots. Yeah.
Yep, different inputs and outputs. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you had a slimline phone, or that's what they're called now, right? This slimline phones, those wouldn't work.
You'd be outie 5,000, my friend. But also back in the days when you could, program the telephone system with the Captain Crunch whistle. Oops. Yeah.
So, do you have any sci-fi books or TV shows or movies that inspire you as far as like science fiction?
Well, honestly, just got into this discussion on a Facebook post the other day, and I had to admit, like my three favorite authors are all women.
Oh yeah, which ones?
I started on McCaffrey because I got into the Dragon Riders because, of course, I'm a nerd.
Okay.
And I'd read Lord of the Rings already and the Silmarillion in my high school library, so I was into whatever else I could get. And then I found her Federation and her talents, and I was like, oh, she does more than that. And I really liked Federation. I liked the fact that they were like, Dinosaur Planet was a book I reread as a child a lot because it had those weird, the silicon-based life forms who were secretly kind of maybe running everything and not telling everybody everything because they were an old race. And the mutiny that happens and the fact that all of a sudden the heavy worlders, totally honestly, I got to say, I'm not usually a fan of Daryl Sweet in his cover arts, but that Dinosaur Planet dude, he made those heavy worlders look dangerous and just, they looked like they'd come from a world with heavier gravity. And between him and McCaffrey, that's kind of where my heavy worlders are coming from in a way. I can't lie. That's my inspiration with those two people. And then McMaster Bujold for the Miles Berkosigan, who I named my second new ship's cat after. Because he's little and he's always little and he's a fighter. But he's smart. So and of course CJ Cherry and Jane, who's, oh my god, I'm blanking on Jane's last name, but her wife basically, for the Alliance Union universe, and of course the Compact Space novels. And she's doing new Alliance Union. Yay, we're finally getting Origins.
All right.
Back in the original. So those are pretty much my favorite. Of course, the sprinkling of Niven and Cornell and Heinlein, of course, because old school.
Right.
For me, my generation. Not like Marcus Dumarest and stuff.
Right. I've never managed to read a Dumarest, but I had jury duty recently, and I read a ginormous Heinlein collection.
I read the very first novel. I found it on books, and I was like, I got to at least read it. And sure enough, it opens up with it being pulled out of cryo sleep or out of low berth, and low berth is not used for humans; it's used for animals. Which immediately tells you he is not the most legal of dudes.
Right.
About sometimes you get the bad ones where they just put everybody to sleep, and by to sleep I mean euthanize them and steal all their shit and dump the bodies in space. Oops.
Right.
And the high class people basically stay in little rooms where they're mostly on drugs. It's like, wow. It's like, this is where space travel started. No wonder it was so damn harsh in the little black books. It was like, yeah.
Yeah, you got the low lottery of how many people are going to croak. Kind of grim. Risky.
I can't lie, dude. There's an article I've been wanting to write, and I really should get down to writing it about the technologies and the different technologies of low births, because it's just so damn predominant. But the tech levels between, in Traveler can go wildly extreme. I mean, you've got like 9 where we've just discovered jump drive and gravity control. Woo! And we're still putting people to sleep with chemicals, hoping they wake up.
Right.
And you're gonna get to like tech level 15 where it's just like, yeah, we're starting to experiment with stasis capsules for real emergency situations in like military vessels. Ever since we found the black globe, we realized we could do some really cool shit with screens. Yeah, so I mean, there's got to be a big difference between jumping in some crappy little TL12 trader, or even worse, some tech level 9 barely out system trader that's like, from some world that just discovered star travel, versus, I'm taking a tech level 15 liner and they're going to have a medic there. And this guy's going to be serious, probably like a ship surgeon who's basically responsible for making sure I don't die when they pull me out.
Right.
And also different methods. So, yeah, I should probably do that soon.
I know you're not a big fan of H.P. Lovecraft, but it was just brought to mind the Whisperer in Darkness, where in order to do space travel, you have your brain taken out and put it in a like cylinder, and then
the MiGo.
Yeah, and then the MiGo fly it to the other, fly it off into space. Mm-hmm. So, what tech level is that, where you put your brain in a case and send it exploring space?
18, maybe 18? 16. Actually, no, 15.
Why not take your whole body?
Technically under T5, remember, there is the possibility for an organic brain ship's computer. We had discussion about whether or not you should the Zodani put a nameplate discussing who the donor is for the clone brain that's running the ship's computer.
Mm-hmm.
And whether or not they could have psionics. And I think we decided, no, can't give the ship psionics because that's just OP.
It could be human-sized psionics. I mean, it doesn't have to be ship-sized because it is still a human-sized brain, right?
Oh, yeah. But mostly.
What about telepathic controls? That could be cool.
Honestly, well, technically, Zodani, most Zodani ships come with those.
Oh, standard. Yeah, I suppose so.
As you remember, that's one of those points I made in the Herald. It's one of the few Imperial ships that has TP, door switches and stuff, because, it was meant to go into Zodani space, but they're going to expect to be able to just mind flick a door open.
Mm-hmm.
None of that, boop, boop, boop stuff. I'm like, no, this is my mental signature. It's me. Open up.
Right.
So, again, I have Zodani leanings. I know. I'm terrible.
So, tell me how you got into gaming. What was your first experience with RPGs like?
In the Child Adolescent Treatment Center in Milwaukee County, where I had a kid in there who they allowed to have his D&D books. And he found out I was a nerd. And he was like, you want to try this game? It's called Dungeons and Dragons. And I'm like, sure. And like he laid out the classes, and I was in my little sociopathic, maybe on the way phase before I became a human being. And I was like, thief class, I'm that. Let's do this shit. And I made my way through the entire dungeon, got to the throne of many gems, 99, the ultimate thief's greed trap. There's 99 magical gems, and they do 99 magical things, but you don't know what they are. And like a dummy, I sat on the throne, and I said, okay, I press this one here on the arm. And he goes, clack, clack, clack. Oh, I'm so sorry. What? I'm so sorry. You're disintegrated. Like, no save. I get a saving throw. No, you don't.
That was like the worst thing you could touch. Like, it was like the big red gem.
It was disintegrated, because remember in the old days there was no fucking death save. Either you made your save, and this one was directly designed to kill the person in the chair.
Right.
So I mean, and that was the very first time I also got to see behind the screen. because he literally just lifted the screen up so I'd realize, and he kept his hands above the screen the entire time he was talking.
Did you get
So
mad?
he lifts up the screen, and he comes and shows me. He's like, "Come over here, look at the dice," and then he shows me the chart. And it was just like, oh. So yeah, my literally very first role-play game experience was getting killed. And the masochist to me was like, I want to do this some more.
Again.
Ever since. Oh yeah.
Well, it seems like
Oh,
yeah, no, that's surprising. I know a lot of people, my friends' kids mostly, who, you know, if that happened to them, they, you know, they made it all the way through the dungeon, and then the last thing, you know, they get like basically meaninglessly killed. They would be very upset. They might not come back.
no, it was because he was honest about it. He was like, "You just got killed by RNG, bro."
Right.
Like if people bitch about getting killed by RNG nowadays, and I'm like, that was literally the first thing I ever basically had in gaming, and RNG total kill.
Mm-hmm.
Quit your bitching. It's part of the game. It's along with the grind. Sometimes you just die.
Right.
That's why I love video games, dude.
Well, you know,
they
plus, you know, it's up to the GM. He can,
reload.
right. Yeah, no, they're pretty harsh. The GM can fudge things though and go, roll again, you know, or like take the better of 3 rolls, or like, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what computer and video games got that the PNP doesn't.
Right.
Reload, saves come. I didn't get the roll. Let me reload. Didn't get the roll. Let me reload. Didn't get the points I want. Click for another set of stats. Another set of stats. 18, no double lot. Ooh,
I'll take that for my fighter, right?
Yeah, no, dude. Excuse you. I played Magnus of Thornwood Archmage.
Of course.
Who was also whose catchphrase was "I'm buff," because he was 18, 16, 18.
Nice.
18, 11, 16.
That's a lot of 18s.
It was all natural too. No bullshit. There were witnesses. I legit rolled that. That was his legit character stats. And he has been. That's why the name.
Did you? So what was that first game was D&D, and then so you hooked up with another delinquent, and you guys played D&D, and then you fell in love with the game, not with the delinquent.
Oh yeah. Committed, baby.
We've been together ever since.
Yeah.
No, D&D, I mean.
Oh yeah, dude, yeah, playing D&D in the '80s, where you were obviously some sort of secret Satanist or something retarded. It's just like
it'll never live that down, will it? I guess.
Yeah. Oh my God, the Satanic Panic. It's like, dude, I don't even believe in Satan, really. Honestly, if you ask me at the point of a gun. Sorry.
What? One of my best friends.
I just like vicarious counter fantasies.
Right.
Yeah.
One of my best friends who's a big gamer now. When I first introduced him to gaming, he found out we were playing D&D, and he goes, "D&D, isn't that Satan worshiping game?" And I go, "Yeah, you want to play?" And he goes, "Sure," because he was suspect, and he wanted to see what it was really about. And then when we ended up playing Traveler or whatever, and he saw it wasn't evil or whatever, then
yeah,
he loved it, you know. And he plays D&D and everything else because it's not that, you know.
That is good to hear.
Yeah.
Good. I always like bringing more into the tribe.
Yeah, it's just using your brain. I mean, even if you're religious, God gave you a brain, use it.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
give you creativity if that's what you believe, you know.
Fair enough. Indeed, like I love when people are like, "God wanted us to fly, he would have gave us wings, but he did give us smarts to fill the airplanes, right?"
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
Evolution. Pick your pick.
Well,
gotta pick one.
Yeah.
Natural causes or divine. Either way, we got airplanes.
Exactly.
So apparently we can fly. Oh,
So
yeah,
tell me about how you kind of transitioned from D&D into Traveler.
The UWM third floor union, baby. We played everything from this game called Crime Fighters, which was a 5-page game about crime busting in the 30s that we'd gotten out of a Dragon magazine, to Villains and Vigilantes, to D&D, to traveler eventually. And since I was already part of the group at that point, I was in. And Octavian in space for the win.
Did you? Were
Hmm?
you? What was it about Traveler that piqued your interest or that brought you back for a second game?
I am a child of the Apollo age. Men walked in the moon in my youth. And my mom, for all her problems and everything I say bad about her, I will always be happy about the fact that at 5:30 in the morning, she came down and got me up to watch their last moon launch. Because she knew it was, and I didn't until it was over. And I kind of missed the fact that we had a chance there to advance humanity to the stars, and we screwed up because basically it was just propaganda for both sides, and it was really disheartening. It disheartens me now, except for the fact that like even there's a war going on. Our space here, our science people are kind of like, but it's kind of dumb, and maybe we could stop.
Right.
It's like it hurts everybody. You're not winning anything, even if you win. Ask America.
Was there something that you looked forward to technologically wise when you were a kid that you thought you'd have when you grew up, like flying cars or like a moon base or something like that?
Yeah, regular space travel and robots. Can't I lie? Androids. I thought they were the coolest. I mean, yeah, I wanted to be out there. I mean, planet Earth's cool and all, but my heart's always been in the stars. They showed me space as a child, and I was like, I'm hooked. I'm in. Let's do this.
I'm glad we have a space station.
Like, yeah, but the truth is, our space station could be better. I mean, we really do at this point to have the technologies to build something maybe with its own gravity. Finally, guys. I mean, we've had the whole idea of build it round and then spin it for artificial gravity since like the 60s. Maybe we could do that instead of sending people up into space for a year where their bones just disintegrate and stuff and their muscles degenerate. Not because they're not exercising, just because space is mean and it's trying to kill you harder than the ocean, which also, I don't know what it is about me. I mean, it's funny. I hate going on boats. Even though you can swim and float in water, you can still stay in contact with the air. There's stuff you need to live. But I want to go to space where, like, literally, if all the air runs out, you just die.
Yep.
You get freeze dried. That's it.
Yep,
bang,
freeze dried.
Game over.
Human jerky. Well, first you get the bends real bad.
Oh yeah, shush.
The super bends.
The thing that kills me all about, like, you remember when Gravity came out?
Yeah.
And they had the commercial and they'd show this Kessler syndrome starting and they're always like, nobody could imagine it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, imagine it. That's like my worst nightmare. I am trapped in a space disaster in a suit with 8 hours of air.
Right.
There's nothing more horrifying than realizing that you just basically got to sit there and watch that counter go down. Try not to panic because that just uses it quicker.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, all of those games are like, that's a stat. Here's your health meter, here's your stamina meter. Oh, here's how much oxygen you have to live, turkey. Don't run out till you just die.
Yep. Well, floating out in your spacesuit is maybe at least more of a chance, at least for a little bit more life than plummeting to Earth in space junk. I don't know.
If it comes to that, dude, I'm gonna go out like Dark Star. I'm gonna find me a chunk and surf down, baby.
Surf down on an antimatter bomb. Ride it down like a
like a surfboard.
Yeah,
it's like that dude.
Yep. Did he ride it like a surfboard, or was he riding it like a buck and bronc, like yeehaw, like
no,
Catch 22?
You're confusing that with Dr. Strangeglove.
Oh yeah.
No, in Dark Star he rides it down on a surf doing his little hang ten move.
Right.
It's dope. Oh god, that movie. How could it live? It was full of air, guys. God, I hope we're not having chicken tonight. I know I hate chicken. I mean, it was full of air. How could it live if it was full of air? Maybe we'll have roast beef. I love roast beef. Poor Sergeant Pinback. I'm not even supposed to be on this mission.
They got the captain had a injury along the way, and so they've got him in deep freeze, and he's barely conscious. And yeah,
Oh yeah.
yep.
Those,
they consult him sometimes.
Tell me one thing. What, Captain? What? Did the Dodgers win? This is not the time, Captain. The bomb's about to explode. Oh God. It's not surprising that they went on to make such good movies later with real money. You know, it's like, dude, have you seen their student film? It's balls crazy funny, dude. It had me rolling regularly, and it's cheap as hell.
So, do you remember your early Traveler games and what got you hooked?
The same thing that makes me always want to play nobles. I got to be the prince of an empire. You know, basically, literally was Octavian. You know, I'm like, ooh, this is cool. I get an entourage of my own spaceship fleet. And then I, you know, kind of like the scout service because those are the kind of, you know, books I read sometimes. And yeah, I liked it because it was science fiction. And I hadn't been exposed to any other games by that point. So for me, it was the science fiction role-playing game. And also those little black books were cool. You collect a whole bunch of them and throw them in a backpack. You had an entire setting to play with. I mean, and I liked making starships and sectors. That was my thing. Rolling up starships, rolling up subsectors next to Regina in one of those empty places, you know, like not quite in the Forehaven, but pretty much close. And then, yeah, I would just make those up and make up ships and occasionally wrangle my friends into playing with me. Even though I don't think any of them really actually like the game like I do. Belongs. Yeah.
Yeah, we need some. You need to print some new ones up, brother.
Oh God, I wish. It would just be so cool. That's why I love this making steak out of, you know, muscle tissue and cells and stuff. It's like, guys, we're just so close to actually being able to clone, you know, build pieces of human bodies for transplants.
Yep.
Which would be just so cool. Like, oh, your spleen got blown up in a car accident? No problem.
Right.
know?
We'll have one ready for you in a couple of days.
Yeah, we're just gonna put you on this machine for a while and then bang. You know.
Although medical technology is like coming along pretty well. I mean, my friend had it. They have a procedure where they get like some pig skin or something, and then they can flush all the DNA out of it, and it just leaves like the cartilage lattice behind, and then your own skin overgrows that, and they use it to patch like bad injuries or.
I know.
In my friend's case, it was a bad hernia operation gone horribly wrong.
Yeah. I worry about those since I have a gastrointestinal disease anyway.
Yeah. They did all kinds of things. They put all kinds of mylar things in there, and they just got infected, and they wiped out his belly button. We were teasing him that he was a clone. Now he was a clone. Prove that you're not a clone. We were just trying to make the best of a bad situation. But
yeah, you're that. Trust me.
Eventually recovered thanks to that technology.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it weren't for plastics, I wouldn't be probably alive either. So
right.
I'm pretty okay with that.
So what eventually inspired you to create the Herald class yacht?
Literally, like I needed a ship for the 8 players for my T5 beta test over on Cody, the Citizen to the Imperium website, who made me a mod.
Oh, you're a mod over there? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Apparently, I don't argue. I do. I argue. I basically go, here's my defense. And then Will would be like, yeah, that's nice, but you said retarded on our website, and that's definitely against the rules. So here's your infraction. And I was like, okay, I guess I was feeding, sign my ticket and run up, go away, you know? And, you know, he was just like, this is the rules. You broke the rules. What's it going to be from here? And it was like, it's going to be, I broke the rules. Sorry. You know? And, yeah,
I'm glad they didn't treat it heavy-handedly and boot you off. I mean, because people deserve a second chance, in my opinion, to apologize and make amends. You know.
No, honestly, dude, people think that the mods over on Cody are like, they're all mean and stuff. It's like, nah, dude. There are past serious discussions about, like, whether or not this person is just being. But as I was saying, the mods over there, there's always discussion about whether or not somebody gets dinged and how hard they get dinged. Unless you're obviously a spammer, in which case you're just gone.
Right.
Because, no spam bots.
Right.
But when it comes to actual members, a lot more second chances and third and fourth chances get given to people than they realize, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, maybe so. I posted something in the wrong forum or something when I was new there. And, man, I was so afraid that they were going to kick me out.
No. You have to be really egregious.
They were merciful. Yeah, no.
No, it's like, dude, if you're just being, like people who get into personal attacks, it's like, no, dude, you need to settle down now. I mean, you'll see if you've been there long enough, you'll see occasionally the tape will come up. Like, y'all need to settle down and we're closing the thread. And sometimes it's worse. Sometimes it's just the red tape comes down and it's just like, no, we shut this down. Y'all are out of hand. People could get very dinged here, but we're just going to shut it down before anybody gets dinged.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, modding is a lot more serious than people give it credit for. I mean, it's not. Maybe that's why they gave it to me, because I don't treat it like I'm authority. I can do whatever I want. I'm like, I'd rather not have to ding you, thank you.
Right.
Why don't you do paperwork? I'm like, any cop, I don't want to do paperwork. Maybe leave a laser on the ship. That's all I'm saying.
So how did you get involved in the Traveler 5 beta test? Was that through the Citizens of the Imperium forums, or?
Yep.
Okay.
And I saw a T5 beta forum private, and I was like, what? What T5 beta? There isn't a T5. And I go look, and I'm like, it's a real thing, and I couldn't quite get in. I'm like, okay, let's see who runs this. Don runs it. Okay. Hey, Don, I want in. And Don's like, but I don't see your name on the list of people who ordered the CD. And I'm like, but I'm a poor working guy and I can't afford it yet. But if you let me in, I promise on my words and Baron of the Imperium as a noble, I will damn well get it as soon as I can get it. And he let me in. And hell yeah, I got it. And started a game there. And I had 8 players and I needed a mission. So their mission was going to be take the Zodani ambassador from 1100 over to Zodani, pick up the new ambassador, bring him back, who may or may not be the same guy in 1105 who goes, oh, by the way, we're at war with you. Which I thought was a nice tie-in. And then Mark did a really cool thing. And in like the very first T5 Taz, I think, our journal has a little blurb in the news section about, the transfer of the Zodani ambassador, exchange of the ambassadors. And so none of them had high enough rank. I made my NPC count, and I gave him this brand new spanky yacht with telepathic switches and all that. And I drew out a basic look of it. And next thing I know, Mark Lucas was like, hey, I can make some plans and stuff for that. And he did. And then I had a ship and the game collapsed because of life, and I'm just terrible about that sometimes. But I was like, I could probably sell this, and I wanted, since I've been here at development, literally I've been in T5 in the beta, and I've been involved in a lot of sewing circle discussions. Let me see if Mark will give me a license, and he did, and he even renewed it. So yeah, and it keeps selling. And so now I'm working on other stuff finally.
Fantastic.
So, yeah.
So, you want to tell us? Oh, wait. Before we go on to that, we're doing, we're doing a theme this year, and it's agents. So, in Traveler, that would be, anybody from like James Bond and even like Austin Powers. But more seriously, like, the Prisoner or the Avengers, or maybe even, it would be any police officer or bounty hunter or law enforcement officer. Okay. Spanning the entire like sci-fi realm, what would your favorite agent? Your favorite sci-fi agent?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I don't know. And my heart goes out to Logan 5 because, like, the poor kid's a clone. And they gave him a rough mission. And if you read the book, it's even worse. I mean, that movie made that trip look way cooler than it is in the book. And the book is a weirder ending because they go to Mars, which is just like, wait, what? That's not how the movie went.
I never read the book. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's actually a book. That's one of the early books that started me on finding novelizations, or the novel that the book was based on, or that the movie was based on. And yeah, it's actually got a sequel, as I recall. And but also, honestly, I mean,
so Logan 5.
I got to give it to Sean Connery's Deputy Marshal on Outland.
Okay,
that was always pretty cool.
Also a popular choice.
I mean, the Lensmen are kind of cool because, you get the super psychic death powers of, I can do pretty much anything because it's kind of a Green Lantern ring. I don't know. I'm not really into the agent types much. I mean,
well, those are both good choices, I think.
Actually, I take that back. I do have one. Technically, Miles kind of counts as an agent of the Crown as well. I mean, he is kind of working for naval intelligence for his home planet because they kind of were like, well, we can't exactly fucking execute you because you're a noble's kid. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to stay in other spaces under this cover identity, and then you can do your mercenary thing and feed us all the intelligence you get. Also, Kevin Renner, Moon God's Eye. That poor bastard. And what's his name? Hiram, was it? No, the guy who's into the coffee. God, it's been so long since I read that.
I don't know that one.
Moon God's Eye?
No, I've never read it. I should.
Oh my God, yeah.
Everybody recommends it.
And even important now, one of my friends, I think it was Paul, Paul Sullivan, said that basically Niven and Pornell write better together than either of them does separately, and I have found that to be true. And so yeah, I found I was hanging out with science fiction nerds who were older than me by a couple of years, and so they started turning me on all these different books, and they really got me started on the Code Dominium. So,
cool.
Ship's cat.
Ship's cat. So what have you been up to since our last Mayday? Did you attend any? Well, I know with COVID, you probably didn't go to any conventions, but did you finish up any
conventions yet?
Finish any productions or start any new Discord servers? Or
I started. Yeah, I'm actually running the Discord server now. I am working still on the Shackleton, but I have gotten to the point now where actually I gave my quote-unquote lift infantry unit regiment over to Mike Barger, who did the T5 refit for the Scout, I think it was, over on drive-through.
Mm-hmm.
And he has done me up a military detachment once before for the game. I needed a bunch of guys to extract secret agents. And so he gave me a little layout, a little group unit. And so I was like, let me ask him if he'll help me with this. And he looked at it, and as usual, when I have an idea and I take it to somebody who's way more professional than I am and knows a lot more about that profession, being the military, and he was like, so here's the deal. Points to you for remembering logistics. But some of this stuff is definitely going to need some total whipping out and redoing.
That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
Yeah. So he's been kind of educating me, and we're building, or looks like we're going to end up with a composite unit of drop troops. So from going from a bunch of lift infantry, they're probably going to be more like a drop assault or strike unit from the looks of it. So more drop belts, more grab belts, more drop capsules. Some more high tech. I did get to tell him this one, which has always been kind of fun, which is like, Yeah, my university, Imperium, runs the capital world is tech level 18 natively. So, maybe throw in some TL16 equipment, because technically, even the new Traveler, Milieu, the Milieu 1900, is based with a tech level of like 16, 17, with some few things that might be 18 maybe. But I mean, it's definitely up the tech level a bit for Traveler.
Right.
So I figured, my tech levels go up to, 20 plus in my game, in my setting. So I'm like, yeah, it's time to start maybe adding some new high-tech stuff. Not everybody who plays Traveler, myself included, is all about like, I want shotguns in space. Land is cool, but I want phaser pistols. Sorry. I like energy weapons, kids.
Tell us a little bit about your Herald class yacht. A little bit more. What size ship is that?
800 tons, jump 3, I think maneuver 3, and power plant 4, because it has particle guns. And I actually was kind of pretending to pay attention to the EP. Good armor, wilderness refueling, because you never know.
Right, right.
And of course, the fine accoutrements, of which you've been really doing an amazing job on that virtual tabletop version.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'm still looking forward to seeing. What I've seen so far is, dude, I thought I knew how big it was, but I keep forgetting that one of my favorite pictures is kind of low res that Mark did, which is it's sitting on the deck basically on kind of a sandy color, and there's like 3 people down by the main airlock at the back, standing, and that just. I have shots of him where he basically took a scout and slapped it next to the model so that I could see the comparison size and everything. But nothing quite brought the skill of those 3 little dudes, those 3 little people standing at the back airlock, and just how huge the ship was compared to that. And you're doing the whole virtual tabletop version again, just brought it home like, oh yeah, that's 63 meters, 800 tons of ship.
Yeah, there's 5 decks. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the bottom deck is like, what, 30, 40 tons?
Yeah, there's not much to it. It's just the airlock, basically. But then they get bigger and bigger as you go towards the top, and the accommodations deck has, like, all these rooms and nicely appointed and stuff.
You did a bang-up job on that, by the way. Seriously. It's just...
thanks. The descriptions in the book helped make the deck plans pop and come to life better on the BTT for me. So
I'm glad that I did a good job then.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, and thanks for collaborating on that. It's totally awesome.
No, I appreciate it. I definitely am happy to see you go out because, yeah, I mean, I've got the one ship. Yes, Kitty, I love you. Hold on, because I didn't ship the cat once. Well.
What aspect of the Herald class yacht makes you most proud? Was it when you got that book in your hand for the first time?
Like I said, Stephanie's well, maybe I didn't this time. Stephanie's cover is amazing.
Yes,
and she did that for me. That thing is so banging. I mean, the color, right down to the colors, to the negative space use, just. I'm pretty sure it sells a lot more of that book than I'd like to, normally admit. I mean, I know my writing might not be too terrible, apparently, but that cover, I would buy that book.
Yeah, I like it. It's easy to find on my shelf because it's hardback.
Yeah. Well, I wanted a hardback book. I like hardbacks myself.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also Mark Lucas did a beautiful job at just rendering my kind of okay design into something really, really beautiful.
Yeah, it looks great.
Super pleased how beautiful it looks. So no, I'm not. It's the whole thing, dude. It was a beautiful collaboration of people working to make something that I wish I could own in real life.
So, what's your plans between this Mayday and next Mayday? You got some long-term production plans?
I'll maybe try to get that get the starter light package put together, so I have an actual setting, document to show people. So like, here's $5. Check it out. It's like 16 pages of stuff. It shows you what my starting empire looks like, and then still working on the Shackleton, and hopefully, have a really cool salvage rescue ship and a couple of variants like the liner and the mercenary cruiser and a fuel tender, because the whole point of the Shackleton was like, everybody builds warships, because they're cool and they're fun and you get to play space combat with them. But there's a whole slew of ships out there besides that. The world is not just destroyers. So that's pretty much where I'm at there. And then, I don't know, it's like one of the many other projects I have. I mean, technically, I still have a scout ship to finish and a 600-ton subsidizer far trader to finish as well. So, yeah, I got tons of stuff under the back burner, and I wish my staff was more than just me. And, a couple of really cool artists.
Better get cracking. Get cracking, Craig. You got a fan base depending on you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm surprised there's 10 people almost on the Discord already, since I just really kind of opened it up proper. So yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah, promote it around, and we'll link it up this video, and we'll help spread the word.
Yeah. Oh God.
Quick, close the airlock door.
Be responsible some more.
Who sent you? Was it CyborgPrime?
Oh my God. No, it's
So Craig, how do people contact you and find your products? Do you have a website, social media, e-store, Twitter?
I have the drive-through RPG spot, page, of course, which has got our character sheet and the Herald. I got a Facebook page, Thornwood Darnaloot LLC, and I now have the Discord, which is also Thornwood Darnaloot LLC. That's pretty much it on the whole sociable aspects of it. I don't really have a YouTube channel because I don't make videos. Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Pretty much the soul of it. I have the drive-through RPG, the Facebook, and the Discord. That's me. Well, that's the company anyway.
Right. Well, cool. All right, man. Well, it's been so nice chatting with you. We've come to the end of our interview.
Yes, okay, cool. I will let me know when the ship books and stuff. And again, congratulations on number 4 year. I hope to be here for number 5.
Thank you. I hope you'll return.
See you in another year, maybe.
Fantastic. And well, I'm glad that we're connected online, because we can chat more often. We don't have to wait for a year.
There's that too. Thanks for hanging on my Discord.
Absolutely. All righty, guys. Well, folks, I'm your host, Frank Siccardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and I've been talking today with my friend Craig Gleesner of Thornwood Darnaloot LLC, maker of the Herald class yacht, which is a fun little, big yacht for your your traveler nobles to fly around in space. So check out that product. Craig, thanks so much for participating in our 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. I hope you'll join us again next year.
I hope to. That's the plan. And thanks for having me again.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming. And thank you, dear listener, for joining us for the 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. That's all for now, travelers. Until next time, happy traveling.
This data crystal will self-destruct in 5.
All right, we're slowly catching up with our time schedule. And let's see. Anybody, that was interesting. Does anybody want to, any of the crew want to do the next prize drawing? Unless Craig Craig wants to come in here and do it himself, but I'm not sure. I don't see him in the chat.
I mean, if Cats does anything like that.
Say again, Monk?
I just saying, if Cats does any draw, he's just going to steal the prize.
Yeah, he's just going to take it for himself. Let's give him a sec to pop in here, and otherwise the show must go on. We have tons of stuff, like way more prizes than we got a ton of prizes, guys. And whoever wins the grand prize at the end of the day is going to win like a crazy gigantic prize pack.
Bundle.
Yeah, big prize bundle with almost all the things that we gave out during the day. There's some things that aren't included, but get something else better instead. So yeah, it's really someone's going to make out with a big valuable prize bundle at the end of the evening here. So let's see if we can get Craig to come in here. Let me give him one more little time to get in here. Otherwise, we'll have the Honorable Admiral Crow do the drawing.
I say.
Wait. Magnus has just chimed in. The number is 365, all right? Number 365, you're going to win a hardback signed copy of the Herald Yacht, Herald Class Yacht by Craig Gleesner. Thank you, Craig.
Sure.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. 365. Danny Kane, you win. You win this copy of the hardback of Herald Class Yachts. Yay! Congrats. I will pass your email on to Craig, who will fulfill that for you. And let's see. If you didn't win, don't be sad. There's another opportunity to get a copy of this in the grand prize at the end of the night. So let's get caught up on prizes. How about we give out another prize? Crow, you want to pull the number for this one?
Yeah. All right.
Okay. This is a gift certificate.
From.
All right. I'll tell you. This is a gift certificate for Drive-Thru RPG, sponsored by our friend Dan Olson. Thanks, Dan, for helping to sponsor the prizes this year. So this is a $20 gift certificate to Drive-Thru RPG.
Great.
Mr. Crow, give me a number between 1 and 625.
All right, so the number is 242.
Number 242. Jason Saunders. You will win a $20 gift certificate to Drive-Thru RPG, Jason. Thank you so much.
Congrats, Jason Saunders. Woo!
Woo, yay! $20 worth of gift certificate at Drive-Thru RPG is a lot. I mean, it's like that can get you most of like a Traveler rulebook or a couple of expansions. It's pretty sweet. And thank you, Dan Olson, for sponsoring that. Dan has also sponsored the prize for the carousing contest, which is going to be a $30 gift certificate to Drive-Thru RPG. So get your get a song, poem, riddle, joke, short story together in time, and share it with us in the after party. So at the end of the event, Looking forward to hearing those things. Well, we have like so many prizes, guys. We got so many things to give away. Let's see. I'd like to quickly, though, thank my patrons, without whom this would not be possible. So I'd like to thank Ethan Bourdeau, Adrian Morgan, Jay Turley, Jeremy Rector, George Marsden, Omer Golan Joel, Brian Goff, and Jeff Kasmirsky. Thank you guys so much for being my patron and in true traveler style. Alrighty, guys. Let's move on. We're still 10 minutes out of whack with our timing, so we're going to move on to the next guest, Omer Golan Joel, who is from Stella Gamma Publishing. He's going to tell us what he's up to. So see ya on the other side.
Good day, Mr. Briggs. Please select an agent for your next mission. Scanning Imperial Agent Database. Qualified agent found. Agent ID, Omer Golan Joel. Agent cover story, President, Stella Gamma Publishing. Details as follows.
Greetings, travelers, and welcome to Traveler Mayday Mayday 2022, sponsored by CyborgPrime Games. You can find my Facebook page by searching for my name in the Facebook search tool, or find a link in the video description below. Thanks for joining us for the 4th Annual Mayday Mayday Traveler Day event. It's a day we celebrate Traveler and all its editions and offshoots for all the fun times it's given us around the gaming table with friends and family. I'm your host, Frank Zuccardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and today I'm happy to introduce our guest, my friend Omer Golan Joel of Stella Gamma Publishing. Welcome, Omer.
Hi.
How are you?
Doing well, given the political situation here in Israel, but everything is fine with me right now.
Oh, good. This is the 4th time you sat for an interview for the Mayday event, and you've been here since the beginning, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, Omer, tell us a little bit about yourself. Introduce yourself. Who are you, and what do you do?
I'm a 40 years old translator in my job, that is Hebrew English translator and content writer. And recently I moved somewhat away from my old job into part-time, almost full-time RPG publishing.
Awesome.
For Cepheus Engine and other systems, but especially Cepheus Engine and its derivatives such as Cepheus Deluxe.
Mm-hmm.
So right now I'm running Stella Gamma Publishing, which is probably one of the leading Cepheus Engine publishers.
Mm-hmm.
And we have great plans for the coming future, for the coming year.
Fantastic. I noticed that you had a lot of your titles are bestsellers on Drive-Thru RPG, so congratulations.
Thank you very much, and things are progressing very well. God willing, we will have a Mithril bestseller within a few months.
Fantastic. My dream. I'll get there someday. So tell us,
Yes.
where are you from and where did you grow up?
I was born in the States and moved to Israel at the age of 4. And right now, I studied for a master's degree in geography, of all things, and urban planning, but I ended up doing very different things in my life because there were very few jobs in this field, and most of them were in municipal settings, which aren't very pleasant, to say the least.
Okay. So, do you have any hobbies aside from gaming?
Yes, cooking especially.
Uh-huh.
I cook a lot of food for me, for my wife, for the family. I spend about an hour every day in the kitchen. All sorts of food. I'm trying to eat a bit healthier than before, but still.
You actually put out a cookbook at one point.
Yes, it wasn't written by me. It was written by another person, but by Hannah Saunders, and it was published through Stella Gamma Publishing. It's very good. I know her personally, and her cooking is excellent, simply excellent.
Was that Castles and Casseroles or something like that?
Cauldrons and Casseroles.
Cauldrons and Casseroles, right? Yeah, clever name. I always
Yes.
remembered it.
Yes, it's highly recommended.
Yeah, cool. So you like cooking? Do you like a particular kind of cooking? Like, you just do you just cook like local recipes, or
No,
do you
no, no,
like?
everything and a much wider range of tastes than my wife usually eats. We sometimes eat different things because I like to eat all sorts of weird stuff, and my wife eats simple local staples.
Mm-hmm.
She has a very simple taste, but cakes are another thing that I'm trying to avoid. But both of us are very, very enthusiastic into cakes.
Uh-huh. Tell me about your love of sci-fi. Do you have a favorite sci-fi book, TV show, or movie that you love or that inspires you?
I grew up in the 90s, so a lot of the books I read were from the 70s because it took a lot of time for stuff to get translated and brought to Israel back then.
Mm-hmm.
So I grew up on Larry Niven, Arthur C. Clarke, and of course Heinlein, all the classics.
Mm-hmm.
Cornell. Read them in my adolescence quite a lot. Then I got cable TV, so I had Babylon 5, which is excellent. I think it's one of the better sci-fi shows
Yes.
out there. And more recently, I play sci-fi video games ranging from Star Control 2 in the 90s to Mass Effect in the recent decade.
Do you prefer sci-fi role-playing games for your video games, or is it just pretty much any kind of sci-fi thing?
Anything sci-fi, also fantasy, but especially sci-fi,
Mm-hmm.
of all sorts, of all kinds, both in video games, in books, of course, and in television or film. I don't belong to any single fandom. That is, I consume everything.
I think it's a good idea to have a broad taste, not to be too focused on one thing. I like all science fiction pretty much. I don't really hate anything.
Yes.
So
I think people in fandom sometimes miss a lot.
yeah,
You have to broaden your horizons.
yeah. I'm like, hey, Star Trek, don't fight with Star Wars. Let's just all be star friends. Yeah.
Yes, just read everything, watch everything, play everything.
Exactly.
A lot of great stuff out there.
Right. So, what was your first role-playing game? How did you get into gaming?
I got into Dungeons and Dragons, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Second Edition.
Mm-hmm.
It was the only game we could get. Again, 90s in Israel, we weren't very well developed in this domain. We only had Second Edition AD&D, and we had the Basic and Expert D&D from an older issue, but everything was out of print back then in 1997. We got it. We got a few old dice. We started playing. We didn't know anything how to play or everything like that, but it was fun to learn as we go.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got into Shadowrun and Traveler. Shadowrun, of course, is very complex. I don't play it much right now because it doesn't fit my taste in terms of mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
In recent years, when you're a teenager and you have free time, it's much easier to play very complex games. But when you go up and you have your limited 3-hour session per week for each game, and you have to cram as much material as you can into the session to have the best enjoyment.
Right.
So I play somewhat simpler games right now. Shadowrun is one of the best settings out there. Very gonzo, very cool, but the mechanics don't fit it, I think.
I haven't played the recent editions, but I enjoyed the dice pools and things of the first and second edition.
Also enjoyed it, but again, it was extremely fun back then. But then I started finding that introducing new players to it was difficult. I might get back to it, or to one of its retro clones.
I GM'd a Shadowrun game for about a year and had between 6 and 8 players. I mean, people really like to play it, and I think it was a good crossover between fantasy and science fiction for a lot of people.
the setting is wonderful.
Mhm.
Simply, it's it's Gonzo.
Right.
It's everything put into one setting. It's playing a troll with pink mohawk and a minigun and crashing through everything. Big, all out Gonzo.
Yeah.
I think it plays best in the pink mohawks mode of play rather than the mirror shares mode of play. If you know the modes. That is playing it is more realistic. Cyberpunk, I don't think it's the best game for this.
Hmm.
It plays best if you just go all out with a Gonzo with badass cool stuff.
My players ended up being so rich that they found other reasons to adventure because money wasn't really an issue anymore. But it was funny because
Yes,
some of the players
yes.
never spent any money, and the other players got mad, and they're like, "Well, hey, I'm a biker. I don't have, I sleep on the floor. I don't have any expenses."
Yes, Traveler, it could happen as well.
Right.
Because the main advancement in classic Traveler is gaining money, gaining reputation, gaining influence. You
Right.
don't level up.
Right.
Yes.
Right. You level up
Alright.
through gear, I guess, through like bigger ships and
Yes,
hiring
and
crew entourage.
yes, and then I don't think there are a lot of mechanics that support it, but later building your own pocket empire,
Hmm.
if you know the book from Max Miller Traveler.
Right.
I don't think it's the only system that should be for it, but it's one of the systems. You start as a scout with an old ship, and you end up emperor. I
Right.
think it's one of the coolest things one of the coolest campaigns I should run in the future.
Yeah. That's I've always played in my own Traveler universe, but it's modeled loosely off the official setting, just as background stuff. Because usually my players like to play around on the frontier, so it's kind of far removed from the Empire's business.
Yes.
So yeah, it's cool that everybody can play it a different way, the way that suits them.
Yes, I think that I rarely play the official setting. I am developing some sort of fan version of the setting set in the Dark Nebula. If you know, wrote fanzine with it called Darkest Stars, and but still, most of the stuff I do is original settings rather than the official one.
Right. So how did you first find out about Traveler? What drew you to it?
Well, I was buying Shadowrun books. Back then, again, no official importation of the books, almost no internet purchases. So this guy who was importing it from abroad on business trips, he decided to sell it. He had a certain stock of it, so I talked with him. And we met at the crossroads in my town, and he sold a lot of books out of his car's trunk, simply. It was on
Seems
way
a little
to
shady.
military. Yes, it was completely shady because it again with all how the stuff works in the 90s. Right here, it was very very strange, but still one of the books he sold me Shadowrun books and said, well. I have another thing which is very very rare, which was and I'm selling it very cheap, and it was old 9 books in books 0 to 8 in one volume, a reprint of Classic Traveler. So I bought it, and I was hooked. It was it's science fiction like it should be. Some of it was it wasn't the didn't have Shadowrun's production quality. It's an older book,
Right.
but it has a soul, one of the biggest souls a system could have, a role-playing game could have. It was like
Go on.
it was like it's like I'm playing sci-fi like sci-fi should be, and I didn't find much about the setting originally, only at the reprint. But I read online. It was beginning of the internet. So started reading about the settings. Then the main introduction I had to the Third Imperium was New Era 102048, if you know.
Mm-hmm.
It was a setting, an official setting, which I'm not sure it's canonical right now, but official setting put out in the early 2000s, which took the new era of classic Traveler and took it 48 years into the future, and it has all this epic space opera stuff in it.
Right, yeah. So one of the things about Traveler that appeals to people is the character creation, the subsector creation, making systems and planets. What aspects of Traveler appealed to you? What did you spend all your time doing when you first started?
Originally, it's building settings and simply generating space. You had tools to describe your universe and everything in it, thinking about stuff, inventing universes, building ships, building worlds. Later, it's of course running it to people. And you can run anything you want in Classic Traveler. It's very modular. It's very flexible for modification. It doesn't get in your way in terms of rules, which is a very good thing. There are very popular rule sets right now of other games, which are very, very difficult to modify without breaking everything. Classic Traveler, everything is separate, so you want to plug in another combat system, no problem. You want to change character generation, no problem. Everything is plug and play.
That's a good point.
Yes, it's one of the best systems to write house rules for and write material for. It encourages this.
That's one of the things that drew me to it as well, was the modularity. Like, you could just buy the books that you wanted. You didn't have to own if you never were a merchant or a noble, you didn't have to have those books, and so that saved you some money.
Yes.
And I used to go and get decals and things and make up my own character sheets, and then go down to the local copy shop and print up a bunch of a billion character sheets, and then just sit down and roll characters. Come up with my own things.
I even used the Classic Traveler character generation system to teach myself to program a bit. In Python. It's very, very suitable for automation. Everything in Traveler is suitable for automation.
Yes.
Everything is procedural.
It's true. I do computer programs as a hobby, and one of the things that I did a while back was make a catalog, like a world code reader. So you could easily get all the data out of you didn't have to remember, what all the different codes meant. Very computer friendly. So you eventually went from playing Traveler to developing science fiction. What inspired you to create your These Stars Are Ours, for instance?
Originally, I wrote Outer Veil, which was an official third-party Traveler product. That is, in the first edition of Mongoose Traveler, they had the logo license. You didn't have to pay anything. You simply had to follow very basic rules, and you could claim compatibility with Mongoose Traveler first edition. And then several companies started publishing for it. I had an idea for a setting, so I spoke with Speaker Publishing, and I published through them Outer Veil, which was my first commercial role-playing game product, which is a near future, near Earth setting inspired by aliens and System Shock and several other things. I think I learned a lot since then. If I were to write it again today, it would have looked very, very different.
What would you change?
More focus on adventure and less on simply having a full sector of worlds with stats. More details for every world, more details for every faction. Again, less focus on the bigger picture, because at the end of the day, when you sit and play, much of what you do is, in the smaller scale, at least until very, very late in the campaign. And I think there are several approaches to designing a setting book in any RPG. One of them is the top-down method, which several people use, which is you build the sector, for example, Traveler, you roll up the sector, then you decide how the government works, how the corporation works, and then you go down, and if you still have space in your book, you start doing a write-up for every world. But in Outer Veil, I didn't do a write-up for each world. Much of it was dry stats for things. I think it was one of my mistakes. It should have been smaller and more focused again on actual play. One of the things I did in The Stars Are Ours was to make sure that every paragraph has at least one adventure hook. So you could actually sit and use everything in its history, in its setting material. It still had a lot of fluff, but still everything in it, you could use it in play.
I liked, well, I noticed that there's a lot of unique careers listed. Do you have a favorite career?
Right now, you speak about Outer Veil or about The Stars Are Ours?
These Stars Are Ours.
Everything alien is fun. That is especially the CSEC, the reptilian alien race. I really like designing them. One of the fun things is the events in each career, which Cepheus engine didn't have. Mongoose Traveler did have something similar, and then you add flavor to it in using the events, and it lets you create characters who are more connected to the setting.
Okay. Like in what way? Yeah, I mean, they're like specific events that are pulled out of the setting. I mean,
yes.
Okay.
And again, you also with war events, because the setting in Sisters of Ours is 2 years after a major and very, very long total war. So everyone was touched by the war somehow, and because you had a digital history, once you generate your character and you know how many terms he served, you could then say, well, he fought in this battle or that battle.
Right. Okay.
Which could be very cool if you're more into the settings lore. Right now, by the way, we'll get to it later. We're working about a sequel. We're working on a more focused book called Terra Horizon, which is still set in the Stars Are setting, but it has more space in it, a full quadrant rather than only 2 subsectors, and is adapted specifically for Cepheus Deluxe, and it's even more focused on actual play.
I noticed that you really put a lot of work into the lore of These Stars Are Ours, and there's even logos for the different companies and factions and stuff, and it's
yes,
a lot of work was put into there.
Yes, a lot of work, a lot of art. We are working even more from this setting. That is, you have stationery. If you want to print official documents from the setting, you have them.
Oh, that's cool. I like how the aliens are still mysterious. It's kept mysterious. What are the Reticulans doing with us? And oh, they're making hybrids or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it. It kind of reminds me of the old show from the 70s, UFO.
Yes, or the XCOM video game.
Oh yes, that too.
Which was part of the inspiration.
Right. So this year's theme is agents. Do you have a favorite sci-fi agent? It can be anybody from low tech, like the Prisoner and the Saint, all the way up to James Bond, or it could be somebody from could be Garrick, or somebody from Star Trek or Star Wars. Is there or any sci-fi property Do you have a sci-fi agent that you like?
Well, in later media, I like, of course, Commander Shepard and his group from Mass Effect, which is one of the best sci-fi video games in terms of narrative and setting design. And in earlier media, I really like the Cyclops, Babylon 5, as an antagonist, sometimes as a supporting the character, sometimes very evil antagonist.
Right.
They treated telepathy and psionics in one of the more interesting ways in sci-fi.
Yes, I liked Bester.
Yes, Bester was excellently played, of course.
Yes, well, Walter Koenig.
Yes,
Yeah.
very experienced actor.
Yes, yeah. I like the way they handled psionics in Babylon 5. Yeah, so those are cool agents. Good choice. Is there an agent type career in These Stars Are Ours?
There are 3 of them. All 3 Terran, main Terran intelligence organizations. Everything belongs to the Committee for Reconnaissance and Counter-Reconnaissance, called CRC. So you have CRC 8, which is normal, regular military intelligence, and CRC 16, which is counterintelligence, and CRC 32, which is the psionic intelligence. So you could have all 3 kinds of Terran agents in the Stars Are Ours.
Oh, very cool. So tell us what you've been up to this past year. Have you finished up any productions, hit any conventions? Is life getting back to normal for you there, or how's the pandemic? Is it still affecting life?
The convention we were supposed to have in the summer was cancelled because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And right now, I'm usually writing and playing a lot of stuff and running some stuff. Unfortunately, many of the games I play in are not my own because of popularity of certain systems. It's very easy to get players for official Dungeons and Dragons and for Savage Worlds. But I also run, of course, my own games. And I published Cepheus Deluxe this year.
Right, cool. Let's talk about Cepheus Deluxe. Tell us what is it?
This is a revised and reimagined version of Cepheus engine, which is focused on more open play, on newer players. After we had feedback for older Cepheus Lite, which was much more faithful to the basic Cepheus engine rules. So we took this feedback from our customers and we wrote a book suitable for them, which is a very big success. Because again, it's some of the features I really love in Traveler are not necessarily the best liked in the market, unfortunately. Like random character generation, something I really love, but a lot of people are put off by it.
I agree.
And the same with death in character generation, which I even wrote articles supporting it and everything. Again, it's turn off, unfortunately, for customers. So because it's not a clone of Traveler, it doesn't try to repeat the Traveler experience. It's still of course uses SRDs, basic rules, basic free rules, open rules.
Right.
But it changed a lot because, again, what we found to be interesting to as many people as possible.
I noticed in the community that dying during character generation or the random character generation has nostalgic value to a lot of people, but as a GM bringing new people in, I can see it sometimes as a stumbling block because someone sits down, they want to play a Marine and they end up with a Scholar, or they want to be a Scout and they end up with a Citizen. And it's cool, it's more, I like to use the random generation for NPCs. or PCs, I let them, instead of rolling on charts, I let them just choose what they like off the chart.
Yes, it's more difficult to balance because when you have random character generation, the dice speak simply, and because of probabilities, you could simply make sure that most characters are balanced, or except for people who are very lucky or unlucky.
Right.
But with non-random character generation, you have to be more careful not to have people simply select the same skill too many times.
Right.
Because it's in point-based systems, it's possible.
Right. Right.
But we are still developing it because still this system was a very big step forward, or sideways, more accurately. I don't think my system is better than ours or something like this, than others or something like this. But again, it's quite different. We also changed the way space and vehicle combat works to a more fluid system because usually I play with people who don't really like complex tabletop wargaming,
Right.
which some of the Traveler versions use. Again, I liked the original system with its vector movement and everything, but I find that people usually in actual plays are less interested in this.
It ends up taking a lot of time away from the role playing.
Yes, again, like I said before, once you go up and you suddenly find out you had only these 3 hours a week to play Traveler, you can't spend all this time on gear heading or vector movement and other very cool pursuits, which we all enjoyed in younger ages.
Right.
So you have to focus. Which is one of the things that guide my game design. I know that a lot of my customers are people with families and with jobs, and you have to be very, very focused on actual play. People don't have time to read 30 pages of law,
Right.
Which the original edition of the Stars Are Ours has. People simply don't sit and read it. You have to be very, very focused on everything, on the rules, on the setting, on adventures. Again, because people, they want to use their time in the best manner possible to have the greatest fun.
Right. Right. So what's the major difference between Cepheus Deluxe and Cepheus Engine?
There are several differences. The first, which I noted before, is that character generation is less random. Except for events, most of it is not random. Vehicle and ship combat use a position system or chase system, which is very relative. It's completely mapless. It depends on both the vehicle's agility or ship thrust or things like that, and of course the pilot's or driver's skill. It's some sort of a chase system because it was originally a system we thought about for chases, for vehicle chases, but now it serves for the entire combat system. We use a very different ship armor system, which is quite simple. It's weapon penetration of several classes against several classes of armor in simple metrics table and everything like that. So again, we try to streamline things, and on the other hand, to be more complete than our older product of Cepheus Lite.
And are you going to kind of put out? Are you going to put out additional settings and things for Cepheus Deluxe and separate books? Using what you learned is about keeping including lore in your book. Maybe you might want to break that out, or how are you going to proceed in the future with your future Cepheus Deluxe development?
Well, first of all, we are considering a second edition of the Sword of Cepheus, our Sword and Sorcery game, based on Cepheus Deluxe rules.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's the first time I'm mentioning it. Again, we learned a lot of stuff since we published it, so we could improve everything. And we're publishing Terra Horizon, which is a sequel to this SRS, focused to Cepheus Deluxe. We're thinking of a few more adventures. There may be a vehicle sourcebook later. Game Master screen. Again, there might be a surprise related to Cepheus Deluxe in the near future. I don't want to promise anything right now, but there might be very interesting news in the next few weeks.
All right, great. Stay tuned, folks.
Maybe even before this interview is published.
Oh, all right. Well,
because there is almost a month until then.
Right, right. Yes, all right, cool, great. We'll keep an eye out for special news from Stella Gamma. So, what's your what was the biggest hurdle that you had to overcome for this to get Cepheus Deluxe out?
Well, writing a book at this scale takes a lot of time, especially when you have a day job. And editing it, and I think we didn't do a perfect job with editing, even though we invested a lot of time and effort. It's like 3 months to write everything and 9 months to edit it.
Wow.
And to read and to check, and still some errata got through. Which is, it's one of the things you learn that you need, I say, an evil and cruel editor. Because you need an editor who will say, well, this is shit, this sucks, you have to change this. And otherwise you get a lot of very bad things in your book. You have to have someone who doesn't honor you too much and doesn't hide things from you. And a very good editor, again, might be quite evil, and hurt your feelings with all your perfect game design, because otherwise the customers will say it and it will be even more unpleasant.
He's evil, but he's lawful evil.
Yes, and if you don't listen to the lawful evil, you go to the chaotic evil once you release.
Right. Do you have a lot of do you tap into your gaming community for a lot of feedback when you produce?
Yes, again, like I said before, much of what drove our development of Cepheus Deluxe is the feedback we got for Cepheus Lite. A lot of it is again focused on providing a streamlined play experience rather than something more complex. On the other hand, it should be complete. We even have rules for building robots.
All right, cool. So, let's talk about some other popular titles in your product line. What about Quantum Starfarer? That's a new release.
Quantum Starfarer is a very streamlined and simple science fiction game, which is based on Cepheus Quantum, which is a 2-page rule set for sci-fi games. Which I, by the way, started on a dare. Someone said, well, could you condense Cepheus Lite into 2 pages? I said, yes, and I wrote it. Then I expanded it to 4 two-sided sheets, which is Quantum Starfarer, and then I decided to put it in a booklet. It will soon be available in print.
Oh, great.
I'm just improving the art.
So it's a cool compact space opera. So when you built this, how did you decide how streamlined were you going to make this? What was the important stuff that you wanted to keep in the streamlined version?
This is an interesting question because a lot of this is from feedback I got from the community and my own gaming experience, which is recently moving to what people call the beer and pretzels, which means you're playing the game in quite a fast and loose method rather than paying too much attention to realism or details. You're just having fun, high action, and everything like that. And there again maybe later on a more complex version of such a game, of a quantum engine sci-fi game. We're considering a lot of possibilities in this direction.
What would be your first expansions, do you think?
The first expansion you're asking about Quantum Starfarer.
Yeah.
There may be a setting for it, a near future setting called Cradle of Stars.
Okay.
Which let you play essentially quick and dirty cyberpunk, interstellar cyberpunk without too many hassles.
All right.
And there may be adventures coming. Later on, a more complex, is maybe even a conversion of Sisters or Ours, if you want really action and rule-slide version of Sisters or Ours. We will see about it. We're still considering this.
The thing I liked about Quantum Starfarer when I was browsing through it is it reminded me of those old Steve Jackson kind of pocket games. You know, they came in a little plastic clamshell, well, not clamshell, but like a little plastic box, like Car Wars. But
Yes.
because all the rules are right there, it's only a few pages, and you get a whole game. You know, and it's like you can get started. You know, it's like, hey, you want to play a game? We don't have to really learn a bunch of rules. You know, and you can just it's portable. I like the idea. It's more for casual play, I guess. Is kind of what I'm going.
Because casual play or beer and pretzels play, which is the term I like to use, is more common. That is, a lot of people, again, like I said, they don't have the time to sit and design all the cool stuff we use to design the younger people. And they simply want to sit and play and have this fun. A lot of people simply have 3 hours a week and that's it to play. And you have to have it. You need fast moving action. You need rules don't get in your way. You need a book you could easily carry everywhere. And again, it's the direction I'm going to. A lot of people are going to the opposite direction of more complex games, but I think this is something I like to do is simplify stuff and learn how to abstract and how to make things simple without losing the fun.
So, what other big sellers do you have in your product line?
There is the Sword of Cepheus, which is with sword and sorcery rule set, using the Cepheus Light engine.
And that's less D&D and more like Sumeria, like more Conan.
Yeah, yes, Conan, Elric, everything which is more, you know, where magic is dangerous and you don't just walk around throwing fireballs stuff. You summon demons and do all this shady stuff, and you could get into trouble for failing too badly. With spellcasting, again, like all sword and sorcery books, and it focuses on warriors and barbarians and people who are, may use sorcery but are careful with it, and the sword is still mightier than the spell.
Is that system skill based or class based?
It's skill based. It works like Cepheus engine.
Oh yeah, right.
Completely skill based.
Okay.
Magic is also skill based. You can essentially cast as many spells as you want per day, but every time you cast, it takes time. It takes about 10 minutes usually, and you have the risk of mishap. That is, you have a risk of failing very, very badly, especially if you're not very skilled.
So, do you have the equivalent of careers?
Yes, it has careers. It works, again, like Cepheus engine in a lot of respects.
What are some of the careers?
There is sorcerer and shaman and barbarian and noble and commoner and so on.
Okay. I was just racking my brain. I was like, okay, barbarian and wizard. What else? Like everybody is a barbarian in the Conan movies.
Yes.
All right, cool. Yeah. Well, that seems to be having pretty huge success over on DriveThruRPG as well.
Yes.
So, what are your plans for the upcoming year? Do you have any?
We're working on Terra Horizon. or Reason, I don't remember how to pronounce it correctly, which is a sequel for This Stars Are Ours, with more focused on play and built for Cepheus Deluxe. We are tentatively planning a second edition of the Sword of Cepheus.
Mm-hmm.
We are planning a conversion of all our older source books to Cepheus Deluxe, like Uranium Fever and Our Adventures.
Uh-huh.
We are now working in partnership to have better virtual tabletop support for our games, part of which we probably know very well, is maps.
Uh-huh.
Part of which is we are looking for a developer to create a character sheet for us on Roll20. For Cepheus Deluxe, it's it's very difficult work, so of course it's expensive because it's professional work.
Right.
But I think it will really support us, because recently, since the pandemic, many people, even I say most people, play online.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
you need character sheets for it. We have a very good character sheet on Foundry, and which is another virtual tabletop, and we had on Roll VTT, which is another much newer virtual tabletop, but on Roll20 we don't have yet for it. We have for our other systems.
I tried to make a character sheet for Roll20. It was super difficult because you had to make it in like 2 different windows. But since I attempted that, they've revamped their character sheet system, and I don't know how it is now, but I've heard that it's easier. So hopefully you'll have some luck finding somebody that can do that.
Yes.
Because it was pretty tricky before, and I have experience doing it, so I was like, this is madness. But the character sheet on Foundry, made by Ultra Kev and those guys at 2D6, it works great, and I really love being able to, when I roll, I have it set for showing effect, so it tells me -3 or +2 or whatever, and it's really cool. It automatically adds your effect into your weapon damage when you roll. I mean, I love a lot of taking all of the accounting out and making it streamlined through these automated character sheets. I think adds a lot to what I want to call the flow of the game.
Yes.
And being able to have the digital handouts, and everybody has a shared map, and you can see your dice rolls. So it opens up the world to be your player pool, and if people flake out or whatever, you can find another player pretty fast. There's a lot of people out there who want to play, and not that many GMs. So if you're a person who's a GM, there's a demand for you. And people, I've even seen people charge $5 a game. They make 20. I don't know how much, $20 or $25 for GMing for a few hours. That's not too shabby. Pays for pizza.
Yes.
So yeah, I'd like to. I expect to see VTT kind of explode even more. I mean, it's only been in the last year or so. A lot of people still don't know about it. So hopefully that's gonna grow.
Yes.
So how can people find you and your products? Do you have a website or Twitter or?
We have a website we are improving, but it's easier to find us on Facebook. It's simply Squadron Publishing. We have a page for it, and on Drive Through RPG.
All right. No Twitter account?
Not right now. I'm less proficient in Twitter than Facebook.
But I noticed that you do have a Discord.
Yes, we have a Discord server. We are also very active on other Discord servers.
Mm-hmm.
In the Traveler server, you have questions about Cepheus engines, especially Cepheus Deluxe. You simply ask them and tag me, and they answer very quickly.
Yes, I've seen that you're very active on the Traveler RPG Discord. You're active on my Discord. You're active on your own Discord. So you're very approachable and very friendly. And I appreciate that.
Yes.
So cool. Well, we've come to the end of our interview.
All right, great.
Well, I'm your host, Frank Sicardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and I've been talking today with my friend Omer Golanjol of Stella Gamma Publishing. Omer, thank you for participating in our 4th Mayday Mayday event. I hope you'll join us again next year.
You're welcome. Yes, of course.
Fantastic. And best of luck to you in your future endeavors. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear listener, for joining us for this 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. That's all for now, travelers. Until next time, happy traveling.
This data crystal will self-destruct in
All right, we're back. So, what I like best about These Stars Are Ours is flying saucers. He's got a lot of flying saucers, and it's mysterious what the aliens are doing, and hybrids, and all kinds of cool stuff. So check out These Stars Are Ours if you haven't. And Cepheus Deluxe Quantum Starfarer, very cool. Sword of Cepheus, all bestsellers on DriveThruRPG. Looks like Omer's in the sidebar. I don't know if he wants to come in here and join us and do the giveaway. We have the next prize we're going to give out is a triple pack. It's going to be you're going to get a digital copy of Cepheus Deluxe, a copy of Quantum Starfarer, and a copy of the Sword of Cepheus. So, Omer, if you're out there listening, Omer, if you're out there listening and you want to pop in and give us a number, we'll give you a second to catch up. In the meantime, I was talking about what do you guys like snack on during gaming? Do you have any kind of like weird alien food you try to set the mood? Well, here's
Souls of my enemies.
Souls of your enemy. Here's something I like. Can anybody tell me what this is?
Cat
It's
hairball?
delicious. No.
Oh my gosh. That's some sort of cookie?
No.
Beef jerky?
Alien spore.
Alien spore, getting close.
Getting close.
Yeah.
dried sheep nuts. Cats should recognize that.
No. They're very, very sweet. Deliciously sweet. Ugh. Like richly sweet. My mouth just exploded with saliva. Sorry if I'm slobbery.
Never seen it, I don't think.
I was going to say I'll give a prize to somebody who can guess what this is, but I think that's too difficult. Cyborg, that would be a rude prize. That'd be a rude contest because this would be too difficult. No one knows about these alien. These are things that 2D Storyteller sent me. He said there was an alien organism, but I don't know. They're pretty tasty. No, he didn't send it to me. Oh, but while you're pondering what this deliciousness is, I'm going to show something else off. I don't want to waste too much time, but I do want to show something cool.
And I am pondering.
Okay, so
wondering.
my friend Will sent this to me from Canada. This is all the way from Canada, and thank you, Admiral Crow.
You're quite
Check it out, guys.
buddy.
Check this out. Ship 3D printed. What are these from Second Dynasty, Admiral?
Yep.
Yeah.
Those second Dynasty Kickstarter.
That is so sweet.
Isn't that cool? Did you so this is printed out like on a resin or a filament?
I did that one on resin.
Okay.
A lot of their stuff is filament based, but I did that one on resin because I wanted nothing but the finest for you, my friend.
Oh, thanks. That's sweet.
That is really pretty.
Isn't that pretty? And check it out.
Yeah.
It's got like running lights.
At the back. Yeah.
Here's the bottom.
I was kind of like, I hope I got the sides right for the colors.
Yeah,
green light on the right, red light on the
yeah,
left.
I think you did. And look, it's got like these look at the details. Look at those
Even got
little
a
little
scuff
tiny
paint job
fins and
deliberately.
things, and the little
I mean,
the
that is
little
so
thing on the
cool.
back for like discharging static, and the little guns.
Oh, the scuff marks, cats.
Oh yeah, it's weathered. Pretty sweet. Here it is. Like. Oh no, there's a giant hand clogging the intakes. There we go. Come on, camera, pick it up. There we go. Fuel scoops. Looks sweet. Good job. Great job, Admiral. Thank you so much. What a thoughtful gift. This was you printed
Well,
this.
you're always so good to us, so I just want to return the favor, man.
You printed this up in 2 pieces.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, 3. The turret's the 3rd.
Oh well, yeah, I guess so.
And actually, I didn't put a turret on the bottom, but I could put another turret on the bottom.
And is that writing like a decal or something, or did you just like make
No,
tiny?
I hand did that.
Oh my god, you're nuts.
Does it have it like a stand?
Our actual ship so needs a fucking other turret.
Yeah, and it comes with a stand. Yeah, comes with a sweet stand.
There's a little stand.
It's got a little. It's got the bay, the vehicle bay there in the back. Very cool. All right, sweet. That was. Tell me, is there a little story behind that? Quickly, while I dial up I'll have somebody draw the next winner here in a sec. But go ahead and where did you get that from, and how did you get that? How did you come to make that?
the STL file, the file.
Well, yeah, the ship itself. Where'd you get that from?
Yeah. Yes. So I got that as part of the Kickstarter for Second Dynasty. They do a bunch of 3D print stuff, and hopefully next year we'll get Ben on here for an interview. As you well know, aim for that for next year. But yeah, so I just did the Kickstarter, and that was one of the things. It had tactical size, which is actually smaller for doing like tabletop. And then I think that's the 270, 1 to 270 size, which is a bit bigger, just to look cool and sit on your desk. And I got it as part of the Kickstarter as well for the scout ship. I got the scout ship from them as well, which is actually full 28mm scout ship that I'm.
Yeah, I was looking at that pictures that you posted, man, and that thing is as big as my. I mean, you've only haven't printed out the whole thing, but it looks like it's going to be as big as my drafting table.
Probably, it's pretty sizable. It's pretty cool, and they're actually their next release is a Beowulf.
Oh, sweet! Really cool, nice, super cool.
Yeah, and yeah, they're also doing May the 4th. I think they're releasing a Starship's Corridor one. That's kind of how they got started. And so I'm looking forward to get that. So it's for doing like you could do larger ship interiors, or if you were on a planet in a base or whatever, you could all 3D print all the corridors and rooms and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool too.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. All right, let's draw the next winner. Would you like to do the honors, Mr. Katz? Are you still on board with us?
He is. I see him there.
I see him, but he's lurking. But it's like 3 a.m. or something.
I am, but I'm eating hot chips.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna grab one more of these.
6:06 in the morning on a Monday. 2nd.
Oh, brother, I'm so sorry, but thank you so much for your support. You're a true friend.
Mate. Now, you want me to write a random number?
Yes, I would like a random number between 1 and 626.
626. My random number is off the top of my head, 254.
254. 254. 254. Peter Fry. Peter Fry. Congratulations, Peter Fry. You've won some good
It's funny.
things.
Cats is eating fries, and he picked
Yeah, wow,
picked a
that's
name
weird.
with the word
And
fry
then
in it.
Peter, yeah, that's
There
weird.
you go.
Well, congrats, Peter Fry.
Right in your info down there, Peter Fry.
What did he win this time? Oh, the Cepheus triple pack.
Yeah, you got
right?
like a triple pack from Stella Gamma. You got Cepheus Deluxe,
Congratulations. Yay!
Quantum Starfarer, and Sword of Cepheus, which is like a Conan kind of style thing. All right. Good job. All right. Let's see. I have other prizes to give out. We're a little bit over schedule. Damn it. I'm trying to catch up. I'm going to do a double giveaway on the next break. We're going to give away a Drynax companion physical copy, sponsored by one of my patrons, Brian Goff. He has been kind enough to donate a physical copy of the Drynax companion. So we'll be giving that away along with the regular door prize. We got so much to do, so many things to give away. What we don't give away between interviews will be given away at the after party. So we're overflowing in prizes, folks. So stick around. Let's bring up the next guest, who's John Watts from Independence Games. Y'all ready?
Ready to go.
Okay, here's another look at this weird thing I'm eating. It's delicious and it made me slobber. All right, we'll try to figure it out after this interview. See you soon.
Good day, Mr. Briggs. Please select an agent for your next mission. Scanning Imperial Agent Database. Qualified agent found. Agent ID, John Watts. Agent cover story, President, Independence Games. Details as follows.
Greetings, travelers, and welcome to Traveler Mayday Mayday 2022, sponsored by CyborgPrime Games. You can find my Facebook page by searching for my name in the Facebook search tool, or find a link in the video description below. Thank you for joining us for the 4th Annual Mayday Mayday Traveler Day event. It's a day we celebrate Traveler in all its editions and offshoots for all the fun times it's given us around the gaming table with friends and family. I'm your host, Frank Siccardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and today I'm happy to introduce our guest, John Watts of Independence Games. Welcome, John.
Hey, how's it going?
Great, how are you?
I'm doing well. Things are going great.
Fantastic. John, this is the 4th time you sat for an interview for the Mayday event, so thank you very much. You've been here since the beginning.
Oh, yeah, I love doing it. It's fun.
Fantastic. Hope you'll come back again next year. That'll be the 5th annual, but that'll be like a milestone. It'll be great to have. We can get all the folks who were there for the first episode to be there, or first event to be there for the last, or not last. Hopefully not the last, but yeah, for that milestone would be great. John, tell us about yourself. Introduce yourself. Who are you and what do you do?
Well, as you said, I'm John Watts. I am the founder, president, chief bottle washer of Independence Games. We do the Clement Sector game. We do Earth Sector, which is sort of an offshoot of Clement Sector. Then we do Rider, which is a Western using the Cepheus engine rules. And we also have another game called Action Movie Physics, which it doesn't do as well as we'd like, but it's still out there. Yeah, we put these things out. We've got a website, and we do things on Drive-Thru RPG as well.
Oh, cool. So where are you based? Where are you from?
Ringgold, Georgia. It's a small town just south of Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's just right across the border. I can actually walk outside my house and see Tennessee from where I am. So it's very close to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've lived here for quite a while. In fact, I've lived in this particular house for 22 years. But I grew up in this town and then moved away, went to college, and then ended up coming back. And I spent several years as I spent several years working at an electrical supply, doing outside sales and deliveries and so forth. And I did a lot of that. I worked for a while as a announcer at a football stadium for a minor league football team, which I know you didn't know there was minor league football, and apparently no one else did either. That's why that didn't go anywhere. But
we have a good radio voice. You got a good
But,
announcer voice, and I should know.
Oh, well, thank you, thank you.
Just
But,
kidding.
but yeah, I've always been writing RPG stuff. I started a Traveler game in 1985. Might have been no, it was 1985 with some friends of mine, and we started playing that game and used those characters for years. And in 1988, I went to the University of Georgia, and when I got there, I ended up falling in with another group of gaming people, and so I kind of began mixing the groups. People, it was about 3 hours from here to the University of Georgia, so I would bring my friends from here to there, and we started playing a game. And several of the guys were, they really didn't care for the, as you say, space feudalism of the OTU, the official Traveler Universe.
Sure.
And so we started kind of putting together. They're like, John, you should do something. You should just pull something else together, and we'll see how we go. And that was pretty much the genesis of Clement Sector, and that campaign lasted from 1988 until I think the last time my gaming group actually got together to play, and it would have been around 2015.
Okay. And so was Traveler like your first experience with RPGs?
No, actually, it's kind of funny. I was in junior high school, which is what we call middle school here. I guess they probably do it in other parts of the country too. But I was reading a book and kind of watching, and at the time, you could opt out of playing volleyball for gym class, and I decided to opt out, and several others were opting out, and they were playing D&D, and I thought, gosh, that looks like fun. I should do that, and so I kind of tried to get involved, and well, they basically told me to pound sand.
What? Wait, you got rejected by the nerds?
I got rejected by the D&D nerds.
Oh
yes.
no!
And yeah, so sad. And but I thought, well, gosh, this is this looks like fun though. I really want to do this. And so, wasn't long after that there was one of these things, and this is a very, I don't know, I guess early 1980s sort of thing. But they had these things where you go out and sell greeting cards. You just send a kid out to go sell greeting cards to people in, subdivisions and so forth. Nothing could go wrong there, right? And, I did this. And one of the things you could do with your points was get a D&D box set.
Oh, that's a cool prize. You're talking about
Yeah.
like those prizes that like those things that you could you could sell that grit newspaper from the comics.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Or
And,
yeah, okay.
yeah, and they sent me this whole thing with the it was greeting cards
Okay.
that I was going about selling, and so I went out there and I sold all these greeting cards, and if you got, I don't know, at 500 points or whatever it was, or however many it was, you could get this D&D box set. And so I thought, well, this is brilliant. This is how I'll do this. So I went out, got all the points, came back, and my parents said, absolutely not. My mom had read
D&D is of the devil.
Right, exactly. So the whole satanic panic, the whole thing with that, and they're like, absolutely not. You're not doing this. I was like, okay, well, I guess
There
I'm not.
there was movies at the time about that was causing
yeah.
panic. Yeah.
My mom had read an article in one of the women's magazines. I don't remember which one, and it just absolutely, put her foot down. Absolutely not. So, fast forward a few weeks. Several of my friends and I decided we were in distance to ride to a mall that was nearby, and so we got on our bicycles and rode over to this mall, and they had a toy store in there, and walked in, and there was a Star Frontiers box set, and so I bought it and brought it home. And my dad, who was always a big Star Trek guy, was like, "Hey, that looks like fun. That's cool. You go ahead." And so, whereas I was completely and totally forbidden to play D&D, Star Frontiers was perfectly fine. And so, yeah, I started playing Star Frontiers. And about the time I got to the point where I was able to drive, I started working at a Lionel Playworld, one of these big stores. At the time, they were in competition with Toys R Us.
Okay.
And I worked there 2 or 3 years before I went to college. And while I was working there, they started carrying just a small selection of Avalon Hill and Victory Games things. And I picked up a few of the Fleet games that they made, and I also picked up the James Bond 007 RPG.
Oh, cool.
Which kind of supplanted Star Frontiers at that point, and we played that for a bit. And then somewhere along the line, we just decided we wanted to go back to science fiction. And you know, I tell this story a lot, and it seems so strange, but in my brain, this was how it worked. I had a catalog from a place in Florida that had all these games and so forth in it. Mainly, they were selling miniatures, but they had a RPG section in the back of their catalog. And I had always seen I had always noted all of the D&D kids had books. They had lots of books. They were carrying book bags full of books. And, Star Frontiers had that one box and some modules, and that was it. The James Bond game had 3 books and, some modules. And my teenage brain said, I need a game with a lot of books. So I looked in the back of this catalog, and there was Traveler. And it had a lot of books. And so I literally got into Traveler because there are a lot of source books.
Classic Edition was cool because it was modular that way. You could just buy the books that you were concerned with. You wanted to be a scout, you get the scout book. You wanted to know about nobles, you got the noble book.
But that was the funny thing, though. I looked at that catalog and said, that game has a lot of books. And, the D&D kids have a lot of books. So clearly, this is the direction John needs to go. This is a game with a lot of books. And so, I started buying into Traveler, and we started playing, and we had a great time with it. And for the most part, from that point forward, Traveler was really my game. I played in other things that other people other people were running, and I would occasionally run something else myself. But for the most part, Traveler was what we did. There were other people who were running Shadowrun, for instance. Shadowrun was really popular among my friends, and so we played that. I didn't actually play D&D until I had already left college. I mean, I was in my mid-20s before I actually played D&D. Which is kind of odd because I think most everyone seems to start with D&D.
Yeah, I started with D&D, and then I went to Traveler, and then similar to you but different branch. I went to Top Secret and Champions, and and so it was Traveler, Top Secret, Champions, Shadowrun. I DM'd a Shadowrun game for him.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who ran Champions for a while, and I played in that. And then I dated a girl who ran a Champions game, and I played in that, of course. There were a few other games that we played, but for the most part, if we were getting together, if you're getting together at John's, we're playing Traveler, and that was just the sort of thing going on at the time. And when I came back up here from being in college, when I was in college, I had a group of about 5, maybe 6 guys. And when I had been here, I had a group of about 3 or 4 that were core, and we had 3 or 4 that would kind of come along. So sometimes we have 6. And on really good occasions, I would bring some of my friends from up here would come down to the college, and we'd have a group of about 9 or 10. I kind of got together I found a hobby store that was in town called the Royal Tiger, and it was in Chattanooga. Specifically the East Ridge community of Chattanooga, and I started going there and discovered that there was the guy who ran the store was running a Traveler game, and so I played in that for a short time, and then he was John, you run a game, you should why don't you run a game? And so ran a game there, and pretty much most of my gaming group that played tested, did all this with Clement Sector basically came from that store. I ran a game there that continued well after the store closed, and it was all basically based in what would become Clement Sector, that I had come up with while I was in college.
Do you have a while you were coming up with your Earth sector and all your own settings? Was there a favorite TV show or sci-fi book or movie that kind of inspired or informed that style that you were looking for your own game?
You know, it's really funny. When the guys came to me, specifically a guy that I knew named Jimmy Henderson came to me and he said, "Look, John, you know, you need to come up with something else. You know, but this isn't working for us." I was like, "Okay, well, fine. You know, I'll see what I can do." And as it turned out, I'd say probably that same weekend. It's been several years ago. It's hard to remember exactly, but I rented Silverado, and of all things, I watched Silverado and went through the whole, you know, the Western genre of it, and you know the way they move from town to town. The adventure goes with them. They're, you know, they're a little shady, but they're not completely shady. And just the entire concept of that. And that was a big influence on me. It really pushed the idea of, you know, this is something I could do. And I remembered from the Varger source book, there's a bit in the back of the Varger source book that, you know, points out that, you know, with the way people move at the same speed as communication, that you could model that on the 1880s. And that really clicked in my head when I was watching Silverado. I remembered that statement being made in the back of the Varger source book.
Right.
And I thought, hey, this is where I need to go. And so pretty much I basically put together a space Western, without realizing that I was putting together a space Western. But I really built on that. The other thing that was going on at the time was I discovered Blake 7. Blake 7, for those who don't know, it's a British science fiction show. It ran for 4 seasons, I believe. It's basically about a group of people who are quite shady. There's one guy who's Blake, who is kind of a freedom fighter, and the rest of the group are actual criminals who join in, and of course, they're criminals with a heart of gold. It's also kind of Western. And
I love their super shady computer expert who's a jerk, but I tend to like weird. Yeah. I tend to like weird characters. Like I like Dr. McKay on Atlantis because he's so annoying.
Oh, I love Rodney.
So when I saw this guy on Blake 7, I was like, this guy is my Blake 7 hero. He's my Blake 7 avatar.
And it was so odd because they were playing them on Georgia public television. And when I was living in a dorm at the University of Georgia, and we could not get reception. We didn't have cable. I think, 1988, 89. And the odd thing was that one of the guys I knew had an apartment that was above a church. I mean, the church was, there, and then there was, right up in the top of the church. I mean, just above the sanctuary, he had an apartment. It was sort of odd. After every Sunday, we would all drive over to the church and climb up into the back, the loft, I guess, of this church, and go into this guy's apartment and watch Blake 7. And it was just the strangest thing. And we started probably in about the middle of the second season. And so it was a long time before I actually saw the first season and kind of understood better what was actually going on. But yeah, we were big on that show, and I still am, really.
Mm-hmm.
The special effects are terrible.
Yes. It's cheese-delicious, super cheese-delicious.
Oh yeah,
yeah, their transporter's horrible.
Oh yeah. It's the effects are terrible. I mean they really are. But I love the writing in it, and I love the dialogue in it. And, some of the things Avon says, there's the one bit where they're looking for Aurak, and Gan says that he tried calling his name several times, trying to find the computer, and Avon says, "Oh, well, I'm sorry I missed that. That's the sort of natural stupidity that no training could ever hope to match." And stuff like that. I absolutely loved that. And that, and so that was a huge influence on me too. So Blake 7 and Silverado particularly, but of course, like I said, my dad was a big Star Trek guy.
Uh-huh.
I watched Star Trek I watched it in reruns. I was born in 1970, so 1973, 1974, there were reruns going on, and my dad would watch them religiously, and I would watch them alongside him.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I watched a lot of Star Trek, and, we saw Star Wars, and of course, Star Wars is a big deal. I did a lot of reading, particularly during that time period. I was reading Heinlein and H. Beam Piper, and got into Hal Clement, who I'm pleased to say that I was able to meet at several conventions in the right around Kentucky and Ohio. I drove up there and actually got to meet him, and what a great guy. In fact, that's who Clement Sector is really named after. There's a whole story within Clement Sector that it's named after a fellow, who was a British scientist, but it was actually named after Hal Clement because I was such a big fan of his. And it was so good to actually meet him and have discussions with him.
That's a nice way to honor him.
Yeah. And it's a funny thing. I had a conversation with him at it was a convention in Cincinnati, and my wife and I drove up there to it and had a nice conversation with him. And he said, John, you really ought to write something. And and at the time, I honestly just didn't have the self-confidence. I was actually talking to a friend of mine earlier today about this, and I just didn't have the self-confidence to do it. And I would say to anybody who's out there listening to this, if you're in a position where you think you can't do it anyway. Because there's nothing I regret more than not writing earlier. Yeah, and one of the reasons I went ahead and named it Clement Sector, because like I said, we came up with this in the 1980s, and we didn't really have a name for it. It was just John's game, and he died not long after I had that conversation with him, and that really drove me to make sure that I continued doing what I was doing, and I hate to say that it pushed me, because it kind of I don't know, it just sounds bad, I guess, but it really did, and I really did just I really felt bad that I had let all that time slip by. And I still do, really. I feel bad about it. I wish I'd started earlier. So, don't make that same mistake, folks out there. Do what you love.
Don't procrastinate anymore. Get up and do it.
Yeah.
So, this year's theme is agents. Can you think of any cool sci-fi agents that you like? That would be anybody who's like either a law enforcement agent or a private investigator, or it could be even like the prisoner. I kind of, I always try to shoot for sci-fi stuff, but on my on the Facebook group, people were like, well, it could be also the Man from U.N.C.L.E. guys and stuff. And I was like, well, I guess so, because there's no restriction on tech level. I was thinking more Blade Runner guy, or like Garrick from Deep Space Nine, or something like along those lines. But then somebody else was like, well, what about number 6? And I was like, oh, that's valid too. So do you have any space or sci-fi or spy-fi themed agents that you like?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind when you say science fiction agent, to me, the very first thing that pops into my mind is Heinlein's Friday. It's not the greatest book in the world, but that's the first thing that pops into my mind. But I would be completely and totally remiss if I didn't tell you that I am one of the world's biggest James Bond fans.
So there you go. Okay.
I have a huge collection of all sorts of things. I am really big into the 60s, 70s science, spy kind of thing. I am really big into the Avengers. And that sort of thing.
The Avengers, the Saint, Man from U.N.C.L.E., the Prisoner.
I'm not as big a fan of the Man from U.N.C.L.E., although I do like it. But I have a big collection of stuff from the Saint. I have a lot of the Saint novels. I've read all the James Bond books. I've got all kinds of James Bond memorabilia and stuff all over this house. I am a huge James Bond fan. So
all right, so there's your answer.
Hard to not mention that.
All right, there's your answer. Your favorite sci-fi or spy-fi agent, James Bond. Have you ever heard of the Destroyer?
Destroyer.
Wait, yeah, no, Remo Williams. Check it out.
Oh yes.
Cheesy, pulpy spy, hilarity.
Well, it's odd to say,
but it's also good.
But one of the things that I do every evening, to kind of wind down at the end of the day, I read detective novels.
Okay.
Recently I've been making my way through. In fact, I'm actually finished with all of the ones that Robert Parker actually wrote. But I'm actually working my way through the Spencer novels that, they made the TV show that really doesn't have a lot to do with the books, actually.
I see.
But the Spencer for Hire show, and so I've been reading a lot of those, and in fact, I think there's like 50 in the series, and I think I'm on like 48. And Parker himself actually died while he was writing one of them, so the ones I'm reading now are actually written by Ace Atkins, but. I'm really big on reading those, and so I've read a lot of Raymond Chandler and Dashiell Hammett and that sort of thing. And so the Remo Williams books, someone actually recommended that to me, and it's on my list of things to do. So
yeah, check it out. It's over the top, silliness, but also gets good. She's deliciously good.
Well, at the time, I went back and I realized I was, I needed some time to kind of wind down, and I needed something that wasn't science fiction related to do so. And because I'd been writing so much Clone Sector and Earth Sector, I just needed something to kind of wind down. And so somebody mentioned that I could, you really ought to read all these Raymond Chandler novels you have laying around. And so I started reading those, and then I moved to Dashiell Hammett, and then I was looking for something else to read, and then a friend of mine, Howard Whitehouse, pointed out that I should read Lawrence Block, and so I read several of Lawrence Block's series, which are fantastic. And I was looking for something else to read. I read some of the Flashman books, which are really good. And then went through the Spencer books, and the Remo Williams stuff is actually, I've got a little pile of books, on my desk that I'm working my way through, and so
it'll give you a good chuckle, and also the guy's like a really awesome killer assassin, but he has this annoying like Chinese master who's always tormenting him and stuff, but it's hilarious.
Well, I saw the movie, but I
no.
The movie has nothing to do with it. I'm sure.
No.
Much like the James Bond movies, and
there's some Easter eggs in the movie, but it's not really. It's generally speaking, but I never imagined it that horribly cheesy.
Well, it's kind of like I read the Longmire series after having watched the television show, and the two have absolutely nothing to do with each other whatsoever.
Right.
Except that he's a sheriff in Wyoming.
All right, well, let's get back on the sci-fi track here. So you told me that you were inspired to create Clement Sector over time based on stuff that you generated for your own players and stuff. And, I was going over the content, and there's so many. You have a lot of careers in there. What's your favorite Clement Sector career?
My favorite career is actually a combination of gambler and bounty hunter, because that was the sort of guy that I would generally play if I actually played in a game. I had a character that I used to play quite a bit in several different Traveler games that I had the opportunity to play in. His name was Sean Marlette. And I played him, 2 or 3 different Traveler games, and he was a Boba Fett style Josie Wales sort of bounty hunter, who was going around doing all these things. And of course, then I had a big love of Maverick and poker. I love poker.
I'm terrible at poker. I know you have to match some cards. I try to do pairs that are high numbered.
Oh, we need to get together and play sometime.
No, you just found out you're going to take all my money.
But yeah, anytime I would make a character like that, he was basically a bounty hunter who was going around, supplementing his income by playing poker, and that's very much a Western idea, and but that's the character I would play. So if you were putting together a game, that's the one I would put together.
Sounds like Firefly might be a candidate for maybe one of the better. I like it for cowboy western. For sci-fi western.
That
maybe
was
the quintessential.
That was a really odd thing. I had absolutely no interest in watching Firefly because I had seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer and I didn't care for it. And so I saw a lot of ads that they were, that this guy, Joss Whedon, was doing he was going to do a science fiction show, and I had no interest in it whatsoever. Didn't watch it. And the evening it came on, I'd say there was probably about 15 minutes into the show, I started getting phone calls from all the people that used to play my game going, "John, your game is on TV.
Joss Whedon is in your brain."
this is the weirdest thing ever, John. Your game is on TV. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And, so someone recorded it, brought the tape over to my house, and I watched it. I was like, wow, this is weird. And so it became a thing at my house to everybody come over to my house and watch Firefly and then discuss all the places we thought they'd ripped us off. And it was the most bizarre thing. Because you go through some of the older maps that I had of Clement Sector, and when I actually decided to publish Clement Sector, we actually changed some of the names because some of the names of the planets were the same as were on Firefly, and it started looking like I'd ripped the map off. So yeah, it was really strange. It got to a point to where there's a bit where the bounty hunter is on Serenity and he's got them all, they're all knocked out or something like this. And he's talking to himself and he says something about, having to fight a short person on some planet somewhere. And everybody in the room looked at me and goes, I don't remember that one. And I'm like, it can't all be from our game. I mean, there's some guy in Kansas right now who's really angry. So it was kind of an odd time for me. We got a good laugh out of it. But in all honesty, seeing that Firefly got a big fan base actually was one of the reasons I thought to myself, another one of those reasons that I pulled the confidence together to say, hey, this is something you can do. So it worked out.
I never got to see Firefly when it was first aired. I was teaching night classes, and they kept preempting it and moving it. Baseball was on, and then they'd move it to another night and another time. I was like, I can't follow this, and so I missed it, and I felt stupid. But then I was like, well, I guess it wasn't that great. It got canceled. But then I saw the Serenity movie, and I was like, I must watch the rest. So yeah, I love it now. It's great. So tell us what you've been up to the past year. Doing any gaming groups coming out of? We're slowly coming out of COVID, but finish up any productions? Get any? What you been up to since the last time we talked to you?
Well, largely because of COVID, we didn't do as many conventions as we would normally do. We usually do somewhere between 12 and 15 conventions in a year, and last year we did one. So, yeah, there's been a lot of things have slowed down. We're certainly spending a lot more time working on things, and that was one of the things that led up to the giant tome that I sent you the other day, which was the new Clement Sector 3rd edition.
Yeah, it's ginormous. It's like the size of my 5th edition Champions books, or it's like as big as any of the biggest Champions books. It's it's an impressive piece of work, and so it looks like you took a bunch of your smaller stuff and smushed it all together into a giant compendium, or has it always been this big?
Well, as much as I was, as I was talking about earlier, as much as I absolutely positively love the idea of having a ton of books. Realistically, it was getting more and more difficult for someone to just jump onto the Clement Sector bandwagon, and without having to go out and buy 10, 12 books to understand everything that had happened as I was building through it.
Right.
And so it really became a necessity, I thought, to put everything you needed to know to run the game into one book. That way you didn't have to buy 12 books to understand what was going on.
Right.
So that was the main thing. And even though it's such a ginormous book, it really is. I mean, you could use it as a weapon. I really felt that it was really the right thing to do. And and it seemed the right thing to do. And so I wanted to put that together. And of course, having a lot more time with COVID to be able to sit down and work on it and not be out doing anything else. It really was the right time to do it, I thought. And so we've updated that. We put that together. I pulled together several books for that, and then added a lot of stuff. Wrote a lot of new material for it. Put a lot of new art in it. We had some great artists come in and work on that.
I love the corporate logos, and it's really well thought out. It's so complete. It's got so much stuff in it. It's well over 600 pages, and everything I looked at was covered pretty completely. I didn't come away with any questions about how something worked or whatever. And I'm just impressed. I mean, it's really, and like you say, well, from my perspective, putting together a ginormous book like a Champions book, it doesn't preclude you from putting out expansions later, like they have, adventures and whatnot. So the GM and the play, or at least the GM, has an entire book with all of the rules that they need, and they can just go. It has setting, it has maps. I mean, it's really complete. You did a great job.
Thank you. I
Kudos
appreciate
to you.
that.
Yeah. So
Yeah, we
how long did it
definitely have
take?
more-
I mean, how long did it take to put together that stuff and edit it?
a long time. Yeah. I thought my editor was going to kill me. But it took a while. I mean, it was several months. It was several months putting it all together, and wondering what should go in and what shouldn't go in. And of course, we're still putting source books out. I mean, there's still going to be more added on to it, but everything you really need to understand what Clement Sector is and what's going on with Clement Sector, you can get in that one book.
Would you say what aspect of that book makes you the most proud? Like you can humble brag.
Wow, really, all of it. I mean, just
is this your biggest production? Like,
it's by far the biggest thing we've ever done. Yeah. The average book we put out is somewhere in the range of around 150, 200 pages, and this is 675. So yeah, and with something that big, you have to put together. I'm a really big believer in a really detailed table of contents, which a lot of people are like, John, your table of contents is 10 pages long, and I'm like, yeah, because I want you to find everything.
Well, it's as long as it needs to be. I mean that has your table of contents almost serves as a secondary or primary index. I mean, your index is awesome. But like you say, the table of contents covers all the level 1 and 2 headings, and at least there's. But I mean, it's pretty complete. I appreciate that because I like to look up stuff quickly.
Yeah, that was actually something that really was a weakness, I think, with the last edition of Clement Sector, is that we did not have an index. And a lot of that was because I thought, I've got a really detailed table of contents, but a lot of people really wanted an index. And as time passed, it became obvious that really that's something I should have done from the beginning, and kind of felt foolish about it after that. And so, we definitely wanted to make sure this thing had an index because it's 675 pages long. You're going to have one.
The longer it gets, the more important that is. I was just talking to a user just before this interview, and I was asking them what was the problem with something, and they said that there was a lack of an index and that they couldn't look things up, and things were scattered all over, and how are they supposed to find it? So
yeah, and that was that was one of the real drivers of doing third edition for us. Was an index and being able to find everything, because as it was, if you were to have picked up the old Clement Sector core setting book that was the second edition of Clement Sector, and you picked that up and you were to read through all of it, then you had to go out and buy Balancing Act, which was another book that we had that would explain how all these worlds got along and their politics and so forth and so on.
Right.
And so it's so much better to just take that and roll it into the main book.
Yeah.
A lot of those things, like you were talking about the corporate logos, that all came from another book called Almighty Credit that we did, that we wanted to put all those things out there. So much better to have that in one book. So it's the most pricey book we've ever put out. I mean, the PDF is around $24.99, and the physical book is going to cost you about $65. And it's certainly the largest and the biggest project we've ever done. And but I think it needed to be done. I think it was something we did. And one of the things we tried to do is, everybody who had already bought Clement Sector from either our web store or from Drive Through RPG, we gave them a really good discount on it, because I just didn't feel good about, hey, you're gonna have to rebuy everything we just sold you over the last few years. And in a way, the folks who had really been loyal to us and had bought all these books, I didn't want you to have to go back and do that. And so, it was $24.99 for folks who were just getting into it.
Uh-huh.
But, I was giving everybody, who had bought the book previously, we sent out a coupon through Drive Through RPG, and then we had a special code that we sent out to everybody from the website. And so we were doing that for about $2.50.
Well, that's generous.
Well, I mean, it
You
just
want to
seemed
keep
the right.
goodwill.
it seemed the right thing to do.
Yeah, yeah. You want to keep goodwill with
know,
your customers, and people don't want to feel pissed because they bought something, now they got to rebuy it.
I don't want to call anybody out, but it rhymes with slaw hammer. I bought into Slawhammer Fantasy Battles many years ago, and then every time I'd get to the end of it, they would, every time I'd get an army painted, they would come out with the new version, and it would just make me madder and madder and madder. And I didn't want to do that to people.
Yeah, back in the day when Warhammer 40K first came out, the armors and weapons and all that stuff were like rare, uncommon, common. Like you would just buy a pack and then you got what came in it. It wasn't until later that it was a standard pack that came with 5 bolters, 5 chain swords,
it was.
or whatever.
Yeah, it was one of those things. One of my
it was like a
friends
collectible miniature game, and I was like, nope, screw this.
Yeah. The fantasy battles was the same way. I mean, it seemed like every time it was like, oh, they put the Dark Elves out and they're talking about a Chaos Dwarf book. It must be time for the next edition.
Right. So, the Clement sector covers some things that I don't see in other that are not covered in some of the other sci-fi games I've played, which is the Altrans and the Uplifts. Can you talk a little bit about those?
Altrans is the word that we came up with for those folks who have been genetically altered. So basically we had a good group of different alterants who are in there who, folks who can breathe underwater, folks who are bred for combat, this sort of thing.
Right.
And so that was the word we came up with for that was alterant. And that was something we actually had started coming up with back when I was in college, and it was something we kind of brainstormed and put together. And then of course uplifts, which are animals who have been raised to human equivalent intelligence. Yeah, and so we have a lot of those as well.
How do the animals communicate? Can they speak English? I mean, or do they need some sort of translator device? Do they still speak their animal language?
It's really according to which animal you're talking about. Some of them actually can, just straight up speak English, and then some of them have voice boxes that allow them to do so.
I see.
One of the things we have, one of the supplements we have is called Tree of Life. It's Alterance and Clement Sector, and it actually allows you to sort of build your own. So it's in that regard, it's sort of a callback to the time when I was playing Champions. So you can in fact kind of build a alternate character that has wings and is more combat oriented than say your average person. And so there's that. And I've always been a big fan of uplifts, and I wanted to do that. And even though we don't have any aliens per se in Clement Sector, we do in fact have some animals that originated from alien worlds who have since been uplifted. So in that regard, there is sort of aliens in Clement Sector. But for the most part, we've tried to stay away from live aliens in Clement Sector. In Earth Sector, we do in fact have aliens, but yeah,
all right,
yeah. I think the space western works better without aliens, and I've kind of always felt like that, and so I've kind of stuck with that with Clement Sector. And
I see.
Yeah. I've had some folks like, no, John, we should have that. And I'm like, no.
Well, you can take the place of aliens with the other two, the uplifts and the Altrans. So.
Right. Well, that was kind of the plan, really.
Right.
That was kind of the way we thought of it. I mean, if you're going to play a lion guy, why not just play an uplifted lion?
Right. And if you look at stuff like Stargate, I mean, they don't really ever run across aliens. It's humans everywhere they go.
Yeah.
And not even bumpy-headed ones, or variations of bumpy. One thing I noticed about the Clement Sector book was there was a more rounded character history, like familial relations and like some like backstory events and things that happen. Talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I have always been a fan of life character. What do you call it? Life path character generation. And that I've always been a huge fan of that idea. And I really felt like the more we could put into it, the more detail we could put into it, the better. Janelle Jacquis came up with central casting, of which I was a
that central casting for sci-fi.
I was a huge fan of that, and I think there were 3 of them. I think there was a present, a fantasy, and a future. I had all 3 of them, and I was a huge fan of that. And so I thought, if I could bring that sort of flavor to it, that would be something we could really, delve into. Folks who wanted to could delve into that, and you could have a whole, character history with your family history, and you could have, all these events that happened to you when you were young and when you were a teenager, and all these things that led you to become who you are. Because I think, most people live a life that way. You are who you are because of the things that have happened to you over the time you've been alive.
Sure.
And so it really felt like that was a good way of doing character generation. And of course, there are folks, who would rather not. And we do have diverse roles, which is another source book that has a lot of character careers in it as well. But there's also a option to go ahead and build a character. And so if you don't like the life path character generation, we've got options for you. But I'm a huge fan of it. I absolutely love it. And so the idea of having that whole background built for you there, it's just fantastic to me. And of course, that doesn't stop anybody who comes up with their own background.
Right.
Some
people just have a hard time. My players, I gave them all a chance to just come up with their own backstory, and most of them, they are orphans and don't know their history. Like only 2 of my 8 players came up with a story about their character, why they're here, other than what the character system generates for you.
It's so much easier.
How many orphans are there?
Yeah, to me, it's just so much easier to have an option for your players that you don't have to put them on the spot and say, "Hey,
sure,
come up with a background for this character."
Or even just instead of making it random, like pick one of the things off this chart that looks appealing to you. So you don't, you're not tossed in in a turbulent history. You kind of at least get a little choice in where you take your life, even though it's not always going where you want.
Well, one of the things I always point out in the book is, first off, if you're rolling a character that you don't like, stop.
Right. You don't like that result, roll it again.
Yeah, do another one.
Right.
There's no. I don't like the idea that you're going to roll up a character and, well, this is a miserable character and I don't like playing it.
Exactly. So you're never going to like.
That's what you rolled.
Right.
You're stuck with it because that's what you rolled. No. If you're doing that to people, you're doing it wrong to me. I really think you should be able to re-roll those things, and and if you have somebody who sits down at your table who says, hey, I've got this idea and I want to do it this way, roll with it. Go. Take that person's imagination and run.
Right.
But not everybody's going to be able to do that. Not everybody wants to do that.
Right.
And you can just kind of run them through the early years and so forth. In Clement Sector, and they've got an instant background, and there you go.
Can go from there. So tell us about some of your other popular titles in your product line.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch
that. What are some of your other popular titles from your product?
Oh well, right now Rider is doing really well.
Not sci-fi, but awesome.
Yeah. It's basically it takes the Cepheus engine rules and runs it as a Western. And it's all kinds of fun. And of course, since I've spent years doing space westerns, it just seemed the natural thing to do. It's just a straight up Western. It's nothing like Deadlands or anything like that.
It's more like Boot Hill and less like Deadlands.
Yes, very much so. It's basically just a straight up Western. We've got the Bane rules out, and we've got the city of town, I should say, of New Liberty, and it's a fictional town that's located in southeastern Wyoming, and of course you know about that because you're one of our licensees who's doing things for that, and which that's just fantastic. I'm loving that.
I'm happy to.
Stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We're converting the. I'm trying to get the New Liberty setting converted to DTT for John. So full disclosure out there. Anyway, I'm having great fun with it, and I'm glad you're pleased.
Yeah, right. Reiner's doing really well, and I'm really proud of it, and I'm really, really pleased that it's doing as well as it is. And of course, we have Earth Sector, which sort of expands Clement Sector, lets you know what happened on the other side of the wormhole after the wormhole collapsed, and everybody was over in Clement Sector. Everybody would come to me and say, "Well, what happened in Earth Sector?" And so we've got Earth Sector out there to explain that and show you what all's going on over there, and you can play over there, and it's just that's a great thing.
Cool. And so what do you have, what are your plans for the next year?
Well, right now I'm working on a Starport source book. I've got several artists working on things for that, and I'm, in the middle of writing it. And then we have Michael Johnson, who does our Starship books, is working on a Starport generation system, so he's working on that. And so we've got that coming up. We just recently, as I'm speaking to you, we just recently put out the Trade Empire commercial transport, which is a really huge super freighter for Earth Sector, and we're working on a smaller freighter, which by the time this is out there, most folks probably will have seen it by then, I think, called the Pleiades, which is basically a smaller version of our Atlas freighter. We've got a lot of irons in the fire. I've been talking to a lot of people about putting together some adventures and campaigns. And that's really the thing I think right now that I think I need more of is individual adventures and campaigns. We've got the 21 Plots series out there with just well over 100 different small adventures for folks, but I really want to put together some more campaigns. We have about 5 of them out now, and I'd really like to put together some more campaigns, and so I really see that coming along in the future in the next year or so.
Wow, sounds like you're gonna be busy. That's
the way I like it.
Yeah, that's when I say ambitious, it's an ambitious amount of stuff on your plate there. But good luck to you to finish it off. And I hope next time we talk, you'll have all of these things finished, and we'll be able to talk about those things some more. So fantastic! I look forward to all that new stuff coming out. Where can people find your products?
Oh, well, you can find us on Drive-Thru-RPG. Just go to Independence Games there. If you need to, you can follow to Traveler and then Cepheus Engine, and we're in there. Or you can just go into the search bar and type in Independence Games. You'll find us there. And we have the Independence Games web store. You can find most everything there. We don't have print on the web store yet, so if you want print, you'll have to go to Drive-Thru-RPG. But if you want PDFs, you can go to independencerpgs.com, and you can find all of our PDFs there.
Fantastic, awesome. Well, we've come to the end of our interview.
Well, that was fun. I enjoy it. I have a blast doing this every year anyway, so it's something I look forward to doing. So I really enjoy it.
Well, thanks, John. I'm so glad that you came back, and it's been nice to meet you in this endeavor. And I've made a lot of cool friends, and you're one of them. So thank you. And folks out there, I'm your host, Frank Siccardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and I've been talking with John Watts of Independence Games today. John, thank you for participating in our 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. And I hope you'll join us again next year.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Fantastic. And thank you, dear listener, for joining us for our 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. That's all for now, travelers. Until next time, happy traveling.
This data crystal was self-destructed.
All right. That's a lot of stuff that they're doing over there at Independence Games. Big old pile of stuff. Did you guys ever see Silverado? That's shot on a movie set nearby. We get a lot of movies out here because we have a couple Old West movie sets. And so pretty much they're all, in fact, it's funny because I've seen in the same movie 2 different cities represented by the same street at the movie set. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some scenery you posted. I mean, you could just like walk out backyard and film a Western.
Yeah, that too. But these have like Old West, some are facades and some are actually have like a little wooden room in there. Sometimes they have like folk art craft fairs and stuff hosted there. Had like old timey church and stuff. So has anybody figured out what these are?
No, man. No clue.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ready?
I just can't. Oh, yeah.
They are alien hibiscus flower, dehydrated hibiscus flowers.
Oh, they're hibiscus?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. They're super good. And look, they're all alien and freaky.
Are they candied hibiscus? Because I've
Yeah.
seen hibiscus. I
Yeah.
use hibiscus stuff a lot, but
Yeah, hibiscus.
I've never seen them candied.
Oh my god, they're making me drool like crazy. Hibiscus flower, cane sugar. That's it. And
So they candied them. Okay.
preservative or something. Woo! Thanks everybody for joining us on the streams, and thanks for the great feedback. If you like this stream, give it a like, and if you want to see more, hit subscribe, and that will help me know what things people want to see more of, and I'll make more of that. So, yeah, cool. So John Watts, interesting fellow.
Very nice.
I'm going to see if he's going to pop in. I see him in the sidebar there. Oh,
Yeah,
I'll text him up.
We see you, John.
Want to pop in and do the drawing? Give him a chance. Yes, he's listening. He's lurking on his phone.
As one does. I was lucky. I was able to not have to do that today.
Yeah, I'm glad you can make it in. Hey Jeff, your background is bleeding through on your mic there. Ha! Had to mute you. I'll bring you back as soon as your background dies down. Okay. So, give John a second. While we're waiting on that, let me tell you a little about the prize pack. What you want to do is, if it's still not too late to get on the list, go over to cyborgprime.com/Mayday2022 and get on my mailing list one way or the other, either through the newsletter or any of the special interest mailing lists. There's one for registering for prizes, but there's also, like, if you are in the area of traveler utilities, you can sign up in there. Any way that you get into one of my mailing lists, you're automatically entered into the drawing. And all the drawings for today. And we're going to have some prizes to give out after each interview. And this prize pack is a doozy. You're going to get pretty much the entire Clement Sector 3rd edition. And what that includes is the core book, Clement Sector 3rd edition. That's like 600 pages or something in the interview. You're going to get the Anderson and Felix Guide to Naval Architecture 3rd edition. Diverse Roles, which is a career catalog for 3rd edition. You're going to get Manhunters, Bounty Hunters in the Clement Sector 3rd edition. You're going to get Outlaw, Crime in Clement Sector. You're going to get Tree of Life, Altrance in the Clement Sector. Unmerciful Frontier, the CCA sourcebook and system generator for 3rd edition. You're going to get Wondrous Menagerie, Uplifts in the Clement Sector. And yeah, that's a big old stack of prizes right there. You're going to have everything you need.
It's moments like this I hate being crew because we can't win any of it.
I know, right? But we try to make it worth your while in other ways. We got some gift certificates for you guys, sponsored by DSAR. So there'll be a little bit of booty in your stockings. So as a thank you,
I use some booty in my stockings. I'm just saying, it's been a tough few years.
Yeah. All right. Well, if John can't make it in to visit with us, then we will draw a prize on his behalf.
Sounds good.
Let me grab a fresh list. I'm going to grab a fresh list off the mailing list right now. Hurry up. Hurry up. Get on there. It's not too late. I'll refresh the mailing list one last time. Hurry up, everybody. Get your name on there. She's making me slobber. They're so juicy. Okay. Oh, man. They're like sweet and sour and yummy. And, yeah. It's like eating a lemon head, but a sweet. I don't know. I can't describe it. Sticky and delicious. Here we go. I'm exporting the list. I'm checking it twice because there are some naughty people on the list. I see you entered twice. You're terrible cheaters because you entered the same email address and the same name.
It wasn't me.
The winner is Massillon Wunk. Huh.
Haha.
That's not suspicious at all. Okay, let's see. Penroth, how as the guest GM, would you do the honors of drawing the winner of the prize?
Surely.
I need
Will
it.
do.
I excellent. Don't call me Shirley. All right, between 1 and 625.
1 and 625.
Yes.
Let's go with a high number this time. Let's do 555.
555. Number 555. Congratulations to Bruce Wilson. You've won the Independence Games prize pack. Yay, Bruce Wilson!
That's some good
We're
duty
not
for him.
jealous at all.
Good.
That's this is digital editions of all these things. They'll be delivered to you via Drive-Thru RPG, I believe, in PDF form. So congratulations, Bruce Wilson.
Nice.
So I'm going to write down your name. Your email address. Bruce Wilson, who resides on Gmail. Who's what? All right, cool. That's fun. I like giving out prizes. Let's give out another prize. Hold on a second. I'm gonna see if Jeff is resolved his background sound noises things. Hello, Jeff. Are you back?
I'm in a coffee shop at the moment.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. All right then. Let's see. We have a couple other prizes to give out. Let's make this one a double prize pack. The next person is going to win the Drake Scout ship from El Cheapo Products, along with the Drinax Companion physical copy from my patron Brian Goff. Uh-oh. Oh, John, we just missed it. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to get John Weist was like, "Is it too late?" And I was like, "Yes, sorry, we waited." But the show must go on, my friend. You can pick this one. Yeah, you can pick this one. Come and join us. In a minute or so. No, man, we got to go now.
These
must do it.
these writers, I tell you, these writers. They just
We're already 13 minutes past the hour. Okay. Actually, we're gonna have to put that off for the next thing.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we're way behind schedule.
How far back now?
13 minutes behind. And plus,
Oh, yeah.
we're supposed to be done 10 minutes ahead of the hour each hour. And so we're like more like 20 minutes out of whack. I don't know how that happened. I mean, we haven't really been yakking that much in between. But yeah. Anyway, we got to move along. So let's move on.
Get along, little doggy.
Got to get along, little doggy. And we're going to move on now to Ken Burnside and Mike Yaneza, who run at Astra Games. They have a really cool turn-based 3D space combat simulator that is really cool. Yeah, it runs in your browser. You have an SSD. It's like kind of like Starfleet Battles, but actually you can make any kind of ship from any property. So you can make Star Wars ships, Star Trek ships, Babylon 5, Traveler, whatever. They fly them around this 3D realm and attack each other. So anyway, let's move along, and we're gonna go see Ken and Mike right now. We'll try to get John in here and for somebody to give away prizes in between with us. All right, catch you guys later.
Good day, Mr. Briggs. Please select an agent for your next mission. Scanning Imperial Agent Database. Qualified agent found. Agent ID, Ken Burnside. Agent cover story, President, Ad Astra Games. Scanning Imperial Agent Database. Qualified agent found. Agent ID, Mike Yaneza. Agent cover story, Traveler Line Developer, Ad Astra Games. Details as follows.
Greetings, travelers, and welcome to Traveler Mayday Mayday 2022, sponsored by CyborgPrime Games. You can find my Facebook page by searching for my name in the Facebook search tool, or find a link in the video description below. Thanks for joining us for the 4th annual Mayday Mayday Traveler Day event. Here today we celebrate Traveler and all its additions and offshoots for all the fun times it's given us around the gaming table with friends and family. I'm your host, Frank Zuccardi, also known as CyborgPrime. And today I'm happy to introduce our guests, Ken Burnside and Mike Yaneza of Ad Astra Games. Welcome, Ken and Mike.
Nice to be here.
Happy to be back.
So this is the third time for Ken and second time for Mike?
That's right.
Thanks for coming back. Thanks for supporting the Mayday event. So why don't you guys tell us a little bit about yourselves? Introduce yourselves. Who are you? What do you do? Let's start with Ken.
I'm Ken Burnside. I have been designing games professionally, as in, making money from them since I was 16 years old. I've been doing it full-time as my sole source of income since 2014. I live in Troy, New York, where I'm right down the hill from Rensselaer Polytechnical Institute. That's pretty much a good intro for me. Mike, you got the comm is yours.
And I'm a IT professional. I take care of the lab computers for a large Bay Area biotech firm. That keeps me plenty busy, but not too busy to keep designing ships for Squadron Strike Traveler.
All right. And so what are your positions there at Astra? Ken, what's your official title?
I'm the president, cat wrangler, and publisher. Mike is the Traveler Line developer. This might be a surprise to Mike. He got promoted while he was watching the Super Bowl.
Well, really, the Stafford finally getting a ring was a reward enough.
So, Ken, do you have a favorite sci-fi book, TV show, or movie that inspires you in your sci-fi ways?
Most recently, it has been The Expanse, both the book series and the TV series.
What is it that calls to you on The Expanse?
On the TV series, the design language. I wish the ships had radiators, but they actually behave more or less like vector movement ships. In terms of the book series, I love the world building and the fact that the two authors started out with something that was basically a mystery in a detailed world, and you didn't learn much about the world. That gradually went into multipolar politics, and then started asking questions about what is the right way to colonize other planets. It recently finished. The book series recently finished with the 9th volume. The TV series just finished with season 6. I have no idea if they're going to do the last 3 books in the series as television series, as miniseries, or as movies or something along those lines. But it is my hope that they will continue doing things like that. There's a time jump, so this is a good chance to let all the creative team chill out for a year or two and then, recast a few things for actors that are 30 years older now.
Did it get renewed or canceled?
It completed its run, and they were told that this was going to be the last season on Amazon.
I see.
So it didn't get canceled. It just ran its
its
its expected course.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
And what about you, Mike? Do you have a TV show or a book that inspires your sci-fi nerdiness?
Well, for general science fiction, I'm a huge fan of Lois McMaster Bujold's Vorkosigan Saga, but that's more people than ships. For some really gritty space combat, you can really sink your teeth into. There's a couple of books by Glenn Cook that I really admire. Passage at Arms, which is the best DOS boat in space ever done.
All right.
And a good book in its own right. And then the sheer magnitude of what goes down in The Dragon Never Sleeps, which, you're throwing around 250 kilogram antimatter penetrators. You know things are getting real.
So, do you guys have any hobbies aside from gaming? Start with you, Ken.
Well, at this point, gaming has stopped being my hobby and has become my job.
Right.
So I have to be very careful about what gaming I do on the side that is for fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I tend to do the miniatures game stuff for Ad Astra as the day job, and the fiction writing for the day job. And when I want to do something as a palate cleanser, I will end up playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition or sometimes Blades in the Dark. Other hobbies that I used to have but don't do anymore tend to be fencing, picking up a sword and pretending I'm good at it. Although I was good at it many years ago. Lack of partners and the and the problems of trying to find a good fencing group with the pandemic running means that I've gotten really rusty.
There are a few skills more perishable.
Do you do Olympic or collegiate fencing, or do you do fencing as part of a medievalist society?
Funny thing about that, I started out as an Olympic fencer, got up to USFA C grade. USFA A rankings go on to the Olympics, and it goes all the way down to E. So about gives you an idea. Basically, every level of grade going down from A, you get about 10 to 12 times as many people. I was there for the founding of ARMA with John Clements in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and in the late 1990s was trying to teach Western Sword in a dojo and discovered that writing freelance for game companies paid better.
All right. And what about you, Mike? What are your hobbies aside from gaming?
Scale models, science fiction and historical. And I'm between attempts to teach myself violin and am just undertaking learning French, which I will not torture anyone's ears with at this stage.
Playing the violin is something I've always wanted to learn to do too. But I just inherited a bunch of guitars, so I think I have to change my plan. Or just do both.
And I couldn't manage to put the time it took into it, but I got surprisingly far with the third cheapest violin on Amazon.
Yeah, I didn't know really where to start. My friend bought a cheap violin. I think she paid $80 for it or something. It's like I thought they were much more expensive.
No, start a violin. I had one. The first one sort of fell apart, which is not surprising since it was the cheapest violin on Amazon. The second one I went up a bit and proved to have chosen much more wisely with an instruction manual with actual sheet music in it, and much better set of accessories and finish on the violin itself.
I've heard those are like super hard because there's no frets, so you have to like kind of remember where your fingers are supposed to go.
Yeah. There's no guides, and you've got to, if you don't have somebody moving your fingers around on the strings for you, aka a live instructor, going to watch a lot of videos of other people playing violin.
Sounds sort of like Unix.
All right, so let's talk about your first RPGs. Like, what got you into playing RPGs, and how long have you been playing? Let's start with Mike. Let's start with Ken. Sorry.
Tease.
No, I just kind of just want to go Ken and Mike so I don't get them mixed up.
My first RPG was the Moldave base. Was D&D? Was the D&D box set from 1979?
Okay.
And then we quickly graduated to AD&D in 1980 or 81. I stumbled across the Hero system in 1985 and published my first
Hero.
Cyber. What edition of Hero? That would be second edition. In
Hero.
I
said I love me some Hero.
And then in late 1985 and early 1986, as a gifted and talented program, I designed and published my very first RPG, which was called Renegades. I was the second cyberpunk RPG on the market after Cyberpunk 2000, before it became Cyberpunk 2020. I joke with Mike Pondsmith that I really love how he's committed to doing all of his quirky little historical period pieces, like Cyberpunk 2020. And as to that RPG Renegades, same thing I said last year. I will pay somebody $20 for a copy of that if they still have it. I will pay them $40 for video of them putting it through a shredder and lighting the shreds on fire.
That bad? Well, it was your first, so it was something.
It was my first, and I was 16 years old, and it mashed all the buttons of disgruntled 16-year-oldness.
Mm-hmm.
I also inadvertently created a narrative combat system. Yeah, I say inadvertently because it sure as hell wasn't designed to be narrative, but I came up with a mechanism that I've never seen replicated. I had D1000 hit location tables, and I had one for the front of the body, the back of the body, the side of the body, and internal organ placement. And for your gunshot placement, you rolled 3 D1000s and took the median value.
Oh, well, no wonder they opted for storytelling instead. All right, so what about you, Mike? When did you first get into role-playing games? How long have you been playing?
I started making ship models in third grade, and then in fourth grade, on the other side of the country, we're in a mall, and I was looking at the models and was going down the shelf, and I found that I'd wandered into a game section. And I took home a copy of Starfire in next week at school, which was a hippie alternative program. No curriculum, just teachers around to have you help you with whatever you wanted to work on. I spent fourth and fifth grade doing no coursework, reading and playing games. I was pushing a couple counters around on the Starfire map when an older kid said, "Hey, you play these games too." And Ogre was my first game against a live opponent.
Love Ogre.
Love that is an absolute classic. Needs another pocket edition though.
I just got it on Steam.
Welcome. It's your first step into a wider world.
Yeah, my friends and I we had some nostalgia for that game, so we're like, "Oh, look, they made a computer version. Let's go ahead and get it." So not bad. It's what you would expect of a computerized version of Ogre.
Yep, it does what it says on the tin, and branched out into role-playing games, distinguished by an early hate for Dungeons and Dragons, with it's just being a really clunky system with characters or their levels and the gear they're carrying. And right over here we've got Traveler, where you've got a backstory, and RuneQuest, when you've got skills and anybody could learn magic, and that just carried on to the day.
If I remember correctly, Starfire was a tactical space combat game.
Yeah, tactical space combat game. Task Force Games #1. Although in the initial batch with 2 I don't remember, and the pocket edition of Starfleet Battles, which we also had.
I think the last combat game that I played on paper was Full Thrust, which was pretty decent set of rules.
Full Thrust is a game I played a lot of, but never in person. There's one on the old GGG mailing list in the late 90s and into the aughties. There was a lot of PBE games, most moderated. Mark Cockney, who is now a space scientist helping run missions to Mercury and other exotic places, ran several Babylon 5 themed games. And then there was somebody did a Java-based full thrust referee.
Interesting.
And I played a lot of that.
Yep, and it's now vanished into the ether.
Which is a damn shame.
That's too bad. I like a lot of games that could benefit from being computerized. Like I like that card game Android, a Netrunner, and I found a server where you can go and play online, but it's not automated, but it's got all the cards and stuff, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, it's put together by volunteers, and it could go away at any time. So tell us a little bit about what got you into Traveler, or at least sci-fi RPG. Let's start with Ken.
Oddly enough, my first Traveler game that I played, I was in college. After I'd already published my own RPG as a sophomore in high school.
Right.
And I played Traveler, and in part it's because of the science. In part, Traveler kind of reflects whatever science fiction Mark Miller was reading at the time that something was published. So 1989 was the dawn of Traveler New Era. Was that Mega Traveler or Traveler New Era, Mike? In '89.
89 would have been Mega Traveler.
Yep, that's what I thought. Got into Mega Traveler and played it a little bit and went over to GURPS. And this is before there was a GURPS Traveler license. Yep. So, this is one of those awful admissions that I make, that I played Traveler and went...
We tried to get a Mega Traveler game going, but the prospective GM bounced off of the really hideously long errata list for first edition.
Oh. Yeah, I was going to ask what the rub was. What was the sticking point there?
Rules kind of broken.
For me, I didn't even actually own the rules, so I didn't get a feel for how broken or not the rules were. It was just a matter of the GM was enthusiastic about it. I leaned into the enthusiasm, and the other 3 players, who were all part of our crew on the ship, kind of did this as the the D&D game isn't running this week.
Oh.
And I can still tell you the plot that we were running.
But what was it about? What was it about Traveler that kind of eventually, I guess, all right? So you started with Mega Traveler. Then did you follow along auditions and eventually come to like it? I mean, you liked it at some point because you licensed it for your product.
The longest running Traveler campaign that I've ever played was that one in my spring semester of my second year of college. Other than that, I've done a couple of one-shots here and there. There are things that I like about Traveler as a game engine, like the fact that when you take physical damage, your physical stats decrease. So it gives you something much more visceral, if you'll pardon the pun, than just losing hit points.
Right.
There are aspects of the Third Imperium and Traveler as a setting that I like. There are more aspects of it that I go, okay, that hasn't aged well.
And what about you, Mike? What got you into Traveler or sci-fi gaming?
Well, the collection of games floating around the hippie alternative school included several little black books. So I tore into the Speedward Marches supplement, which is a whole map subsection with hundreds of worlds and all sorts of details and backstory going on, and the library data books to flesh it out, and the tidbits that came in some of the adventures that I was spending my babysitting money on, and dove into that. Had tried to run it in 6th grade, but we got through one double adventure, but I was not prepared to run a Traveler campaign in 6th grade. And came around, I read actually the same adventure, which was Across the Bright Face, in 2012 or 2013 as a play test for a story game-based Traveler variant that I'd come up with based on the Apocalypse World engine, which I think is really neat and should get published, but Mark Miller isn't interested, so that's 60,000 words that will live in my archive fondly and occasionally get dusted off. But that went well. I'd like to run that one a third time.
So, Mike, if you run that one a third time, take a serious look at Blades in the Dark, because the process of running Blades in the Dark lends itself quite well to the Traveler Merchant vessel sort of thing, because basically the ship becomes a group resource.
Yeah, I've got the science fiction, the variant of that, and I am keeping an eye on that. But I like what I wrote.
Yeah, I understand. So the thing that I enjoy, the reason I remember the Traveler campaign that I played in my in 1989 in college, is because, one, I named the ship. We had a Beowulf class freighter that, because I was taking a degree in English, I called Grendel's Lunch. And our story was basically we had to smuggle the child of a noble off the planet, take her to a different planet where she could get her lungs fixed by genetic therapies, and bring her back. all under a deadline because the planet that she is originally from has strong religious taboos about genetic modification, and basically. Yes, genetically curing cystic fibrosis is something that the Third Imperium knows how to do. And on most civilized planets, it's done as prenatal screening.
Sure. That reminds me of a Babylon 5 episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
It may also remind you of... it may also remind you of River Tam in Firefly.
Sure.
Oh yeah, that too.
A lot of that going around.
Right.
I think what really grabbed me about Traveler was ship designs. When I got my hands on High Guard, oh boy, bets were off. That was a favorite pastime for many editions, many decades, and now here Ken occasionally writes me a check to do more.
And I give you access to a spreadsheet that makes your computer howl. That makes your computer howl in ways that make you worry about those tentacles you're seeing wiggling out of the corners of your eyesight.
Yeah, I use that to shut people up who are complaining about scary spreadsheets at work.
Mm-hmm. So that's
it does.
That's the thing that hooked you was the ship being able to build ships and
and ultimately that you can build pretty much anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think my striker box in high school was almost filled in 3x5 cards with designs for stuff.
I love the 3x5 card method. I've been using a long time. My friend Mark uses it as well. He's always got some cards in his pocket, and when he comes up with an idea, he jots it down. So it doubles as a notebook, but then you can put an entire character or an entire adventure idea on a index card, and just develop it as you go. So I love that ability to kind of do that with Traveler.
After running the game in 2013, I took where we ended up and spun out branching paths into other classic Traveler published adventures and invented a bunch of noble families who might become patrons. And at that point, the gaming group reshuffled itself, and well, that was that.
Mm.
We ran three sessions of mine, and then on to something else.
Yeah, that happens. Thankfully, though, with virtual tabletop, I'm finding that there's a much larger pool of players out there. So if I have a group that fizzles, I can go get some more fizzlers.
Well, one of these days, if you ever get to the point where you're going to be getting into a space combat session,
mm-hmm.
I have two methods of handling space combat in Traveler that are different from what's in the book that I've been wanting to get tested for 4 years now.
Oh, all right.
And every time I throw them at Traveler GMs, they read them and they go, "Wow, this is really cool," and then I never hear from them again.
My players are combat averse. They don't want to risk their ship.
Well, I have a standard rant about space combat or ship-to-ship combat or even mass casualty combat in RPGs, which boils down to you're hitching dolphins to the front of your chariot.
Right. Yeah, you gave us that analogy. Do that again. Tell us how that goes.
So, if the dolphins are happy, everybody in the chariot is drowning. And if the people in the chariot are happy, the dolphins are flopping around in the mud on the hippodrome and squealing in protest because there's no water. The best examples that we've found for RPGs are ones where you very carefully put the dolphins in horse costumes and give them mechanical aids to gently trot as they pull the chariot around the circle of the hippodrome, so that the people standing in the back of it can fire their multi-gun. The problem with this and almost all war game attempts at making the space combat game mesh with the RPG is that the person who has the most influence over the combat is the person piloting the ship, and everybody else is a passenger on the school bus and hoping that the driver will slide left so that their guns firing out the left side of the ship can fire, or will slide right so that the guns firing out of the right side of the ship can fire. Or, they're the guy who has the wrench and is hoping that the engine block doesn't get shot so that he doesn't have to go and try and fix the engine in the middle of the fight. And of course, we're, dealing with people who are basically firing rifles from the sides of the school bus, as opposed to people who are firing, rocket-propelled grenades, or to borrow a line from Mike, rocket-propelled grenades that are firing 250-kilogram antimatter penetrators at a school bus.
And oddly enough, those problems never came up in any of these Star Wars games I ran.
Mm-hmm.
And there was plenty of ship combat with the player's ship involved, but add in a couple of turrets, keep the narrative moving fast, and above all, do not get bogged down in the fight. But you can get through your average armed tramp freighter and 4 TIE fighters in fairly short order and leave everybody happy to have escaped.
And there is a modus and a method for that, but the thing that makes that work is that you actually focus more on the interior shot of the spaceship, where all of the crew is grabbing onto the consoles and swaying back and forth as the 1 AD is holding the sign that says "shake."
Yeah, and somebody's sprinkling debris from a ladder.
As opposed to exterior shots of the spaceship, because if you're having exterior shots of the spaceship, you're not focusing on the PCs. It turns around into the bus driver problem. You'll all behave, or I'm going to turn this ship right around, and we're going to go back to Mos Eisley.
So more in my games, the ship combat is, if the people put their ship at risk, and they don't want to do that. So usually they avoid it and run away, and or the players want it to be cinematic, like you say. You don't want it to. It's more like Star Trek, where you see the people. Like you said, everybody lean left, everybody lean right. Debris falling from the ceiling, sparks coming out of the panels. But my players are really good so far. They all do like group power stunts. Like one guy will make his targeting and pass that information to the gunner or to the engineer who'll pull, get a better angle and then pass that on to the gunner. And so there's like a rolling positive modifier coming down to the gunner.
Right.
And everybody feels engaged.
And I have seen this done in Starfinder, and I've seen this done in Traveler, and it requires that everybody buy in, but eventually you realize that everybody's rolling dice to just pass modifiers on to one player. And that one player is usually the pilot or possibly the engineer and the like.
Right.
So I have 2 methods of getting around this that I have written up. One of them is the traditional method, which more or less turns the everybody rolls dice and hands modifiers over to somebody else into everybody rolls dice and you get a couple of Squadron Strike weapon traits. And you're actually flying the ship in Squadron Strike, and each player is in a hit location on a Squadron Strike ship and making skill checks. And it's actually based loosely off of Apocalypse World, but Apocalypse World and Traveler both use 2d6, add a modifier, and the modifier ranges from +0 to from -2 to about +3 or 4.
All right. Well, it sounds like that could mesh.
Yeah, they can.
Right.
This one should work, but it requires that you have a group of players who are willing to put up with a Squadron Strike game in the middle of their RPG. And basically you are rolling to get special abilities because, hey, I got a really good roll. Cool. Get precision fire. Roll your hit location twice and take the better result.
Right.
Things like that.
That sounds cool.
It should be fun. The other one is actually is based loosely off of Starfist, which was a game that Steve Jackson Games put out in 1980. And in this one, the player character's ship is in the center of a hex grid, and how well the pilot rolls determines where he gets to place the NPC ships. Basically, it's a contest between his piloting check and the game master's piloting check, and whoever succeeds by more gets to control where the NPC ships go.
Right. That would also mesh good.
Yep. It is also generally assuming that it is a tramp freighter outrunning 4 bow tie fighters, because they're not TIE fighters because they don't have that license, right?
Oh no! Here comes the piano TIE fighter. That's an 80s model. Yeah.
And the ship is broken up into regions. And player characters are basically putting their tokens for where their character is in each of the regions of the ships. You have to be in some regions to use some pieces of equipment. So your gunner can't act. Your gunner actually has to be in the gunnery turret.
I see.
None of this Jejun. I'm going to sit here I'm going to sit here with my iPad in my comfortable quarters and maneuver the turret remotely on the Wi-Fi network. And when parts of the ship take damage, you have some choices to make. Do you try to get out of there? Do you try to fix the damage? Are you wearing a spacesuit?
Right. Well, we'll see if we can drum up some volunteers to help you test that, because those both sound like they would mesh well with travel or space combat.
I mean, I thought a lot about how to put space combat in RPGs. I just can't seem to find anybody who will test them.
Well, we'll see what we can do to get you more volunteers, test subjects. All right, so
bipedal guinea pigs.
this year's theme for the event is agents, and so those would be like could be spies like prisoner, could be guys like Judge Dredd, could be private investigators like Deckard. Who's your favorite sci-fi agents? And we'll start with Mike.
Favorite sci-fi agent, Slippery Jim DeGris.
The stainless steel rat.
That's right.
All right, that's a good choice. And why is he your favorite?
I like the humor and the style and the intensity of the stories. It'd be a Dominic Flandry, but he takes himself too seriously.
And what about you, Ken?
One of my favorites is Miles Vorkosigan. At least in his early career, when he was actually an agent, as opposed to, I've gotten too old for this and I'm not politically important.
So tell us what you guys have been up to this past year. Have you done any conventions? Finished up any productions? Let's start with Mike.
It's been a pretty intense work from home year. Actually, I've gotten precious little done because work has been a real drain. It's not in the sense of not having boundaries and checking email at 9 o'clock at night, but just when I turn it off at the end of the workday, it's been a day. That plugs along. I mean, going outside for 10 minutes after morning meetings wrap up, it's a high point of a day.
Have you done any game production or worked on any expansions, or at least talked about plans for any new products or improvements on products?
So I'll jump in on this one. So last year, the plan was that we were going to try and get Squadron Strike Traveler Shipbook 2 covering the Solomani Rim War out by the end of the year. That didn't happen. Part of it is that Mike basically got promoted at his day job in the middle of the summer and suddenly went from having 1 or 2 evenings free where he could poke around with things to, and then I kind of got sick with what appears to be a permanent case of bronchitis, which has sapped my energy levels a lot. So with that, it became a little bit harder for us to get the playtesting in. We have something pretty close to a complete product's worth of ships designed, and we've got somewhere around a half a dozen to almost 10 scenarios, and we need about a dozen more. It's good to have 16 to 20 scenarios in a book. And I don't know the lore well enough to know if the scenario fits into the setting in the background, but Mike has laid a lot of groundwork on that. We recently have a new person who is gung-ho for playtesting Traveler and is actually organizing online games for playtesting Squadron Strike Traveler stuff on Sundays. So if somebody comes in on my server and would like to actually help us playtest this upcoming Traveler product, we've got somebody who's eager to do it, and Mike and I need the feedback.
And I need the scenario pipeline primed again.
Well, I was going to ask, Mike, can you give us an example of a couple of scenarios?
A couple of scenarios. We've been trying to add terrain, which the Squadron Strike Traveler scenario is kind of tricky, but with the addition of planets to the virtual tabletop, we've been able to let people fight around an actual planet sitting in the middle of the map, which is,
or in some cases through when they have meson beams,
or in some cases through. And we've added some. I think there's 2 with a gas giant forming basically a wall on one side that you do not want to bump into because you're not coming back out.
Right.
And mix it up with them. And but my thing has gone along those lines of trying to put obstacles in people's way to create tactical constraints or stuff to hide behind.
And,
all right.
One of the hazards of doing vector movement space games is that there are really 2 kinds of vector movement engagement. There are 3 kinds of vector movement engagements. One of them is really boring and nobody ever does it. It is the drive-by shooting. This is where one side is basically sitting still, the other side comes screaming by at stupidly high speeds, shoots once, and has no reason whatsoever to come back into the fight. It is surprising how many of the Traveler canonical engagements turn into that kind of fight. The other kind of fight is a slower speed version of that, which turns into jousting. Everybody flies past one another, shoots flips around, decelerates, comes back in about 4 turns later, shoots again, and it's a slow attrition pattern. The third kind of fight is the one that's actually the most interesting, and that is what I call the freeway merge fight, which is instead of two forces coming in head to head on one another, 2 forces are coming in on about 90 degrees from one another, and one of them really wants to have a sustained close range engagement, and the other one doesn't have enough thrust to pull away. At that point, it's a lot like a freeway merge, and that becomes a much more interesting engagement. The trick is trying to find ways to make those grow organically, because what happens with Traveler, because the sensor information is so good, is you quickly realize that you should not be in this fight if you're on the disadvantaged side, and you quickly want to turn it into that first type of fight. Kick up the thrust as high as you can, zip through their gunnery envelope, and take one or at most 2 turns of shots and leave. One of the things that we've been experimenting with in different settings is just require fixed objectives to fight around. That's what planets are doing. The other thing is, in one of the products that I've got in development, Newton's Cradle, all of the ships have fuel, and suddenly build up the high velocity for a single flyby pass. If you need that fuel for something else, that's a problem.
So tell us some more about Squadron Strike. Describe to people who've never seen it what it is.
3-dimensional spaceship combat, where you can design any ship from any universe and fly it in 3D. If anything, the any ship for any universe might even be selling the game short. I have designed ships that feel like The Expanse. I've designed ships that feel like Star Wars. I've designed ships that feel like multiple different varieties of Star Trek. I've designed ships that really capture the feel of Traveler. I've designed ships.
And has this been digital all along, or has it been a miniatures game that went digital?
Oh, it's a miniatures game that went digital.
Okay.
The game first came out in 2008. In late 2018, in 2015, we did a Kickstarter for a smartphone app called the Avid Assistant. In 2018, the smartphone app got put in a framework that used WebGL to create a shared map, and we started doing a lot of things, for playtesting online, and couldn't get anybody to come in and play for the first couple of years, for almost a year. Then in 2019, we started getting a serious uptick, and it turned out that by the time that the pandemic hit, we already had a solid community of players. So we were in a good position, having our very own bespoke virtual map to work with. We'd originally tried to make it work with Tabletop Simulator, and discovered that Tabletop Simulator didn't have the hooks to support the Avid Assistant for actually manipulating the tilt blocks and the box miniatures.
Gotcha.
One of the things that we do for showing off how Squadron Strike works, and it's based off of the same 3D engine as Attack Vector, is that your ship is shown as a cardboard box with art on all 6 sides. This allows you to show the ship rolled in 90-degree increments fairly easily, and pitched up and pitched down. And then we have components called tilt blocks, which look kind of like cubes with a 90-degree slice cut out of them. They give you a 30-degree pitch angle and a 60-degree pitch angle. And with 2 of those cubes, with 2 tilt blocks and the box miniature, you can show every kind of orientation your ship can do in 30-degree increments, which happens to work nicely with a hex map, because with a hex map, 30 degrees is hex edge or hex corner. Hex edge or hex corner as you go all the way around.
So when did you decide to make a Traveler expansion for Squadron Strike?
Well, Squadron Strike grew out of the work that we did with Attack Vector Tactical, which came out first.
Okay.
One of my customers, well, actually, I shouldn't say one of my customers. I published Attack Vector, and on a website called the Miniatures page, I had lots and lots of people tell me, well, 3D doesn't matter in space at all, in any way, shape, or form. And I was okay with that, because, they can play what they like, I'll play what I like, and while I disagree with them, their opinion is their opinion. And arguing with them doesn't really gain me anything. However, there was a fellow on there who was a fan of another game called Starmada, who more or less insisted that, well, whatever space combat game you're playing, it should just be Starmada, because whatever your game is good at, Starmada does it just as well and does other things beside. And then he went and said that Starmada did better 3D than Attack Vector. At which point I looked at the Starmada 3D rules and went, no. I kind of decided to make Squadron Strike the game that Starmada always wished it would be when it grew up.
And so
Starmada's real claim to fame was its very solid, very well balanced ship design system. And just in case anybody here is a Starmada fan, Dan Cast is a friend of mine, and he and I throw early drafts of products at one another. And one of the things that the Squadron Strike ship design engine now does is it automatically outputs a Starmada version of every ship I design in Squadron Strike. So in case somebody thinks I'm slagging on Dan and slagging on Starmada, no, I'm not.
Okay, awesome. So let's bring this back around to Traveler. So what made you decide to come up with a Traveler version and get a mic involved?
Traveler is a well-known science fiction RPG property, and Traveler has had something like 7 or 8 different space combat systems for it. Not all of which have been playable, and not all of which have been fun. And I already knew I had something good with Squadron Strike. And we got the Traveler license for this in 2011 or 2012, and let's just say that it was a cursed production. The game came out in 2018 after 2 deaths among the people who were working on it. 1 stroke, 2 quadruple bypasses, and a Taliban rocket attack.
Crazy. So
when Mike heard about this, and when it ended up in Mike's lap, and Mike heard about this, he went, "Why didn't you tell me about this before? I might have said no."
So Mike, when you inherited the cursed project, did you find out anything interesting about Traveler combat? Like, did you find out what's the best weapon, or like what's the best situation to have with your ship in Traveler?
I actually took it all the way back to Little Black Book, number 5, High Guard, and what I'd spent a good chunk of my childhood with, and said, "This is the cool stuff. So what's good there, I'm making good in the Squadron Strike Traveler." So it's atavistic. It doesn't owe a lot to Mega Traveler or 4th edition. I have drawn some background materials from Mongoose, but this is my love letter to big starships and little black books.
And he also got handed a lot of support at the beginning from Steve Osmansky, who was the first person I had working on this. Is the one who had the stroke that I mentioned. Steve did an awful lot of digging around and research and doing the first draft of making Traveler weapons work in Squadron Strike. And Mike got to use those drafts and tweak them and then make suggestions, and then we put them on ships and discovered that if you have the canonical number of weapons on a Traveler ship in Squadron Strike, it bogs down very quickly. So
tell us some more about that.
Abstract. We had to go abstract very quickly because I think as Ken put it, this design has 28 lasers that do, against a moderately armored ship, do 0 to 2 points of damage. So you're rolling a lot of dice, most of which will do nothing. The big laser batteries got to represent lots of little ones, and you could do some actual damage with them. Energy batteries may have gotten clumped together a little too hard, but unleashing them on an opponent at close range is
a gratifying experience.
Gratifying is the word. And everyone who's played it, who knows Traveler of old, and has gotten to use a Meson gun, says the Meson guns work.
Yes.
So you say that
the
Traveler ships are extra nasty at close range?
Yes.
Some of those designs get really ugly at close range. Some of them can pick you apart from long range too. And a spinal mount, Meson or particle beam, that's a really good reach out and touch you factor.
And you will know when you got hit by a Meson gun. You will suddenly curse the placement of certain boxes in certain hit locations when you get hit by a Meson gun, and you go, "I can save one of these 3 things. Which one? Ow, no, ugh."
So
and the one that you saved may be going on the next round of damage dice.
Those are weapons that ignore armor and shields and directly hit the structure or the internals of the ship.
Pretty much.
Those ignore planets.
Yeah, that is what Meson guns do. They shoot through planets. They also shoot through the defenses on your ship, other than a Meson screen.
Yeah.
One of the things that we also did with Squadron Strike Traveler for the book, where does most of our Imperial ships come from? Book 9, right?
Supplement 9 fighting ships of the Imperium.
Well, one of the fighting ships in the Imperium, which has an absolutely gorgeous miniature, the Gianetti light cruiser, is armed with a Meson gun. It does not have a Meson screen, and even in the Book 9 design, there are hull spaces that are unused that could have been used that could have put a Meson screen on it.
Which means you have a ship with that's worse than a glass jaw. That's a glass jaw painted neon, glow in the dark. Kill me first. Shoot at me first.
So we made the refitted Gianetti light cruiser that actually puts the Meson screen on. The other thing that we did with the Gianetti light cruiser is that we wrote a little bit of Traveler background that will someday be published as a Traveler adventure, because it will basically have all of the PCs being brought into the office of a high-ranking admiral who is part of the Imperial procurement process. And he's going to show them the documentation that shows that the Geonoid light cruiser was supposed to have had a Meson screen, and that the contractors never put it in.
Was
and
it?
normally
Do you think it was an oversight, or do you think it was just like, is it a shortcoming in the power plant or anything, or design flaw?
So I think that out of game, what happened is the average turnaround time for a product for GDW when this was put out was 5 weeks. And nobody caught that it had this awesome gun and had the space for the awesome defense against the gun, and went, whatever. I'm assuming that diegetically within the universe, there were some contractors that, sure, yeah, that compartment's supposed to have the model whatever Meson screen. Nobody's going to notice if we don't put it in.
The Meson screen, it's supposed to be here.
And the traveler adventure that comes from this is that a high-ranking admiral in Imperial procurement, well, his son was the executive officer on a Geonoid light cruiser that didn't come back. And it was supposed to have a Meson screen, and it didn't. And he wants to know why, and he's willing to run interference with certain minor legalities if you guys can find the contractors who are supposed to put this Meson screen on this batch of Geonoid light cruisers and make sure that they understand that they done screwed up badly.
Sounds like a great scenario. There you go.
And there you have a traveler adventure.
So if someone wants to get started with Squadron Strike, how do they need to buy anything, or how does it go?
So one of the things that I do with Squadron Strike is that I and a couple of my volunteers run regular teaching games. You drop in on my Discord server, you say, "Hi, I'd like to learn how to play Squadron Strike." You type in the Introduce Yourself channel, and if you type in the Introduce Yourself channel, about 3 to 5 people will respond within 45 minutes saying, "Hi, what kind of games do you like? What kind of science fiction do you like? When can you play?"
All right.
We will try to rope you into learning how to play. I believe you played last year, didn't you?
I did. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
The interface is really cool. You get a 3D realm where you can move your ships. You see like a box of your ship from every angle with the indicator for where the nose and the thruster is, and what side you're looking at. And then you have like this kind of globe thing on the side that indicates where the enemies are in respect to your ship, if they're close, and where they are in a sphere around you. It's really super cool, and whoever built that, kudos to them. The great programming accomplishment. They did a great job.
Well, the programming accomplishment is by Mike Zabrowski. He coded up in a dead-end variant of JavaScript called CoffeeScript, because it basically was the first JavaScript variant with classes. And he is a fan of the game, both Squadron Strike and Attack Vector, and he wanted to implement it so that you actually had computerized versions of the play aids that are there.
Yeah.
So that globe that you were talking about, where you see the enemy on it, that is a firing arc diagram. And we have printouts of the firing arc diagrams on the SSDs that show what windows you can shoot through in that diagram and what windows you can't.
Right.
And it works from a tool called the Attitude Vector Information Display, or AVID, which is a top-down view of a sphere, which is used for controlling the orientation of your ship, and with that also recording and regulating how you're applying thrust and building up your vectors.
And you're probably tired of me comparing it this way, but to me, it's like a 3D Starfleet battles, like way modernized. You have an SSD that if you've ever played Starfleet battles, you can easily pick this up. And if you've ever done any kind of like virtual flight in your head, like if you ever played Ace of Aces or something like that, you can easily transition to it's super easy. I enjoyed playing it.
One of the things that I used as a tagline for describing the AVID Assistant and similar things is that it's a flight simulator for people with slow eyesight and bad reflexes.
Yes. You basically get turn-based flights and starship combat, so it's pretty cool. So what do you got? We got to wrap up. What's your what do you got going on this next year? You got any new? You gonna put out that Solomani expansion?
If Mike's time is available for it, I would like to at least print off the counter sheets for it for the batch of products I'm releasing in August. I have a string of products that I am currently desperately trying to get done so that I can actually release them one after the other in in this month for Exile's Stars, next month for a new Birds of Prey product, June for Newton's Cradle. Somewhere in June at the same time as I'm releasing Newton's Cradle will be the second edition of Romance of the Seven Realms. Then I'm helping somebody finish off a novel for Exile's Stars that we hope to drop in July. And then in August, I want to put out the Newton's Cradle introductory product and the Romance of the Seven Realms introductory product. Both of these would be self-contained products that cost about $30 that you can pretty much just pull them apart, follow the instructions, download the app on your phone. They even come with maps and counters and box miniature sheets and punch together tilt blocks. And for $30, you can teach yourself Squadron Strike in Mode 2 with Newton's Cradle or Mode 1 with Romance of the Seven Realms. And for those who don't know what movement modes are, I just realized I slipped insider jargon here. Squadron Strike has 3 different movement modes. They're named after the number of Newton's laws being obeyed. Mode 0 is anime spaceship movement. When you turn off your engines, your ship skids to a halt against the friction of space. In Mode 1 movement, your ships fly like Star Wars space fighters or like spaceships in Star Trek. They always go forward. They turn, and when they turn, they seem to bleed off speed. This is why X-Wings go as they're turning. Mode 2, Isaac Newton is doing the driving. If you build up a vector of 8 hexes per turn in direction A, to slow down, you've got to pivot 180 degrees and apply 8 units of thrust in direction D to cancel it out.
All right, so where can people find your products? You have a website or social media?
Yeah, at astragames.com. I have my Discord server, which you'll have a link to. We have a group called Ad Astra Games Fans on Facebook, and they're available in hobby and retail stores. We're carried by Golden Distribution, and I've got a list of about 40 retailers who buy stuff direct.
Get a Twitter?
I do have a Twitter account, at Astra Games.
And what about you, Mike? How do people get in touch with you?
I'm on Facebook under my real name and Twitter as Mike Yaneza.
All right.
Can be found there, and I occasionally appear on Ken's Discord.
Great. Well, we've run out of time. We've come to the end of our interview. I'm your host, Frank Sicardi, known as CyborgPrime, and I've been talking with Ken Burnside and Mike Yaneza of Ad Astra Games. Ken and Mike, thanks for participating in our 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. I hope you'll join us again next year.
Unless the curse gets me.
Looking forward to it.
Great. And thank you, dear listener, for joining us for the 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. That's all for now, travelers. Until next time, happy traveling.
This data crystal will self-destruct in 5.
All right, we're back. All right, that's pretty cool. What'd you guys think of that Squadron Strike? I played it last year. It was pretty awesome. You get like they said in the interview, this 3D representation of your ship. You can fly it around. You have SSDs to keep track of what weapons you shot and your armor and stuff, and you can use it to make any kind of ship from any universe. So Star Wars, Star Trek, Babylon 5, all doable ships. Very, 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 very cool. Let's see. Looking at the chats, see some folks are coming to back to Traveler for the first time in a long time. Welcome back. There's tons of stuff to do. There's games you can still tap into. If you go to cyborgprime.com/Mayday2022, you may still find slots open in the one-shot games. Just bring yourself, and they'll give you a character sheet and show you how to plug into the VTT, the virtual tabletop, and you can be playing Traveler by the end of the evening with a bunch of cool people. So those Traveler one-shot games have been going on all weekend. There might be a few with some open seats at the table. So if you're a newcomer and you want to try Traveler, or you're an old hand and you want to get back into it, now's a chance to go do that with our virtual Traveler convention. So let's see. I would like to draw some more prizes. Ad Astra Games is generous enough to sponsor a Squadron Strike Traveler full PDF bundle. And if you are a winner in the US, you will also get a Gazelle pewter miniature, and you will get a Gazelle launch pewter miniature sent to you as well. I'm going to give Ken a poke.
What's on our list of prizes this time?
Hold on.
Okay.
Just poking Ken there. See if he wants to come in. So for the what's in the PDF bundle? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Squadron Strike PDF bundle includes all of their expansions for the various Traveler things. There's a link to it from our website. Actually, let me see. I will go there myself and I will tell you. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. The full PDF bundle is like a $20 pack. It says it comes with all the rules and SSDs needed to play, plus print and play counter sheets and origami tilt blocks. You provide the hex map and D10s and you're good to go. You can download the free application Avid Assistant for Android and iOS and completely replace the laminated cards. So there you go. There's a link to it on our website. If you go to cyborgprime.com/Mayday2022, it's still not too late to get in the drawing, but hurry up because we're going to be pulling this one here in a few minutes. I'd also like to, I need to get caught up on some other things. So let's do another prize bundle. Stay tuned because we still have a lot of prizes coming up. We have CyborgPrime Games has donated some prizes. We got prizes from Mongoose Publishing. We got some prizes from SafecoCast Traveler Podcasters, and then of course the ginormous prize pack at the end of the night. So I don't want to. Hey, Bob, I see you on the in the Discord there. And looks like Ad Astra Games is in the room here. Just a second. Okay, Ken, you should be able to talk in the chat now.
Hey, nice to see you all.
Hey, nice to see you.
So let's do that drawing. I'm in the middle of a teaching game. So.
Oh, really? Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to go grab a fresh batch of entrants. So hurry up and get your name in there and hit the submit so you can get in the list already.
And I'm going to go and get the Dropbox link.
All right, this will just take a moment. I'm exporting a fresh list. Here we go.
Yep.
Then we got a couple of naughties on there we have to knock off because they entered twice.
Well, welcome back again this year, Ken.
You're welcome.
Good stuff.
Very, very cool. Super cool.
And I do believe that there's going to be a teaching game a little later tonight, if I've got the time zones correct, in about 50 minutes. So
right, cool. Yeah, the schedule is posted.
So whoever wins this can immediately digest the rules and come in and play.
Exactly. Just download them into your brain. All right, so here we go. Pick a number between 1 and 628.
1 and 628. All right. One moment. $308.
308. And here we go, 308. Who are you? You are hopefully not somebody that's won something before. 308. Okay, Elliot. Elliot from Hotmail. You have won unfortunately, he's in the UK. He may not be able to get those miniatures, but he does get the happy prize bundle of the Traveler stuff.
Right.
So,
And I thought there were going to be 2 drawings, one for the
There-
PDFs, one for
go
the
on.
minis. So I thought there were going to be two prize drawings, one for the minis and one for the PDF. So 2 winners.
Yes, we still have another chance to win in the grand prize. So,
Okay.
all right, cool. Thank you for.
Do you have a Discord handle for Elliot or an email address?
I will forward an email address to you.
All right. If you can do that to me, if you can send that to me by Discord, I will send that file on right now.
Fantastic. I'll do my best, but kind of in the middle of the production, but I'll do my best to send it over.
No problem.
ASAP.
Yep.
All right. Thank
Sure
you.
thing.
Take care.
All right.
See you next year.
Thank you.
Hopefully sooner.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
All right. Take care.
That was nice of him to stop in.
Yeah.
And let's see. Would you like to draw a prize, Gomos, since you have just popped in? Hello, Gomos.
Oh, hey, bud.
Thanks for joining us. How was your day?
Long. Kind you don't want to talk about it. I'm just happy to be here.
glad you could make it.
Me too, man.
We have a prize pack that's been stacking because I haven't had a chance to give it out. Right now it has the El Cheapo deck plans, Volume 3, a Drake Scout. It has the Drinax Companion, and it also has gunboats and shuttles. Both of those last 2 are physical copies, so that would be sweet to actually own a physical thing. Yeah. So, how about you? Can we get a number between 1 and 628?
628?
Yep.
Give me a second.
Just don't pick any of the ones we've.
579?
579. Drum roll, please. Leo Guttridge, you win a physical copy of Gunboats and Shuttles, physical copy of the Drinax Companion, and a digital copy of El Cheapo deck plans for the Drake Scout. So congratulations. Write your name down.
Winner. Very nice.
Gotcha.
Glad you could join us, Gomos. You've missed lots
pleasure
of
to be here.
Yeah, you missed lots of making fun of cats, the criminal, of course. But other than that,
Oh, damn. Well, I was here in spirit for that.
yeah, come on, absolutely.
Yes, sir. All right, so just checking that we got a bunch of generous sponsors this year, and so I'm just making sure that I've got all of the prizes. Okay, so that takes care of one side of the sheet. All right, guys, now we're going to move on to, let's see, that was at Astra Games. We're going to move on to our next guest, which is Christopher Griffin. Very cool dude. We're running about 15 minutes behind schedule. We had some technical difficulties, and then I guess we were yakking. Now we're like half an hour behind schedule because we're supposed to be done actually 10 minutes to the hour, and we're not done until 10 minutes after the hour, so I guess it makes us 20 minutes. I don't know where the time went. Anyway, the next up is Christopher Griffin, and we'll meet on the other side of that and have a chat. And more prizes to give out. So get on the mailing list if you haven't already gotten there. The address is right there on the screen. All right, talk to you guys on the other side.
Good day, Mr. Briggs. Please select an agent for your next mission. Scanning Imperial Agent Database. Qualified agent found. Agent ID, Christopher Griffin. Agent cover story, freelance writer, Mongoose Publishing. Details as follows.
Greetings, travelers, and welcome to Traveler Mayday Mayday 2022, sponsored by CyborgPrime Games. You can find me at cyborgprime.com or by searching for my name in the Facebook search tool, or find a link in the video description below. Thank you for joining us for the 4th Annual Mayday Mayday Traveler Day event. It's a day we celebrate Traveler and all its additions and offshoots for all the fun times it's given us around the gaming table with friends and family. I'm your host, Frank Siccardi, also known as Cyborg Prime, and today I'm happy to introduce our guest, Christopher Griffin of Mongoose Publishing. Welcome, Chris.
Thanks for having me back, Frank.
Hey, this is your second time you sat with us for an interview, so thank you for your continued support.
Yes, you're quite welcome, and thank you.
Hopefully you'll return next year to chat with us again. That'll be our 5th year.
Oh, awesome. Yeah,
Cool.
of course I would love to. Book me.
Fantastic. I'll pencil you in. So, Chris, why don't you introduce yourself? Who are you and what do you do?
All right. My name is Christopher Griffin. I am a freelance writer for Mongoose Publishing. And more recently, I have become a graphic novel writer for Marcosia Comics out of Britain, which has an arrangement with Mongoose. And we can talk more about that as we get into what I've been up to.
Oh, that sounds super interesting. Yeah, all right. So tell us, where are you from? Where do you live now, and where did you grow up?
Yeah, so I was born in Lansing, Michigan, when my dad was finishing his undergrad at Michigan State and really had no business having kids with no money whatsoever. And my parents quickly picked up sticks and moved to California when I was 2 months old. And I grew up in the Bay Area. Went to college down at UC Santa Barbara, but shot right back up like a boomerang to the Bay Area and started working in the tech industry, where I became a technical writer. And more recently, I'm a manager of technical writers. So instead of doing all the writing, I now corral others and make them do all the hard work.
So do you have any hobbies aside from gaming?
Yeah, quite a few actually. I like to stay in shape, so I do a lot of mountain biking and more recently swimming. We added a swimming pool to the backyard recently, and try and stay fit. My wife and I have 4 kids, and they're spread throughout the globe, so we do quite a bit of traveling to go visit them. Got right now a daughter in Hawaii, one in Los Angeles, a son in New York, and another son in Paris. So we try and do a lot of traveling, and luckily they're in places that are nice to visit for the most part. So
that's what I was going to say. You're fortunate that they're all in nice vacationing places.
Yes, yeah, no one's hanging out in the Antarctic or anything like that.
Right. I asked some friends when I was visiting Hawaii, where do Hawaiians go for vacation?
Yeah, good question.
Vegas.
Yeah.
That's what they
That's
said.
the answer. Okay, I didn't expect such a clear answer, but yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
I
was
can imagine
surprised.
that.
Yeah. Obviously, you're a fan of sci-fi. Do you have a favorite sci-fi book or TV show or something that has inspired you in the ways of sci-fi?
Well, many, but my absolute favorite series is Ian Banks. I'm sorry, he goes by Ian M. Banks for his sci-fi writing. Ian M. Banks' Culture series. If you haven't read it, do yourself a favor and check them out. There's 10 books in the series, and it's not a sequential series. Each one can be read individually, but most of them are really good stuff. But I read a lot of sci-fi, and some of it can directly pertain to Traveler and some not. I've recently gotten into reading Octavia E. Butler. If you're not familiar with Octavia Butler, I highly recommend her work. It's very, very different. It is what some call Afrocentric science fiction, which is one of the great things about sci-fi these days is that there are a lot of new voices, and it's not all white males like myself. There's a lot of new voices contributing to sci-fi, which I think is great. I mean, I've always loved science fiction in all its forms. So the more, the merrier.
I wonder if there was a nod to Octavia in the recent Lovecraft Country TV show.
Did you hear something? Was there
was
something
a character called Octavia, and of course, all the main characters are African American folks. And
yes.
she travels to another dimension and then is like transported to wherever she wants to go through time. That
I
was her
bet it
name.
was.
I could be mistaken. I'm just going by memory.
Yeah, no, if you detect the possible influence there, it's probably 75% at least. It probably was a tribute to her, because I mean she was pretty prolific. Great writer, a lot of good material. I wouldn't exactly say it's directly inspirational to Traveler, the things she wrote, but it's great stuff nonetheless. The Traveler stuff for me is all the space opera. Another good author is Adrian Tchaikovsky, another great more recent author of sci-fi. He's written a couple good books. His newest one's called Shards of Earth, I believe, and he's got some ones previous to that as well that I really recommend. He writes a lot of fantasy too, but he's been doing some space operas, so he's another good one.
What is it about the space opera genre that kind of hooks you or that appeals to you so much?
Well, I blame Star Wars. I mean, I was like 9 years old when the first Star Wars movie came out, and like 10 million other kids, it blew my mind. And I mean, I didn't realize that the production values could be so great, something that a sci-fi film could be so immersive until I saw that movie. Of course, now, like 45 years later, and there's far more advanced special effects and that sort of thing. But for the time, it was amazing. And I've always been a big Star Wars fan. So it's because of that, I blame them for my interest in space opera. Probably the Star Trek, the original series too, which I was also into as a kid.
If you could see any sci-fi movie over for the first time, what would it be?
If I could see another one over?
Yeah, it's like if you could see any sci-fi movie that you've already seen, if you could see it again for the first time.
Yeah. Okay. Probably Aliens.
Aliens.
I mean, I love that movie. It's just who doesn't, right? It's just so great. Yeah. So there was so much suspense. My hands were sweating. I was, terrified. You get introduced to all these characters, and you just know they're all doomed. And just kind of going through that story for the first time would be a lot of fun. I think James Cameron did an awesome job on that movie.
Yeah, that's a good point. They all start out very cocky, and you know that what's in store for them, and they don't know what's in store for them. Right?
Yeah, that would definitely be my first pick to see for the very first time yet again.
That's a good one. All right. So, how did you get into role-playing games? Remember your first experiences with getting into gaming?
Yeah, a friend in middle school introduced me to Dungeons and Dragons. Like, obviously it was the number one, right? The sort of the very first role-playing game to really catch fire. And I thought fantasy was a cool thing too, swords and sorcery and that sort of thing. I'd started to dabble into Conan and read a little bit of Lord of the Rings. Full disclosure, I did not get through it in middle school like so many of my friends. I didn't read it till decades later and enjoyed it very much. But I always had more of a love for sci-fi and space opera than fantasy. And then I just, after playing Dungeons and Dragons for a summer, I was thinking, boy, it sure would be great if there were a science fiction version of this thing. And went down to the local hobby shop and saw, lo and behold, the little black books in there, cool little folio size. Is that the right size? Is that folio? The 7x8 or whatever the heck dimensions
the
it is.
8.5 by 11 turned sideways or whatever.
Actually, I don't even think it was that big. The first box set of Traveler that had books 1 through 3, that was there, and it was just so elegant and just no pictures on the cover, just this beautiful black, white, and red. And science fiction, they had me at this Free Trader Beowulf Mayday Mayday, and I picked it up and I saw some of the supplements because this must have been around 1979 or 80, and I snapped up any of the supplements that were available then and brought it home. And so that I quickly realized it wasn't ideal for reproducing Star Wars, which was the first thing we tried to do with it. it was different, right? Mark Miller and Lauren Wiseman and Frank Chadwick and the crew really were inspired by the sci-fi of the 40s through the 70s, and it piqued my interest in a broader range of science fiction inspiration. And but we quickly adapted to what the game offered us and started creating our own stories with it.
What is
very
it?
Early on.
What is it about Traveler that kind of hooked you? Just that it was sci-fi, or was it? Was there a particular thing like the character creation, sector creation, of the planets, or spaceships, or all of it together?
Yeah, it was obviously very different, right? We did dabble in a few other games, so Traveler didn't completely hook us the first time around. I mean, I tried Star Frontiers as a kid. We did Gamma World, but Traveler always kept calling us back. And I think if I were to credit one book that really did it, it would be Supplement 7, Traders and Gunboats. Seeing those cool deck plans for all the main adventure class ships, you're like, oh, okay. Like I could picture my character living on this thing and flying around. So while our loyalty was a little divided at first, still playing D&D and trying these other games and coming back to Traveler, I think that supplement and maybe a few of the other ones really made Traveler the main game for us.
For me, it was the generating star subsectors. I could just do that all day long, pages and pages, pages and pages.
Plus making characters, right? Making characters was fun because they would die all the time. And, I was like 11 years old, so we'd cheat. You'd roll a 3 for survival and go, did anyone see that? Okay, this guy's been through 4 terms already. I am not letting this guy die. But eventually you learn that that's part of the process. You feel you do it fairly, you don't cheat. And if your guy survives to become a character, he's very much worth having.
So what solidified your gaming life into Traveler?
Well, it's the one we always would come back to. I kind of fell out of gaming for a while when I went to college and then came back and started a family. But my group of friends liked my refereeing, and so they would always talk, hey, let's do another game. So I think in the mid 90s Mega Traveler was around, so we went back to Traveler and we ran a game. And actually no, it was Mega Traveler and then it was TNE, right? And so we kind of bridged that gap for a little bit. After TNE stopped publishing, we dropped out again, and I kept paying attention to T4. It didn't really appeal to me. T20, the various other versions, and then just pretty much we played another game. I don't know if you're familiar with Deadlands.
The cowboy game. It's like Boot Hills.
Yeah, Boot Hill meets a horror movie, I guess would be a good way to describe it. That was a super fun game. It was just, there's a lot of laughs in it. You're using playing cards and poker chips and things like that. So we went to that for a bit, but then we really just dropped out of gaming for a while. But I had all these games up on the shelf, and then my sons got old enough. I have 2 sons, Nick and Anthony, and they got old enough where they remember me sitting around with my friends at the table rolling dice and playing these games and having a good time. And they said, hey, play one of those games that you played. And so I thought, well, how about Traveler? I seem to remember someone's publishing it, and it was like 2007, 2008 or something like that. And I fell upon the Mongoose version 1 books and bought several of them, and I ran a couple games with them, and it was hilarious. Introducing them to the game. What I found so funny was my older son was shooting everything in sight, and my younger son, who never fired a bullet from his weapon, I had them on some story that was where they discover that people are being held against their will like slaves working a mine somewhere on an asteroid, and they go in there and rescue people and be the heroes. And my younger son tried to solve things with his brains, my older one with blowing everything to bits. And so pretty amusing stuff.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so that got me back into it. Yeah. So that got me back into it, and then the old group of friends eventually recontacted me and said, "Hey, when are we going to do this?" So we few years passed where we weren't playing again, and then discovered that Mongoose has done version 2, and that must have been like 2016, and I've been back in it ever since.
Fantastic.
And yeah, we've been having a real good time with it, and it's helped me make all kinds of new friends all over the country. The pandemic was, of course, horrible and, it very unfortunate event, but for gaming, it was kind of interesting because you want to keep gaming. Well, you've got online resources with which to do it. And we ended up expanding, and we've got guys in Pennsylvania. I've got a friend in Wisconsin, another one in Colorado. So, we were able to keep going despite the fact that we weren't in the same location.
I love how online gaming has become more mainstream in that there's not just tabletop, but just in like online with your Xbox or on Steam or whatever. Seems like now the world is your player pool, and meeting friends, met friends from all over the world playing MechWarrior, and here it is 8 years later, and these folks are like super nice, super good friends. Yeah, that we'll always be gaming buddies and friends, outside of.
Yeah, no, it's really cool, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
I've played with a guy as far away as Finland, so it really is worldwide now. So very fun.
Yeah, super fun. I've got 2 players up in Canada, a guy in Australia, a couple players in England, and a player in Germany.
Very nice.
Yeah, super great. Do you have a favorite traveler career that you like to play?
Favorite career? That I like to play. I probably answered something different last year, but this year I'm going to answer Hunter.
Hunter.
And I wrote the Hunter, a Hunter career that's going to appear in the new JTAS, Journal of the Traveler's Aid Society series. It's in volume 7 or 8, I think. Anyway, I tried to replicate the feel of the original Hunter class from Classic Traveler, but make it more Mongoose-esque. And I provided 3 career paths that involve kind of being an outdoors person. And I know that there is Mongoose, there is an attempt to kind of let's rein in the number of careers. But my feeling was, come on, Hunter is a classic.
Right.
we have to bring it back.
Right.
So I tried to introduce it in one of the core adventures I wrote, Core Adventure 1, Invasive Species. But Matt he said, well, let's hold off and put that in a companion or in the journal. And I said, all right, well, that's fine, as long as it appears. And so I really like playing that kind of character. And it's probably because I'm completely incompetent in the outdoors. So you can play something that you're not, this kind of rugged outdoorsman, great shot, knows how to would suck poison out of the wound if necessary. He can do all kinds of things in not just an Earth-like survival environment, but on other worlds as well.
And what would he primarily spend his time as? A tour guide, as taking people on excursions, safaris?
Yeah, I think probably safaris would be good. I'm not big on killing things, so I can role play it, but. I kind of like the idea of a safari guide, and then you get into misadventures. And I love the safari ship. It's my favorite of the adventure class ships. I think that would be a really cool campaign. Hence why I wrote an adventure about it. Actually, that gets the characters into one.
So we'll look out for the Hunter career. All right. So this year's theme is agents. Do you have a sci-fi agent that you like?
Sci-fi agent, probably. Bora Horza Gobochul from Consider Phlebas, which is the first of Ian Banks' Culture series. This guy is it's not a spoiler to say that he's a shapeshifter, because it's revealed in, I think, the first chapter of the book. And he's kind of an insurgent, and I think you could call him an agent. He's definitely working against... I don't want to blow any more than that. He's working against a very powerful agency, a very powerful enemy, and trying to disrupt them by capturing something that's very important to them. And he goes through all kinds of horrific misadventures that I could totally imagine in a Traveler campaign.
Okay. Tell me, how did you get involved with Mongoose Publishing?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, my little history of getting into their games, and I started playing when I got got the band back together, and we started playing Mongoose 2E. We did several adventures, and I started writing a few of my own, and I kind of felt that, it would be cool if I could publish these things. As a technical writer, I've got a bit of a talent for organizing information, for writing, and for graphically laying things out. So I was really excited to learn that Mongoose had what's called the TAS program, Travelers Aid Society, which allows you to create your own supplements and adventures and whatever you want, as long as you put their logo on it, and then you publish it on drive-through, and you get money for it too, which is great, and you just price it yourself. So I wrote several adventures and then priced them pretty low because I just wanted to kind of get my name out there. And I got pretty much the catalyst that made me really want to get these things on drive-through. Wasn't the money, but it's that I once saw Mongoose would publish this an annual State of the Mongoose announcement, and they announced that they were going to have a supplement called the Glorious Empire. And I don't know if Matt had someone else on tap, probably Martin, I guess. Martin was the only writer for a while, Martin Doherty, and to write that at some point. But I thought, darn it, man, I would love to write that book. And so when I started publishing, really my goal was to, if they didn't get that thing written, I wanted to be the writer of it. So after I got my third adventure published, it was pretty successful. It's called Maker God, and it's like a gold seller on drive-through, so it's done very well.
All right, congrats on that.
Yes, thank you. It's been out for several years, but it's I went to Matt and said, hey, it's done really well. I think maybe you would hire me for some of your official products. and he said, oh, maybe. And here, write a couple adventures first, and let's see what you got. So let's see what you got, kid. And I wrote one called Exodus, and then he wanted me to write a couple naval adventures. So I wrote Naval Adventure 3, Fire on the Sandalia Main, and Naval Adventure 4. And then I said, okay, I felt like, now can I write Glorious Empire? And he said, yeah, go ahead. And so I started writing that, and that was a challenge. It was a big book, and it took me a long time. It took me almost a year, I think. And so I kind of disappeared and into my little hovel writing away on this thing. But I did eventually get it done and real pleased with how it came out. What appealed to me about it was such a, if you use the official products for your adventures, and maybe you've done Pirates of Dranax or any of the other Trojan Reach-based adventures, you may know about the Glorious Empire. It's this little sliver of Aslan space that's occupied by a branch of the Aslan who are not part of the Hierarchy. They practice slavery, and they capture mostly human slaves from other worlds, and it's one of the main bases of their society is having slaves. And it just sounds like a terrible, horrific place, and it's falling apart too. You know that this thing it's collapsing under its own weight. So I did some research on it, and I took a look at what its eventual fate is by looking at Mega Traveler. Okay. For those of you, you're familiar with Mega Traveler, Frank, I'm sure, yes. Where it goes far into the future, and eventually, virus comes and destroys everything. But before that, you have once the emperor is assassinated, and all the various parties go to war with each other, the Aslan become opportunists and come pouring across the border into Trojan Reach and the Spimber Marches. And in the process, they devastate the Glorious Empire. But, as we've learned, not everyone likes the idea of the Third Imperium setting getting crushed and virus coming about and wrecking everything. I think it was Lauren who created the Laurenverse, right, where that doesn't happen.
We just dealt with it by having the virus infected our ship, and we had to retrieve to the cryopods. And when we woke up, we were in the new era.
Ah, nice. Yeah, that's the way a lot of people did it. We did a different thing. I just started a Regency campaign, which is sort of another cop-out way of doing the new era, because the Regency is more or less things like they used to be, except that there's a quarantine zone where you can hide from virus. But anyway, so I saw their eventual fate and thought, let's write about what's going on in the era that Mongoose is covering, 1105. And so got that done, and it was pretty well received, and got me more work with them. And got to write several more adventures. And then the next big project that Matt had me write was Third Imperium.
So that's a ginormous accomplishment. I was looking through it earlier, and it's pretty thorough. I mean,
thank you.
it's well over 200. It's about 240 pages ish, and
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, and has lots of illustrations and starships, grav tanks, reentry vehicles, all kinds of cool things. I remember some of those things are like these reentry vehicles from off the Far and Away or something, or one of those magazines that was Traveler.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. I saw they carried some of that over. So tell me about how did you come up with all of this content? Is there enough like in the canon that you could put this together? And I mean, like, how much more did you add to it?
Quite a bit, but it was that book was a lot of research. I dug up every bit of canon that I could find, and then some stuff that was questionably canon or not canon, and considered it, and potentially would deign something. This is now canon, but
this sounds
mostly
good. Canon.
yeah, someone wrote it, and it was in a Traveler, like it was in Challenge magazine. It's fair game, right, or something like that.
Okay.
In a few cases, maybe something from some fanzines as well, but mostly the two primary resources for that book were supplements. The three primary resources for that book were Classic Traveler supplements, 8 and 11 library data. That's the two library data ones,
right?
And the Imperial Encyclopedia from Mega Traveler. Those are loaded with canon, but you find that once you start trying to do something big like that in Traveler, it's got this really, one of the things a lot of people love about the game is this detailed set of lore. Not everyone does. Probably fully half the people that play Traveler create their own universe, but a lot of people love the lore, and I'm one of them. So I dug up all the lore I could and assembled that book based on what I discovered. And then I had contact with, as Matt calls them, the inner circle, including Mr. Mark Miller himself, who got to review that book before it came out. And I thought, oh boy, he's not going to like this, that, and the other thing. And he was super accepting of it. And he barely had me change a thing. So that was cool. Yeah. So I try to do what they call fan service a lot in that book, which is put a lot of things in that people are going to like the Trepida grav tank is listed as a brand new vehicle somewhere around 1107, 1108. So I figured there are prototypes of it in play in 1105. So let's bring that in. I brought in the agent from Miller's Agent of the Imperium, the concept of that, and some other things. I heavily researched Traveler's Digest from the Mega Traveler era by Digest Group Publications, which is what had pretty much the entirety of resource material on Core Sector at the time. Because as you know, one of the things included in Third Imperium is a complete Core Sector that you can adventure in. And my take, like so many others, is Core Sector. Why would I want to adventure there? It's been there forever. It's probably boring. It's all safe, and the nobles are all over the place in charge of everything. I'm sure it's a completely safe place. I would, let's stay the Spinward Marches, the frontier. But actually, as you get deeper in the research, you find that the construct of the Third Imperium is that individual worlds have a lot of freedom, self-determination. So you're still going to have that. You're not going to have any uniformity at all in Core Sector. You have a few worlds of much higher tech and quite a bit more population than there is on the frontier. But I just kind of took that as an opportunity to present a setting that is different and yet also should be interesting. And I really hope it get some people to join in. I think you can do adventures like if your inspiration is Dune or Foundation or any of the other sort of grandiose empires that have appeared in science fiction. The Third Imperium book and Core Sector provides you kind of a more apt setting for you to run that type of story.
It's really a great source book and detail of the nobility, the royal house, like the royal household, or the imperial household. You've got the history laid out, and then, like you said, you've got all these detailed systems from Core, and it's really a great jumping off point for It's thorough, and it's got like you said, the grav tanks and ships, and boy, lots of artwork to inspire your imagination.
Yeah, and I requested even more. Poor Matt and his art team. I mean, I had so many. They when you're writing books for them, you get to say, "Here's an art suggestion," and I like loaded that thing with art suggestions. And thankfully, he provided most of them. But I always or I typically load my manuscripts with lots of art requests.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with the artwork lately because it seems like he must have a team because he's doing it really quickly.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good people. If you look in the credits of the various Mongoose books, you'll see the artists' names, and you don't always know which pieces that they're doing. I've gotten to know one of the artists in particular because I'm working on the graphic novel with him. He's one of their artists. His name is Javier Bernard. He's in France, and Javier's art's really cool. And what I liked about Matt selecting him for the graphic novel project is that when you look at Javier's art, he often tells a story in one picture. You'll see facial expressions, action, lighting. He's got it. He really understands. If a guy can tell a story in one picture, then he can definitely tell a sequential art story. So yeah, he's been good to work with on the project.
Another cool thing is like a bunch of new equipment in there, like personal shields, and also I like all the details of the subsectors that make up the core sector.
Yeah, the personal shield, that's controversial.
Is it?
Some people were not very happy with that one. I got some of the critics kind of said, well, what's this? You're going to completely upend canon. Well, one thing people need to realize is I put that on the world Sabsea, which in Digest Group's version of it, in the Traveler's Digest, there's a description that Sabsea is a place where experimental weapons are developed. So I wanted to present yes, exactly. It's an experimental weapon. That doesn't mean every Tom, Dick, and Harry now has a personal shield. It means it is available at tech level 15, I think, or 15, 16. Yeah. It doesn't mean that they're now manufactured at every single world.
Right. There's nothing wrong with having something that's an extra tech level above what you're used to, or a couple of tech levels.
Yeah, and the rules kind of support that, right? Even in the in High Guard, you've got these rules that say you can create the next tech level up, but it's super expensive.
Right.
So,
and I guess you're limited to like one prototype subsystem on the ship that's the next tech level up.
I'd forgotten whether that's the case, which is probably not good because I just was involved in rewriting High Guard. But yes, I'm sure that's true.
So how long did it take to put Third Imperium together?
Now, that's what's interesting, right? It's nearly twice the size of Glorious Empire, and it took me less than half the time. I got it written in 5 months.
What do you attribute that to?
More focus and less fear, more confidence. Writing the book, The Glorious Empire, gave me confidence that I could write a book that big, and then just kind of, I have a day job as well, as mentioned. So I would get up super early in the morning and work on Third Imperium for 3 hours, and then do my regular job. And thankfully, my wife tolerated my exhaustion by 9 p.m. every night. And so that I could complete the project. And I finished it on, I think it was like, if not New Year's Eve, the day before that, right before, God, it must have been 2019. No, it slips my mind, but it was, or maybe it was 2020. So it was in pandemic, which also helps. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was 2020. So yeah, there is the fact that we were all locked away in our homes during that time made it a little easier to complete a project of that size as well.
So would it took another year or something to get the layout and everything going, or
yeah, that book took some time. I mean, thankfully Matt had a lot of people really closely go over it, and people I try to really self-edit my work as best I can. And you in any game there are going to be typos. It's even the hallowed Wizards of the Coast in their D&D books have typos, but and fans do not like them. They complain about them incessantly, and I understand. It doesn't. As a technical writer, if there's a typo in something I write for my company, it's embarrassing, right? It makes you look unprofessional.
Yep.
So it means a lot to me, but hey, I'm human. I leave typos in as well, and thankfully Matt really went over that book with a fine-tooth comb and caught a few things here and there. A few got through because there's so much lore and continuity. One of them that's extremely embarrassing for me is that I somehow had it in my head that the Sword Worlds was colonized by sublight ships. Not the case at all, and I wrote that, and it was left in the book. Whoops. But for the most part, we really do make a strong attempt to ferret out errors like that and get them out. And his crew, he had one of the guys who helped design Highguard go through all my ship designs in that book and had questions on a few, and we fixed them up. So yeah, we went over it with a fine-tooth comb to try and make it the best book we could.
Fantastic. It's good to have a support team like that.
Yeah, they're great. Matt's hired a great graphics team. He's added several new employees over the last year or two while I've been there, and I know them via email, and they're all super pleasant to work with. And they try super hard to get the best products out that they can.
That's got a super cool work culture going on over there.
He does. I mean, it's very progressive, very looks like very fun. Apparently, they have a fake owl on their roof that's supposed to get pigeons away, and the drama is played out on Facebook, which I like to see once in a while. He seems like a really cool boss.
Yeah, he seems. And when I chat with him, he's very, very, very.
Yeah, he's been great to work with.
I was teasing him about the owl and pigeons. He's a good sport about it.
Yeah, they're losing that battle.
Yeah, I was like, you should have put, that turret looks like a double laser anti-pigeon laser turret to me.
Yeah, that might have helped. Yes.
Be kind to pigeons.
Yes. Yeah.
So, let's talk about some other things. We're coming up on the end of our time allotment, but we still have a little bit more time to talk about stuff. What else have you been doing for Mongoose? I heard there's a Traveler Explorers edition. We'll get started.
Yes. So the Travelers Explorer edition, and we revamped Highguard. We should probably talk about those two things.
Let's talk about those. Let's talk about Explorers edition briefly, and then let's get into Highguard.
Yeah.
People want to.
So Explorers edition, Matt wanted a concise book to introduce people to Traveler and put it up there for 99 cents. On drive-through. And so he said, can you please boil down the core rulebook to 64 pages? And I thought, okay, yeah, how hard could it be? Well, it is hard. Actually, it was very difficult. And I did quite a bit of rewriting and tried to throw away everything that wasn't needed for a person to introduce themselves to Traveler. And some of it's painful. You're thinking, well, I liked this though. I don't want to throw it out, but really, do they need this to
get started?
To get started and run a scout or a scholar character, right? Sort of your exploratory campaign. And let's just give them Matt's. It's all Matt's idea to have the scout ship and an air raft kind of be the present ship and vehicle, and give them all the tools to do some world building, build a couple characters of only these two careers, and set them free to explore the univerce.
Oh, it comes with world building as well.
Yes, yeah, that's all present, and you want them to have those tools that teach people that the game is fun. And world building, as you pointed out early in this discussion, is one of the things you love to do. Getting out that little hex sheet and putting down planets and figuring out, what's going on there, what kind of starport is there, how many people are there, etc. So that's present in the Explorers edition as well.
I always like to bring more. We need to bring more people into the Traveler hobby in order to keep it going. So anything that brings new players in is a great addition as far as I'm fantastic.
Agreed. Yes. Yeah. I want more people to know that this game is the best science fiction role playing game there is. So the more the merrier.
Yeah. Great. All right, so let's talk about Highguard.
Yeah, so initially Matt asked me to write crew descriptions. So there are crew roles on starships, right? And there's several that you allot. There are rules for how many pilots, how many astrogators, engineers, etc. on a ship. And I said, okay, I'll do that. And then for the new Highguard, he said. And then eventually he came back to me and said, how about you just write the whole book? And my initial response was abject terror, because I know that this is a sensitive book for fans of the game. People have a lot of opinions on things, and I thought, man, I'm going to get subjected. I'm going to have my feet over the fire on this one. It's all well and good when you're playing around with lore and writing books like Glorious Empire and Third Imperium, but now you got to write the rules. So it was I was frightened of of working on it, but I put on my big boy pants and got to work on it. And I recruited a crew of people to help me, because in my opinion, you can't really write a book like that without multiple perspectives. So I got a group of friends and people who I trust and other content writers for Mongoose to be involved in the process and review what I wrote, suggest changes, and frankly, some of the best suggestions are not my invention. One problem we had that Matt wanted us to solve was that big ships do not have appropriate armor. You've got these, alleged capital ships, and they have armor 4 or something, or armor 0, and they can't survive in a conflict with a well-coordinated group of fighters could blow away a capital ship. So why would anyone invest in big ships if they can't survive even a couple fighter squadrons? So we changed the rules so that the big ships can be loaded with armor, provided they are selected the military hull classification. You'll see more if you buy the new edition when it comes out. But it also makes it more difficult for ships below the adventure class level to pack on armor, which I think is fine, because honestly, there's like fighters that have 5 tons of cargo space. They don't need that. So now you're forced to make some decisions, and you're limited to how much armor you can pack on smaller ships. Didn't touch the adventure class ships; they're the same. Because there's just too many of them out there, and I don't want to wreck all kinds of continuity out there, or all kinds of existing designs.
Did you kind of use those as kind of a baseline, or?
I just initially there was a proposal to affect them as well, and I said, I'll say this: while I will be the guy listed as the author for this book, I was really more of yes, I am the author and a heavy editor, but I was like to put it in tech company terms, I was the product manager.
Okay. The facilitator.
Yes, the guys I was working with are making suggestions as well, and there was a suggestion to affect adventure class ships as well, and my kind of ruling on that was, nope, we're not going to do that. I don't want everyone to have to redesign their free traders and lab ships and safari ships, etc.
Right. Would you say
however,
that? Go on.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
Okay. However, weapons are different now. There are some things that we noticed about weaponry that we wanted to change. And while your turret weapons are largely the same in what they can do, we introduced the concept of damage multiples. And this was the idea of Jeremy Rector, one of the guys I worked on this thing. And at first he suggested it, and I was like, no, sounds too hard. And then he spreadsheeted it for me, and I took a look, and I thought, okay, this can work. This is good. It provides a more even scale from fixed mount weapon to turret to barbette to bay weapons to spinal mounts. There's now a more appropriate linear progression of damage and destruction that they can wreak. And your barbettes are now going to be more deadly. And I know that there are adventure class ships with barbettes on them, but they will do more damage. But one thing we noticed in a lot of the designs, the extant designs, is that no one puts large bays, and there are very few medium bays. So why have them if you're not going to put them in your capital ships? So the damage multiples rules makes them valuable, because now you've got these multiple levels of, if you want to imagine big fleet encounters, you've got your destroyers, right? Your destroyer escorts. Then you get to cruisers, carriers, battleships, and dreadnoughts. Now large bay is a useful weapon. It can dispatch a destroyer in a couple of shots. The spinal mounts are pretty much typically reserved to take on other capital ships. And with the armor increase like it is, you're going to have to make choices as to what kind of weapons you need to face down the opponent that you expect to face. I think people are going to have a lot of fun with it, but it is quite different. It's the same basic rules, but adding multiples in increases. You'll see that at each level it adds damage to so that it's a more linear progression up to spinal mount. Spinal mounts are ridiculously powerful, but one of the questions, one of my, it was once again Jeremy involved in the project. He said, all you have to think of, Chris, is what's the story you want to tell? And I took a look at the story that I think they were trying to tell with original High Guard and started to think, what do we want it to be? Because the story is, do we want missiles to be able to completely wreck a ship? Because to really defend yourself against missiles, you have to have tons of countermeasures. And if you don't have them, you're going to get blown up. Likewise, I think the story of Traveler is that spinal mounts are death rays, and we don't shy away from that in this rejiggering of the rules.
Awesome.
So there's lots of other aspects of it as well, but that go into it. But what we're trying to do is tell the story that Traveler was meant to tell, and now expanding it so that when you have a capital ship battle or a fleet battle, it tells the story of what we expect it to be, which is it's probably a very fast and destructive encounter. And the side with more weapons and higher technology is likely to devastate the other one. There's going to be some leeway for good tacticians and higher qualified crews, but ultimately the guys with the bigger guns are going to do better. And when you end up in a battle like that, you're probably going to have to decide, is it worth it?
Right. I've found that my players are risk averse when it comes to their ship.
I'm sorry, what was that?
My players are risk averse when it comes to their ship. They do not want to get in a fight. Yeah.
Well, and rightfully so. They can get wrecked.
Right.
Fairly easily. Yeah, and there's some other great additions to the new High Guard as well. The crew roles section is super detailed on every single role that you serve on a ship. There's a new sensors chapter that tries to clears up some of the ambiguity with sensors, and all of the ships in the actually before that, boarding actions. Forgot about that. If you supported the mercenary Kickstarter and have the mercenary books, there's a section on boarding actions. Martin wrote it. It's quite good. And but Matt asked me to write it for High Guard as well. So I tried to follow Martin's approach, but make it more general. And I like how it came out. There's a lot of aspects to shooting guns and having battles on a ship that have never been discussed. And I think we kind of covered that. Oh yeah, and finally we redid most of the ships. The ships in the spacecraft of the Third Imperium section were modified. We added several new ones. There's a battle rider in there. There's a torpedo bomber, the Tigris and the Plankwell. All these ships got redesigned with the new rules. They do have more armor. It's, however, trying to pay obeisance to the classic designs of those ships did limit it somewhat. I want it to still be recognizable as the Tigris from classic Traveler. So to some extent, you won't see us go all out. However, what I expect people to do is go, hey, I'm going to design better capital ships with these rules. And I'm looking forward to seeing where people go with it.
Fantastic. That'll be awesome. A whole new player-made armadas.
Yes. Yeah. We're the last section that we're dealing with right now that hasn't been developed is fleet combat. Working on that right now. Trying to create it in a way that one thing one has to remember of Traveler is it's a role-playing game. It's not a war game. And you don't want if you can avoid it, you don't want a whole session to go to space combat or fleet combat. Have you run space combat in your campaigns, Frank?
Nope. Generally speaking, it's just been cinematic.
Okay, that's a great way to approach it. But you can look at the rules if you want and kind of get a sense of how it's going to end up. We've run it several times, and I try to make it run quickly because, frankly, people get left out. Unless your ship is getting hit, your engineer is going to have nothing to do.
Right. We try to keep everybody involved with like rolling modifiers being passed around to whoever needs to take action next.
Right. Yeah. So a cinematic approach is best, which is what they went for in the core rulebook rules. And we want to do something like that for fleet combat. Now, who's going to use fleet combat? I probably someone who's running a naval campaign. And of course, as you know, there is a naval campaign source book that's in the Element class cruisers set. So the idea will be that everyone has something to do in a fleet combat encounter. You will have rules to enable you resolve one quickly, because as you can imagine, if you have upwards of 20 or 30, 100 ships, that can take you days to resolve unless you have an appropriate system to sort of explain how it goes to resolve the encounter.
All right. Well, we got a couple minutes left. You want to give us a preview of anything that's coming out in the next year?
Yeah. Well, okay. I mentioned the graphic novel. Really excited about that. Working with Javier on that. What it is. It's going to be. We've committed to multiple graphic novels. They're each also first introduced as 4-issue series, comic book, and so each issue is 24 pages, so it's a 96. They're contributing to a 96-page graphic novel. So you can buy the individual issues, which you're going to want to, because they're going to have Javier's awesome cover art on them, and then or you can wait for the graphic novel, which will compile all 4. Another cool aspect of these and the story. The first one is called the Traveler Far Trader, and it deals with the crew of a far trader that's in the Spinward Marches and is taking on a risky freight and passenger delivery job. And I don't want to spoil too much other than that, but of course they run into trouble, and they run into the kind of situations that player characters, that travelers run into all the time, right? These decisions. You want to keep your ship flying. Am I willing to do this kind of dirty job so that I can pay my mortgage and keep things going?
Right.
And right. And it's funny because as I was writing it, I was thinking, God, one of the interesting dynamics of role playing is that you don't see in like a movie is typically the characters will do dirty, underhanded stuff because it's not the same kind of narrative, right? When you watch Star Wars, Han Solo, of course, he came back to help Luke. He can't just leave. In Traveler, you might go, yeah, I'm not going to let my Y-1300 ship get damaged in that stupid fight with the Death Star. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out and how the characters in the story play. And the first 3 graphic novels, so we're talking the first 12 issues, will deal with more or less the same characters as they develop and adventure in the Spinward Marches. And another cool thing about them is every issue will have actual gaming material for players of the game to use. So there will be ship designs and weapons and technology, lore write-ups, things that someone could use if they like the setting of the story and want to adventure there themselves.
Awesome. We'll be looking out for that. So how do people find your products?
Okay, so you can find most of my Mongoose products are available at their website, mongoosepublishing.com, and also available at drivethroughrpg.com. The graphic novel, once it starts to become available, is from Markosia Comics. That's Markosia, and I urge you to check out their website. It's a British comic book company, and they've got a lot of cool titles, and we're very proud and honored that they are willing to publish the very first Traveler comics to ever be made. So
it'd be awesome.
That will, yeah. And in addition, I mentioned that they come out as individual issues. A big way of distributing comics these days is like with a reader. So you never have paper versions of it. You just get it graphically and watch it in a comic reader.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've come to the end of our interview.
Great.
All right. Well, thanks for sitting for us. I'm your host, Frank Siccardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and today I've been talking with my friend Christopher Griffin of Mongoose Publishing.
Thanks very much, Frank. I had a lot of fun and look forward to talking with you again next year.
Thanks so much, Chris, for participating in our 4th annual Mayday Mayday event, and I do hope you'll return next year. And thank
no doubt
you.
about it.
Thank you, dear listener, for joining us for this 4th annual Mayday Mayday event. That's all for now, travelers. Until next time, happy traveling.
This data crystal will self-destruct.
Christopher, very cool dude. Very friendly.
Very, yeah.
Super friendly. And he wrote the Imperium and and he's working on High Guard. Dude's got a lot of, he's like super like traveler prolific. I don't know how he does it.
Very cool.
Traveler graphic novel, that could be cool. Super cool. Hey, let's give out another prize.
Yay,
All right.
prizes.
This is a prize pack from yours truly, CyborgPrime. I'm going to give out this is a VTT pack. So I like virtual tabletops, and I'm trying to help folks get into it. So you're going to get the lab ship for VTT, and then you're going to get the merchant pack bundle, which is a merchant ship for VTT, and then 36 pre-rolled merchants and random name generator. And then you're going to get the Scout Pack Bundle, which is a Scout Ship for VTT, 36 pre-rolled Scouts, and a name generator for that too. And I think those also come with What's Wrong with the Ship. And they're different for all of them, so you're going to get a whole bunch of cool stuff that's unique. So this is going to be another riddle, and if you've already won this prize or if you know the answer, please don't blurt it out. This is only for folks that want to win this VTT Traveler prize pack. So I'm going to be watching across Discord and both of the streams, the Twitch and the YouTube. All right, here's the riddle. First right answer wins the pack. Please no cheating. Okay, please only answer if you want to win the Scout Ship. If you only want to win the VTT pack. Here's the riddle. A Scout ship leaves for a 3-parsec trip. Along the way, the ship encounters a freak plasma storm and crash lands on a desert planet. The ship is destroyed, but the following crew members survive. The pilot, the co-pilot, 2 dilettantes, an entertainer, a scholar, and a colonist. What is the name of the ship? First right answer gets the prize pack for VTT. Alrighty, so while we're waiting on that, the next interview is going to be with Mongoose Publishing's Matt Sprange, and he has an interesting story about how he founded Mongoose and continued the Traveler license. And then after that, we're going to have a brief moment of silence and give out a memorial gift certificate in honor of some of our lost friends. And after that, we'll have the Traveler After Hours, where we'll be hanging and chatting. And I see Joshua Bell from Traveler Map is in the lobby. Maybe he'll come join us in the chat afterwards. I see Amberzoned is with us. And we're going to do like a GM roundtable, and we're going to have the carousing competition. So if you want to enter that, the carousing competition is come up with a joke, a riddle, something, a poem, a limerick that's Traveler themed, and come tell it to us in the channel. And the panel of judges will judge you. And if you're found worthy, you will win a prize. All right, so let's see. All right, so
I have a quick joke if you have time.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, a ship announces, Mayday, 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 we're sinking, Mayday, Mayday. Goes on for a while. German ship answers, and he goes, yes, what are you thinking?
What are you thinking about?
Mm-hmm. What are you thinking?
That's it.
So Let's see. Do we have an answer for our riddle yet? I'm looking. Dsar is the winner. Dsar has solved the riddle. I'll give you the riddle again, and then I'll give you the answer. Dsar, how did you figure it out? All right, let's see here. Well done, Dsar, well done. I'll read the riddle again, and then I'll give you the answer. So, a scout ship leaves for a 3-parsec trip. Along the way, the ship encounters a freak plasma storm and crash lands on a desert planet. The ship is destroyed, but the following crew members survive: the pilot, the co-pilot, 2 dilettantes, an entertainer, a scholar, and a colonist. What's the name of the ship? And Dsar figured out it was the SS Minnow. Yep. Well done, Dsar. Clap, 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 clap. You win the prize pack.
On a 3-parsec tour.
A 3-parsec tour. The plasma storm was getting rough. Yeah, see, there's something, if you can, there's half of a song, you can finish that out and enter the grousing contest. Yes, it could be the ISS Minnow, but yes, the Minnow was not lost. Well done, Dsar. All right, so as soon as I said 3-parsec tour, right? Well, I didn't say 3-parsec tour, but yeah, I was wondering what gave it away. Some people said it was the crew. Some people said it was the 3-parsec tour. Yes. All right. So let's get on with the next interview. This is going to be Matthew Strange, and when that's over, we're going to have a drawing for the Traveler Core Rulebook Update 2022 Digital Edition. And that'll be the last of our door prizes. After that, we'll have one more prize opportunity before the big Mega Grand Prize. We'll have the Ron Stepp Memorial Prize, and then we'll move on to the Grand Mega Prize after that. Then we'll have our after hours GM Roundtable and chatting in the lobby, and I'll turn everybody's mics on, and we'll go from there. All right, cool. Here we go, guys. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and joining us. It's not too late to enter for the drawing. Go to the email. Damn it, I keep pointing the wrong way. Email address over there in the slide, and also down there. And you can get on the mail, either on the newsletter or sign up for the drawing directly. And as long as you're on one of our mailing lists, you're entered in the drawing. And we'll pull a couple more random drawings. We got a $50 gift certificate from SafecoCast, and we got a Traveler Core Rulebook from Mongoose Publishing, plus the ginormous, my favorite word, Dsar, Mega Prize Pack for one lucky winner is going to leave the event with under a pile of stuff. But we have grav sleds. We'll just pile it all on there and take the grav sled out to your ship and load it in the cargo bay, because we got to jettison this ginormous pile of prizes. All right, so here we go on to our last interview with Matthew Strange, the director of Mongoose Publishing.
Mayday. It's good day, Mr. Briggs. Please select an agent for your next mission. Scanning Imperial Agent Database. Qualified agent found. Agent ID, Matthew Strange. Agent cover story, Director, Mongoose Publishing. Details as follows.
Greetings, travelers, and welcome to Traveler Mayday Mayday 2022, sponsored by CyborgPrime Games. You can find me at cyborgprime.com or by searching for my name in the Facebook search tool. or find a link in the video description below. Thanks for joining us for the 4th Annual Mayday Mayday Traveler Day event. It's a day we celebrate Traveler and all its additions and offshoots for all the fun times it's given us around the gaming table with friends and family. I'm your host, Frank Sucardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and today I'm happy to introduce our guest, Matthew Strange of Mongoose Publishing. Welcome, Matt.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming back. How many times have you been with us now? Is this the third time?
Third time, I think, yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks for your continued support.
It's always fun.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit about yourself. Introduce yourself. Who are you and what do you do?
Well, I'm Matthew Strange. I'm the managing director of Mongoose Publishing. What do I do? I'm around the office mostly. Trying to make sure everyone else here has everything they need to get their work done. And now and again, I try very hard to edit traveler books.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where are you from? Where did you grow up? And where do you live now?
Okay. Well, I live in a town called Swindon, which is about 70 miles west or just to the left of London. I have lived in different parts of the country, but I was born in Swindon. I've come back to Swindon. I'm probably going to die in Swindon the way things are going. So I've spent most of my time here. This is where Mongoose HQ is set up in a place called Gorse Hill, which is one of the little regions of Swindon. We're about a mile or two away from the town centre. And there's an awful lot of pubs around here.
Swindon sounds like a charming place.
There'll be a lot of people disagreeing with that. I don't know the reference myself, but for Americans, I have heard that Swindon can be likened to Fresno, whatever that means.
I've never been to either. I've been to California once. I enjoyed it. It was fantastic. I'd like to go back. I have family there, but I wouldn't know that reference either. Well, I like that there's a gaming company and pubs, so for me it's attractive. Obviously, one of your big hobbies is gaming, but do you have any other hobbies aside from gaming?
In theory, yes. In the past, I've scratch built and flown radio control planes, but I'm lacking a workshop at the moment. The airfield, the club that I flew from has moved airfields, so I haven't had a chance to do that in the past few years.
So when you're building planes from scratch like that, I guess there's templates and jigs that hold put the wings on just right, or how can you make sure that the thing flies based on your kit or whatever?
But one of the things, I mean, you think when you're building a plane, everything has got to be, absolute minimum tolerances for error or misalignment. Frankly, once you build them, you'll be amazed at what can fly. I mean, seriously, you put a big enough propeller on a brick, that's going to go through the air. It might not go through the air well, and that's where the skill comes in.
Sure.
Most of which I've never really attained. No, I just liked the nice looking planes that fly through the air. In my garage, I've got a Spitfire 6-foot wingspan, 4-stroke engine. Looks great when it flies, but as I say, we used to have the best flying point in the whole of Europe, just outside Swindon, but it's been shut down now. So I believe they're now flying from some farmer's field, which doesn't sound so much fun for me.
No. All right. Well, cool.
They used to have a complete airfield, old RAF place. So you were flying and taking off from a proper runway.
Oh.
But the guys from Clarkston, that lot from the Grand Tour, the Amazon series.
I haven't seen it, but go on.
It's a car show. They basically took over the place, and we're not allowed to go there anymore.
I see. It's a massive tarmac or blacktop or whatever, asphalt.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'd say it's got the full runway system of an RAF base.
Is that made of cement or tar?
Whatever runways are normally made out of.
Oh, I have no idea.
A proper military air base kind of thing.
Okay, gotcha. Do you have any? Well, actually, you've already told us that your favorite sci-fi inspiration comes from Star Wars. So let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. I remember one of my earliest memories is sitting in a cinema and watching A New Hope. It wasn't called that back then, but no, it wasn't episode 4 back then. Watching A New Hope as whilst I was a tiny kid. Sitting here now, I can remember the stormtroopers crashing through the Corvette at the beginning. And seeing that probably damaged me in some way, because I've been into the fantasy and sci-fi ever since in a big major way.
That opening scene did make an impression on me as well. I had never seen anything like that in a movie until that.
But no one had that. That was the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'd seen war movies and stuff, but I never saw anything like people trying to hold a corridor against like a breaching in the wall. I mean, it was crazy. So, what about Star Wars though grabs you and hooks you and inspires you? Continues to inspire you.
I've spent a part of a lifetime thinking about that. I still haven't got a good answer. There's just something very magical about Star Wars that keeps pulling me back. I'm prepared to admit that a lot of it might be nostalgia on my part, rather than viewing the content as the absolute gold standard of drama and fiction. If you got me drunk enough, I might admit to that. But otherwise, I'll be in full Star Wars mode, and to the point where I will fight anyone who disagrees that The Last Jedi is the very best Star Wars film of the lot.
All right. Oh, and you mentioned I don't want to fight anybody. I like all science fiction properties more or less. So I'm good with all of them. My primary ones are Star Wars and Star Trek myself. But I also like I really have I like Atlantis, Stargate Atlantis, but not the regular Stargate. I don't know, I'm weird. So you mentioned in our last conversation that you have some pets.
I do. I've got 2 guinea pigs, Sophie Pig and Maisie Pig.
And what made you decide on guinea pigs as pets?
They just make me laugh. They're faintly ridiculous animals.
Do they play or
together? They do. They play tag with each other. They always seem to be in some sort of existential crisis. Anybody who owns guinea pigs will know exactly what I'm talking about, the expression they have when they go through that. And I have figured out, if I got 2 pairs of guinea pigs, I wouldn't need a lawnmower.
Oh yeah, they're really good at keeping down the lawn.
Oh yeah.
We use goats where I live, where we live. People have pet goats, and they keep them in like a dog kennel that has no floor, and then they just move it around the yard. Yeah.
We had goats when I was growing up.
Yes, they're nature's lawnmower.
Nubians.
Yes. So let's talk a little bit about your first RPG and how you started playing.
That was way back in primary school, about 40 years ago. Started playing the old Fighting Fantasy and Lone Wolf game books. And then one day we had a teaching assistant come in. He saw what we were doing and says, "Stick around, I'll show you something that you're going to want to see." And we ended up playing Tunnels and Trolls. Instantly hooked. Pressured my parents to pick up the red box Dungeons and Dragons in those summer holidays.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of the course set.
I've never played Tunnels and Trolls. How does it compare to early D&D?
It's more, to be honest, it's more like the game books than D&D itself, although it's got the open RPG format. I mean, I haven't played it for more than 30 years. So.
Okay, so it's so far away. So, Tim, you started playing D&D then, and what got you hooked about role-playing games in general?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I've always been the kind of person who cannot stand up in front of a room and talk to a bunch of people. But I never had a problem being the games master. Which was fortunate because no one else wanted to be games master, so that was my role through my teenage years. I don't know. There's why do I like RPGs? World building, the social aspect, the storytelling. I mean, you got the old joke that they're always going to be better than video games because it has a much better graphics card.
Yes. Well, I like. I think it's for me. It's it always inspires my imagination for something. So I like to. And I also like the cooperative storytelling aspects.
Indeed.
Of RPGs. So how did you go from playing D&D into Traveller? Do you remember your first experience with Traveller and what you thought of it?
Well, that was quite a short journey. I mean, from D&D, went on to Games Workshop's Judge Dredd game, and Traveller was the third. About the same time we got into AD&D, the first edition back then. Traveller was started off with the actual starter set, not the little black box, the more A4 or legal sized box set. I kind of remember the bluish divided cover on the front, and you got the 3 books inside of it with Mission to Mithril. That was my starting point for Traveller.
And what what about that hooked you? Were you like, wow, this is like Star Wars, or were you just thinking about its own setting and the adventures you can have in there, or what kind of hooked you?
It was its own. Yeah, I think it was its own setting. I mean, at the time, I was creative energy wise, I was pouring a lot of effort into making my own D&D world. So with Traveller, already had a universe, so I just kind of gravitated towards that and kicked off with the old adventure books.
And did you have a favorite career, or do you have one, or is it ever changing? Do you have a career of du jour that you like?
Not back then. No, it was something of everything. These days, when I do get to play, I tend to gravitate towards the dilettante specialization of the noble career, mostly because I'm rather attracted to the idea of creating an absolutely worthless human being, somebody famous just for being famous kind of idea, and seeing how they managed to cope in Traveller.
Yeah, so I like the entertainer class. Like you said, being famous just for being famous. Oh, look, there's so and so. Why are they so famous? I don't know, but there they are.
Entertainer is a career I normally fail to get into, because you get this idea, right, I'm going to create a character who's going to be the galaxy's greatest rock star, and it never turns out that way.
So this year's theme is agents. Can you think of any sci-fi agents that you like, maybe from Star Wars or any sci-fi setting?
I'm just wondering, you mentioned Star Wars. Is Boba Fett going to be an agent?
I suppose so. He's a bounty hunter, right? That covers bounty hunters.
Thinking about the universes, Babylon 5, Garibaldi.
Yep.
And I suppose in a way the Rangers could be.
Yes, I suppose so. Yeah.
Highly specialized, but yeah, along those lines. The obvious one, of course, is Deckard in Blade Runner.
Yes, that's been a lot of people's responses. Actually, that's I think the first one that pops to a lot of people's minds. And also, I don't know the character's name, but the Sean Connery character from Out.
I was just about to mention that.
Do you know his name? The character's name?
I don't know. No. I must have kind of switched off Sean Connery in his latter years.
You didn't like Zardoz? But it's sci-fi. So, yeah, Zardoz. Don't look it up if you haven't seen it. So, tell me how you went from Traveller player to Traveller producer.
Well, just trying to get the timeline right in my head. I mean, we'd started Mongoose with the D20 license. Starting off at first year, basically producing support materials for Dungeons and Dragons by another name. Nobody was fooled; it was for Dungeons and Dragons. And we'd already started looking into various licenses. We basically had a brainstorming session in a pub about what universes we might like to pursue to make a game from. And The first one that cropped up was Judge Dredd, and we subsequently found out that the new owner for 2000 AD Comic, which includes Judge Dredd, was working in Oxford, which is barely 20 miles away from us. So we had a quick drive up there, had a chat. Turns out he's an old role player. And so we got Judge Dredd done. On the back of that, we were able to talk to Warner Brothers and hook Babylon 5. And it was a little time after that we were taking stock. We wanted to do something new. And a golden rule at Mongoose has always been we produce the games that we want to play ourselves. And if there's no one here that isn't passionate about a project, then it doesn't matter how much money that project may or may not make, it doesn't get made. We were knocking around ideas again, and Subject to Traveller came up, and I thought, I remember that. I've got some fond memories there. We tracked down Mr. Miller, gave him a phone call, say, this is us. We'd quite like to do Traveller as a full RPG line. And he said, well, I'm kind of working on something myself, to which I said, Bum, sorry to trouble you. He says, well, no, wait a moment, let's talk about this. And that's basically how our first edition of Traveller came about. We knew Mark was working on what would become T5, but he saw that there was space for both games. So we ended up doing Traveller.
Fantastic. That's a great story. When you were, if you don't mind me asking, when you were starting a game company, did you have to secure financing from banks, and did you have a hard time explaining to them, what the money was for?
No, we did. We started Mongoose on. There was me and my then business partner Alex Fennell, who I've known since primary school. In fact, I've mentioned before, I was playing Fighting Fantasy and Lone Wolf books. It was Alex I was sitting alongside when we were both playing them, and he had just come out of the army and was poking along the what was back then the 3G market. I was bumming along as a field engineer, fixing computers and what have you. And we'd spoken before about a year previously about starting up a games company together, because neither of us really knew what we wanted to do, with our lives. We just knew that what we were doing wasn't it. And we were talking about a possible miniatures game, but we knocked a few ideas around and decided that wasn't going to be the thing. So we kind of put everything on a back burner. A few months after I started hearing about this new D20 thing, and I'd been out of the whole D&D RPG for quite a while, so I'd kind of missed the start of 3rd edition. But we put some figures together. I said to Alex, we could have a swing at this. We had £8,000, about $12,000 between us. We figured out that with that we could produce 3 books, release 1 a month, and do all 3 without needing any money from distributors whatsoever. At the time, we figured out they would take 60 to 90 days to pay us. They're actually better than that. But we knew we could survive for 3 months with 3 separate releases, and we figured that was worth having a punt on. So that's how Mongoose started.
Fantastic. That's a great story. How awesome to start a business with your friend from childhood that you've been gaming with all that time. I mean, that's a lot of people's dreams.
Pretty much. I mean, he'd spent talking about RPGing in my teenage years. He was present through just about all of that.
Right.
He disappeared off around the world for a few years, being in the army. He was in the Signals Regiment. And when he came back, he had this idea that he could make loads of money in the 3G market. And I said, no, you'd be better off with RPGs, mate.
All right. So tell us what you've been up to for the past year. It looks like Mongoose has been producing quite a bit of stuff. I see many releases in the past year. Why don't you tell us what you've been up to? Have you gone to any conventions yet? Is the coast clear for that, or?
No, I mean we're basically on Plague Island at the moment.
Right.
We managed to hit a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. we managed to hit 1 in every 13 people in Britain had the virus. We're currently, it seems to be easing off now. It's currently 1 in 15 I last saw. I think we've still got about 2,000 people a week dying from the virus. So no, I'm not going to go anywhere near a convention.
Oh my
at
God,
the
I didn't
moment.
realize how bad it was.
Yeah, I mean, I could get very political at this point. Suffice to say that I'm kind of hoping that we'll be at Dragon Meet at the bottom end of this year. We were looking at doing Gen Con this year. I think it's going to be next year. We're next up on your side of the pond.
All right. Well, what about productions that you finished up since we've talked to you last?
Yeah, there's been a lot. At the end of, whenever we get to the end of the year, we always have this goal that we're going to finish everything that's currently in production. So we go into the new year absolutely clean on projects. And for 20 odd years, we've completely failed every time. Last year, we just about did it. That's why you saw a whole flurry of Traveller releases at the end of the year. It's because we drew a line and said, right, we're going to get our noses to the grindstone and we're going to finish each one of these in this order. And magically, we hope the production schedule will hold. And this time it actually did. We managed to do the new core rulebook update 2022. We managed to do the Explorers edition, which we always intended as a $1 PDF that gives you all the core rules for Traveller. We backed that up with what we called a Christmas present for Traveller. Seth Squadkowski rewrote or reimagined the Death Station adventure. We put that up on drive-through as a free gift. So now new Travellers had the new updated core rulebook, or the Explorer editions, 2 different ways to get into Traveller, plus a full adventure to dive into straight away. And on top of that, we managed to do a music video for Traveller.
What? Fantastic. That's a lot of stuff.
And that was on top of things like Third Imperium, 2300 AD, the Mercenary books. We spent about 9 months gearing up to finish all of that. Magically, this time, it worked.
Wow, that's cool. Stay on target. Stay on target. Hey, we stayed on target. That's fantastic. It's good to be able to accomplish something that you've been trying to do for so long. It must have been a great relief and a proud moment to see all that stuff finally click in and be done by the end of the year as you intended.
Oh, yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about some of those. Let's start with your 2300 AD aerospace engineers. We'll go in timeline order. So 2300 AD, I used to love that game. Yeah, I used to buy everything that had a Traveller name on it, and so I got Traveller 2300. And yeah, it's low tech Traveller. It's like the Expanse, I suppose. That's the feel I get out of it, but it was kind of predates the Expanse. At any rate, I took a look over the Aerospace Engineers Handbook, and what a great guide for building ships and stuff in the 2300 AD setting. Why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. 2300 principal writer and line developer for that universe at the moment is Colin Dunn, who's an absolute genius for this kind of thing. And he's got a knack. Yeah. I've had many, should we say, spirited discussions because Colin wants to put absolutely everything into the universe, both in terms of contents and rules-wise. And I'm always at the other end saying, that's great, Colin. People have actually got to play this game, though. It's not meant to be a simulation. It's a tabletop game. And in the past, I've told him, thank you for sending in this manuscript. I don't think you're going to like how I've been butchering it. And he sends me a mail back. Don't worry, my soul is prepared. But what that does is it gives 2300 its own very special feel, which makes it distinct from the Charted Space Universe, in that everything feels just a little bit more clunky, not in terms of the rules, but how you actually approach things. And one of my favorites, talking about ships, is in Traveller, you're at the starport and you want to travel to, I don't know, you want to travel to the moon, say, and you just say, right, we take off, we fly to the moon, and in a few minutes we'll be landing there. But in 2300, you've got to get into orbit first, and you might not be able to do that with everything you're carrying in your ship. I mean, what it basically boils down to is what we call burn points in the game. So you've got a very simple method of how a ship gets, off the ground. But it's the feel it creates. So I mean, you burn this much fuel, well, you might not be coming down again. It's just something you've got to keep an eye on. You're not talking about tracking like every point of oxygen, but it's just something that sits on top of what you're doing, and it's always at the back of your mind. It's just a nice way to handle the ships.
I think it makes it feel like there's a lack of infrastructure in the universe for supporting ships because there's just not that, major, what do I want to say, like shipbuilding competition, or they're expensive and they're big and, like you say, clunky, and out in space, if like something happens to your, to your ship, you can't just call up somebody to come help you, or expect another ship will come by in a few.
Well, that's it, and that's like cranked up to 11. I'm currently editing the rewritten Bayern campaign at the moment. That's been done by I hope I pronounce this right, Gavin Dady, and he's turned it from what was once a 64-page. It was both source material and an adventure or 3. It's now going to be a big box set, it looks like, with 4 books in it. That's going far beyond the civilized space as humans see it, all the way to the Pleiades, which is 450 odd something light years, I think. So that's a big stretch for 2300 AD. Technology, and as you say, is you kind of have to rely on yourself. This little flotilla that's going out really does have to rely on itself. We had a similar idea with the Traveller Deep Night Revelation campaign, although that was even further. That's at best a 10-year trip, just going in one direction. And again, it's going to have to figure out how to cope without any supporting structure. So we always figured in Deep Night Revelation, the cruiser gets to its destination, like half its systems have been replaced by alien tech or bodge jobs, or just anything to keep the thing flying.
Mm-hmm. Would you have any new, aside from that box set for 2300? Sounds pretty beefy. Do you have any other expansions coming along for 2300?
We do. We've already got written, edited, and just waiting for layout now. Tools for Frontier Living, which is basically the central supply catalog for 2300. Because they're using common systems now, you're going to find that everything in Tools for Frontier Living is also compatible with Traveller. So you're going to have miles more equipment around the lower tech levels for your Traveller games, if you so choose. We got Sandrine is just finishing the layout of Ships of the Frontier, which is kind of like the companion book for Aerospace Engineers Handbook. They were originally intended to be the same book, much like Highguard has both the design rules and new ships. Colin overwrote the book somewhat. I was looking at thinking no one's going to be able to carry this book if we make it just one volume, so we split it down into two so they're more manageable. As well as that, I'm trying to think what they're working on at the moment. After Tools of Frontier Living, we've got both a full-blown campaign for 2300 and also a colony builders handbook. They're going to be further down the road, but those are the next ones up to be done.
Wow, that sounds awesome. I can't wait to see all that stuff.
Sorry, Bayern as well, of course. There's that box set. That's going to be the next book, the next set that gets worked on after Ships of the Frontier. No, after Tools of Frontier Living. I'll have to look at the schedule. It's one of the two.
Right. Matthew, that's a lot of stuff. I mean, you're producing so much stuff. I mean, I'm amazed and delighted. Let's talk about some of the other things that you've done since we talked last time. There's a Mercenary 3-set book out. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, that all came from Kickstarter, and again, it's a good example of why we pick certain projects to be done on Kickstarter for Traveller. I mean, the example I always use is what we did for the Great Rift. When we started the Kickstarter, the box set was already been written. It was equivalent of 200 pages in a box, a couple of Rift sectors, good to go. However, what a Kickstarter allows us to do is expand on what we've already got and make it better without us having to worry about budgets at all, or not so much. So what the Kickstarter allowed us to do was to take that 200-page equivalent box set, turn it into 400-ish odd pages, plus 3 standalone adventures, plus 3, I think, additional sectors to really start padding out the Great Rift. And it just allows us to make a better product for no extra cost to the travelers picking it up. Indeed, they normally get a better deal out of it. So, I mean, they were you backed the Great Rift box set. You end up it being twice as large as it started, plus getting 3 standalone adventures. That's pretty good value. Mercenary was the same. We had the all the 3 books in the box set, pretty much all written by the time we started the Kickstarter. But the Kickstarter allowed us to add a beginning Mercenary adventure in the box set itself, plus 3 standalone adventures, plus, and this was the crowning achievement, 3 complete hardbacks on top of that. So yeah, I mean that's why we do Kickstarters for Traveller. It's an opportunity for us to really go to 11 on a project without having to worry about if we're going to be eating just bread and cheese for the next 6 months because we've spent way too much money on artwork and additional pages.
That's I've never done a Kickstarter myself, but I know lots of people who have participated in them, and one of my players did the Kickstarter for the 3D printed ships. And he's already printed up like half of his scout ship. He shows us his progress. And I'm like, damn, that thing is gigantic. It really is. And then he was kind enough to send me a Beowulf Free Trader all painted up and everything that he printed him. So proud. It's so beautiful. That Mercenary Adventure box set that comes with the book 1, 2, and 3 plus an adventure and am I missing out anything else that comes in that box?
There's also a wipe clean roster sheet for your to keep track of your actual troops.
Right. So in the Mercenary Edition, they introduced something called tickets, and
yeah.
So I guess that's like a universal way of like listing the requirements for the missions.
Yeah, it's basically a sort of standardized method of presenting a contract to the players. What it basically does, Mercenary can be broken down. Mercenary adventures are broken down into one of two different approaches. I mean, on the one hand, you're controlling a whole body of troops. And so you will be working out if they're properly supplied, if how they're actually fighting, your basic tactics and what have you, and it's all fairly abstract. I mean, you can play an entire ticket just by making various checks for your forces, taking your casualties, succeeding in the ticket and collecting the rewards at the end. That's not always very interesting. What you can also do is basically break scenes down so it becomes more like a standard traveler adventure, where the main characters, the owners of the mercenary unit, are doing all the normal things that travelers normally do, mostly destroying cities. But they've got the backup of their own troops, which they can either fight alongside normally using the normal combat rules, or they can abstract what squad A, B, and C's are actually doing, so they can focus more on what the travelers themselves are doing. It just means that they can, cause more damage.
Right. Well, mercenary is a popular class, and I think breaking it up into 3 books like this is a great way of expanding on that. It looks like you get about 280 pages ish of content between the 3 books and the adventure. Book 1, Mercenaries in the Far Future, is 121 pages, and then book 2, Running a Mercenary Force, that's about 50 pages, and then book 3 is a field guide, and that's 100 pages, and then you got another 33-page adventure. And by the way, the artwork, this stuff is loaded with artwork, which I just have to say is fantastic, beautiful illustrations. Kudos to the artists and to the production team for putting together such beautiful layouts and imagination-inspiring pictures. I mean, it may not match your particular view of what you see in your mind when you think about your traveler things, but it shows like a breadth of different things that you can kind of relate to once you see them. So I appreciate that beautiful artwork that you make sure is in all of your products. Great covers.
Thank you for saying. Yeah. That's. I mean, in the past, we've had a different approach to our work, but working at Mongoose HQ now, we've got a full team of artists and graphic designers whose their one goal in life is to make the perfect looking book. We haven't quite got there yet, but we are working on it.
So let's talk about the Spinward Extents.
Oh yes.
So tell us a little bit about that.
That's a strange one. Okay, so we've done a couple of other what we call our sector books in the past. First we did, the first sector we did was the Trojan Reach for, which is within the Trojan, the Pirates of Dranax campaign. But the full-blown sector books, we've got Behind the Claw, dealing with the Marches area, and we'd recently done the Soleimani front. And it looks like this is a good way to tackle sectors, because you've got a lot of, they're big books. They cover 2 sectors. That's an awful lot of playing space. And I've got this long-held dream that one day we will cover every sector of charted space. I think it might be a foolish goal, but I live in hope that one day we'll actually succeed in doing that. And then we had a gentleman contact us by the name of Gear, who said, I've written a complete sector. I think it's good enough to publish. Would you be interested? Now, we never take submissions like that. Normal path to being one of the frontline traveler writers is maybe you've done a couple of articles for JTAS. They've caught our eye. We say, do you want to write some, try your hand at a 32-page adventure? That looks good. Maybe we start looking at a more beefy project. This is the path that Chris Griffin took for Traveller. So Gear comes along and says, yeah, I got this entire book. Do you want to publish it? And my first thought was, well, no, it's going to be awful. But he sent me the manuscript, and I read through the first couple of chapters, and I thought, this is actually quite good. We could do something with this. But there's only one sector here. We kind of need two if we're going to make this into a sector book. So he went away. I had a little think about that. He says, "Yep, just give me a few months. I'll get the adjacent sector all done for you." And he delivered it, and it was a big book, very, very big book. We had to strip some of the material out of it, which you'll now find in current set of JTAS volumes that we're working on. But no, that was an amazing feat from Gear. It's the first time he'd approached us, and his very first project is a massive 300+ page book. So yeah, that's the story behind that one.
It's a pretty amazing accomplishment there. Like you say, the book is 370 pages. It's got a full index. It's got lots of stuff in there. I mean, like I said, 2 entire sectors plus there's aliens and animals and starships, tons of so many ships and deck plans, and it's a great book.
I mean, Gear's when it comes to Traveller books, Gear's someone to keep your eye on. He's recently finished. In fact, we're laying it out right now. He's the one behind the new robot handbook, which is basically the robot equivalent of High Guard. And his work in that has been absolutely fantastic. He kept a very easy to get to grips with design system for the robots themselves. He translated every robot we published for Traveller into those into the new stats that are generated from it, and they're in the robot handbook. He then proceeded to include every variant of robot or cyborg or artificial intelligence that you've ever seen in any science fiction film, book, or series, and it's in there. You can do it with this book. It suddenly dawned on me when I was reading through it, and it was talking about artificial intelligences that you can build into a ship, and a portion of that intelligence can then be linked into or placed inside an artificial robot body. And I realized he'd made basically Edie from Mass Effect and the Normandy.
Right. There's also a character on the Andromeda. They have a artificial intelligence that I guess can inhabit an android body and leave the ship and come back and dump back into the ship system.
Yeah, but I mean, there's absolutely everything in here. I mean, you could have, if anybody remembers the old Blake 7 series.
Oh yeah.
You've got the computer in the Liberator, plus you've got Aurak. You can do both with this book. It goes up to big, I don't know, remote, autonomous big construction vehicles, right down to microbots or nanobots. You've got a full design sequence for all the nanotechnology. He's crossed the divide between robots and cybernetics in this book. A Traveller can, with the right technology and enough money, they can build a robot body and put their own consciousness into it. You can do anything with this book.
Fantastic. I look forward to it. I have a copy of Robots sitting right here on my desk. I've always been fascinated with robots, and when I saw that Traveller put out a Robots book, I bought it immediately, and it's well worn and it's tattered. I'll be happy to see what's coming out next. Let's talk a little bit about the Third Imperium.
Yes.
Right. Tell
Chris
us about
Griffin
that.
book. Yeah. Well, I think what the genesis from that was. We had we've been doing Traveller for a fair few years now, and one thing people have always come back to us and asked for: what is the generic setting book for Traveller? And it's kind of tough to explain. Traveller doesn't really work that way. I mean, pick any sector book, and that's you can use that as the generic setting book, because I mean, Trojan Reach is connected to the Spinwood Marches, but they're both very different sectors in terms of field. So which is the correct one to introduce you to Traveller? Well, you can use either. But people have been asking for a, in inverted commas, proper Third Imperium book covering the actual Empire. So we came up with this idea. Perhaps we can do a fairly meaty book on each of the major empires, and we will include one of the central sectors of that empire, because they almost never get touched upon in Traveller source materials, because people naturally gravitate, or at least the designers do naturally gravitate to the border areas. But how fascinating would it be to have a proper look at core sector? So that was the driving force behind Third Imperium. Have it as a inverted commas generic source book for the Traveller universe, but also get core sector out there. Let's look what life is like right in the heart of the Imperium. And Chris topped that off by doing 3 standalone adventures for it as well.
It's another very beefy book. It's over 240 pages, and like the other books, it's filled with alien species and aliens and ships and animals and maps, and it's just a complete resource book for Third Imperium. Was it difficult to kind of, what do I want to say, bring in all the threads of canon and kind of put them together and decide between, maybe you had conflicting information that you had to just make a decision on?
Well, no, I mean, I'll say no, not at all. But that's because Chris was doing all that hard work. There's basically an inner circle, what we call the inner circle for Traveller. You'll see it credited in the front of just about all the books, which is basically formed of Mark Miller and his most trusted lieutenants. So I gave Chris access to them, and they had all the debates and arguments and rationales to basically bring all of that together. Frankly, I just got to see the finished cake. I didn't have to get involved in the mixing.
Well, the entire core sector is covered, so you get 16 subsectors. Each one's very different. That they all have their different personalities of the subsector, if you will. Yeah, it's a great book and a great resource. I'm just so happy with all the stuff that's been put out recently, the quality of it and the amount. They're not skinny little books. These are beefy books with tons of stuff in it, and there's something in there for everybody. I mean, grav tanks and like I said, starship deck plans and new ships and or things that just needed to be detailed, and now they are, and there they are, and it's an entire background and setting that you can just take and go.
Yeah, I mean, we've I think in terms of both the writing and the art and the presentation, we are firing on all cylinders with Traveller at the moment. But the thing we've been trying to do, and this started with in part with the first second edition core rulebook we did, but very much so with Pirates of Dranax, is we have these like little watershed moments in the Traveller production schedule where we say, okay, let's make this one the best thing we've ever done ever. And of course, you have another one of those moments, and you've got to take another leap up, and it just builds up and up and up and up. So hopefully, people are seeing a noticeable rise in quality in production, art, and writing as we move forward.
Yeah, I definitely see it, and I appreciate it. So thank you very much for that. So tell us about your plans for the next year. Do you have a big traveler products in store?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, right now, the very last chapter of Highguard Update 2022 is being written. The rest of the book is already done and edited and ready to go. We're just waiting for the Fleet Battles chapter to be polished off. We should be getting that in a week or two. That's being done by Chris Griffin, and there is a thread on our forums that basically gives a sneak peek what's coming out, what's going to be in that book. We are working at the moment on Central Supply Update 2022, although that's going to be around November or December, you see it, so that's still some ways away. Aliens of Charted Space Volume 3 is already written and just waiting for layout. That's got the BWAPs in it. Also dolphins, and my absolute favorite for a player species, orca. I fully recommend one person in every group that is flying a Type S Scout has an orca player, because I just got this vision that everyone's in the cockpit, so the orca is kind of like halfway through the iris valve, just poking his head in. Something goes wrong and they need to get to engineering quickly, and they can't get past the orca. I mean, there's going to be inevitable arguments. They're going to say, okay, you're really big, so you're going to live in the cargo hold, to which the orca says, I'm not living in an orca hold. Smash a wall through those two staterooms, I'll take that. It's just endless opportunities for fun of the orca, and it's not your fault you're so big, is it?
Right. It sounds fun. All right, Matthew, where can... Oh, go on.
Sorry, I was just going to mention the next big thing this is going to be working on is our new big epic campaign. We've done Pirates of Janax, we've done Deep Night Revelation. The next big one is going to be called Singularity, which is, it starts off in Core Sector. Basically, someone has created a full-blown AI, and it's trying to escape. So it's breaking off its consciousness and trying to escape out of the Imperium. And the players are going to be very heavily involved in that, is all I can really say right now.
Okay.
Look for previews of that coming up. The other product I'll mention is we've got a new universe for Traveller, which you should see at the bottom end of this year. It's called Pioneer. It's being written by a gentleman, I hope I pronounce this right, Sandy Antunes. And it's basically set 10 to 30 years in the future from our time at the moment. And the players will be on manned space missions to be for example, the first to set up a permanent base on the moon, the first to walk on Mars, the first to start mining an asteroid. It's very uses the travel rules, but it's very realistic. And there isn't actually a combat chapter in them. You can get into tussles with people, but your main enemy is going to be the environment every step of the way. Look out for that one.
All right, fantastic. So how can people find you and your products? Or where's the best place to find Mongoose
Everything's
stuff?
on our website, mongoosepublishing.com.
All right. Do you have social media or Twitter accounts?
We do. I'm not very good on that side of things, but no, on our website you'll find links to Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Oh, and YouTube.
Fantastic.
Okay, for YouTube, we got a music video there for you.
Great. Well, Matthew, we've come to the end of our interview.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been fun as always.
Well, folks, I'm your host, Frank Siccardi, also known as CyborgPrime, and I've been talking today with Matthew Sprange of Mongoose Publishing. Matt, thanks for participating in our 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. I hope you will join us again next year.
It's always fun.
Fantastic. And thank you, dear listener, for joining us for the 4th annual Traveler Mayday Mayday event. That's all for now, travelers. Until next time, happy traveling.
This data crystal was self-destructing. Mayday. Mayday. It's Traveler RPG Day 2000.
That was hilarious. Also, me talking with a muted mic, secondarily hilarious. Yeah, what do you?
Yep.
Yeah. That was hilarious. Also, me talking with a muted mic. So, what do you guys think of orcas on the crew?
Oh, I mean, they're one of the classic uplifts along with dolphins, right? But
Yeah.
I mean, our crew's weird enough.
Yeah, and it cramped, and I like the idea of like putting it in cramped
That was
ship.
hilarious.
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, Matt had me cracking up on a few different ones. The one about mercenaries and players being able to do, still be able to do the things that players normally do, like destroying cities and such.
Right.
Also fun.
Right. Or in Dr. Gomos's case, engineer biological weapons or whatever. Just in case, you never
Resemble
know.
that statement.
Yep. Here, here he is.
Hey, listen, they've come in handy and they've made us money. You can complain. Just if you're gonna complain, stay away from my bank account.
Yeah, mine too. Actually, I profited from this.
That's it.
All right.
Matt
Well,
doesn't. He still owes us a lot of money.
we have a few more. We have a few more gifts to give away. We have the Traveler Core Rulebook update, which is 2022 digital edition, and then after that, we're going to have a memorial giveaway, and then we're going to start the after hours. I guess after that, we're going to before we start the after hours. After we have the memorial prize. We will have the grand prize drawing. So get your names in there now. It's not too late. Not too late, folks. I'm going to go over there and we're going to pull the winner right now for the Traveler Core Rulebook Update 2022.
Nice.
Which Gomos have? Gomos, you pulled a winner.
I did indeed.
Any crew who hasn't had a chance to pull a winner yet? Want to chime in and do so? Catsy? I think Penroth did.
Yes, sir, I did one.
Thanks, partner.
You got it.
I reckon you pulled a name. You was fixing to do it. I remember when I first met Penroth and his friend Jamie, and they used to say they was fixing to do this and fixing to do that. And I used to I was like, these guys are from Texas. And they were.
Yep, definitely.
They was fixing to tell me they was from Texas.
I can't help it. I still say hi, y'all, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, funny. All right, I'm seeing people are signing up. You say fixing, Bob? Yeah. Bob from Safeco Cast says he's fixing to do stuff as well.
Yeah, it's like us Canadians. We were always saying "a."
Yeah. I got called hoser by a Canadian the other day. I'm so proud.
He was right. You are a hoser.
Yeah.
So.
Technically, it's a term of endearment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was Zector called me a hoser.
Yeah, hoser.
Yeah, he's from your clan.
He is.
Yep. All right, let's get a name pulled for the rulebook giveaway.
It's the rulebook giveaway, right?
Yeah, we're doing the rulebook giveaway. All right. I'm kind of trying to stall so people can have a chance to get in there. But all right, here we go. I'm pulling the names. I'm getting them from all of the mailing lists from CyborgPrime. So if your name's in there, you're in the running. Here we go. Export subscribers. And now I'm going to quickly get rid of the naughties.
Duplicates.
Yeah. Naughty duplicates. Thankfully, it's just a single button click and said no duplicates found. Liar. Let's see, and I do know that here's a person that needs to go, and then some weird tests. Okay, so I'm just trying to clean this up as good as I can real fast. You, Mr. Hermsenreberbim, are not going to be on the drawing because you have an invalid email address, and you're listed in here so many times, and so garbagey to do that. Let's see. I think he's out. All right, he had like 4. Okay, there's these guys. Those guys need to go. Okay. Oh, and me. What am I doing on the list? Hey, I keep winning.
It's a fix.
Oh, it's so weird. That's the 3rd thing I've won tonight. Okay. Here we go then. I'll just pick this one. I would like number 444.
Ooh,
We're going with 444. All right, 444. You are also known as Noriak. Congratulations, Noriak.
Congrats.
Noriak of Gmail. I will try to reach you on your Gmail address, and you have won a Traveler Core Rulebook Update 2022. Congratulations.
Excellent.
Excellent.
I'm jealous.
Lucky dog.
Now I hope this gets through to them because they have their name and their username and their email address are spelled 2 different ways. Well, you know what? If you put stuff in crazily, then you mess up your chances of winning stuff. So, okay, great. All right. Now then, all right, guys. That's the end of all of our interviews. It comes to the time of the show where we'd like to remember those who have gone before us. And this year, we lost. I lost some people from my family. I lost 4 people out of my family and 2 friends in the past few months. And lots of people have had losses and stuff. And we'd like to take a moment to remember those who have gone before us. And today we're remembering Ron Stepp with the Ron Stepp Memorial Prize in honor of one of Safeco Cast's favorite listeners. Ron emailed lots of great things that he'd written. He was a prolific member of the Traveler community, and we think he should be remembered. That's a message from Bob and company over at Safeco Cast, who are the sponsor of this Memorial Prize, which is a $50 gift certificate to Drive Through RPG. And whoever wins this, I hope you will carry on the gaming spirit in memory of Ron. So let's. You want to come to the. You want to come pull that number, Bob, or you want to do it over to the Discord? I'll give you a minute to decide.
No pressure.
No pressure. You can give me a number on the through the Discord channel or wherever you want to do it at. I see you typing. Okay, you just want me to do it? Okay, I'll do it. Okay, I did 444, and now the winner of the $50 gift certificate for Drive-Thru RPG is number. I like to do runs of numbers, so tonight we did 444. Let's do
555 was picked earlier.
Yeah, let's do a run of numbers. Let's do 1, 2, 3.
Ooh.
1, 2, 3. Joseph Lockett. Joseph Lockett, you have won $50 memorial, Ron Stepp Memorial Prize in honor of Ron Stepp, who I never met, but he was a member of my one of my of the Traveler RPG headquarters, which is my one of my Facebook groups, and he used to post these really cool like profile pictures of spaceships that he had drawn, and I was like, how do you come up with these, man? I mean, they were just like, he'd lay out like a grid of like 16 of them, and he'd like put them out every day, or a couple of them a week, and I was like, wow, man, I wish I could get together with this guy and we could design some, he could draw the side view or whatever, the profile, and then I'll draw them out into maps and stuff, and we could work together. But it just didn't work out like that. He passed away before I could make that proposal. But yeah, he was a contributor and a content creator, so we appreciate those kinds of people who contribute to the community. And so, I'll send you the email there, Bob, so you can fulfill that prize sponsorship. And thank you very much for doing that. $50 at Drive-Thru RPG goes a long, long way.
Fitting tribute.
Yes, may his gaming spirit carry on with this gift certificate. And with that, let's have a moment of silence for those travelers who have taken the final jump. Then we'll continue on the other side. So, moment of silence.
Sounds good.
There are good ships and there are wood ships, the ships that sail the sea. But the best ships are friendships. May they always be. All right. And let's move on. Thank you for staying with us so far, everybody, and we'll move on into the after hours part of this section.
Get the party started.
I'll turn on everybody's mic in the lab here, and
chaos.
And yeah, if you have an open mic, I'll be silencing you. But here comes all the mics, and feel free to just speak in an orderly fashion.
We'll get Jeff back, and I see Cordwainer Fish and Robert Pierce and Sector.
Yes, I think what I should do is I'm just going to go into the channel, and I'm going to change the permissions for everyone into being able to talk. So just give me a sec.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Major Otis.
Okay, yes. If you're having a problem, folks who've already been in the channel, you might need to leave and then come back in order for the permission to be applied. So just like go out to the lounge or the community hangout and come back into this channel, and it should clear you. And new people coming back into this channel should have their mics open for use. So. All right, cool. We were thinking about doing a little GM roundtable. Penroth had some topics to talk about, and I know there's some GMs here in the room. Oh, wait, before we start on that, let's do the, shall we do the grand prize drawing?
Yeah, let's do the grand prize.
Yeah, let's do the grand prize.
Grand prize.
Grand prize. Okay, guys, you wait till this grand prize. I know D-Star doesn't like me to say ginormous, but it's ginormous. Here's what you get in the grand prize bundle. From El Chupo Products, you get a custom character portrait, paper mini, and VTT token. So you can bring your traveler character to life. From Brian Goff, who's one of my patrons, you're going to get a physical copy of the vehicle handbook. From Zoser Games, you're going to get a physical copy of Godstar. From Jeff Kasmirsky, you're going to get a $25 gift certificate to Zazzle. From Thornwood Darnalude, you're going to get a signed hard copy of the Herald-class yacht. From Stella Gamma, you're going to get Cepheus Deluxe, Quantum Starfarer, Sword of Cepheus. From Independence Games, you're going to get Clement Sector, Anderson and Felix Guide to Naval Architecture, Diverse Roles, Manhunters, Bounty Hunters in the Clement Sector, Outlaw Crime in the Clement Sector, Tree of Life, Altrance in the Clement Sector, Unmerciful Frontier, the CCA Sourcebook and System Generator, and Wondrous Menagerie, Uplifts in the Clement Sector, all 3rd editions. From Ad Astra Games, we have a Traveler PDF bundle and some computer miniatures if you're in the U.S. Sorry, shipping is prohibitive outside. From CyborgPrime Games, you're going to get Lab Ship for VTT. You're going to get the Merchant Pack bundle and the Scout Pack bundle. That's 3 ships for VTT, 36 pre-rolled merchants, 36 pre-rolled scouts, and some random name generators. And then from Mongoose Publishing, you're going to get the Mercenary box set physical copy, and you're going to get the Traveler Core Rulebook Update 2022. So I'll give you a moment to go get on the mailing list, go register for the drawing. This is a gigantic super prize pack. And
it's ginormous, as you said.
It's ginormous, as I like to say.
There you are. Hey, welcome.
No, it looks like I accidentally muted Major Otis. You can talk now.
I could hear him.
Oh.
You muted me?
Yeah, I had you muted, and I don't know why. Maybe you had some. Oh, it was yesterday because you were. I muted you yesterday.
I was calling out recons.
You were talking on your Call of Duty channel. Yeah, it was hilarious. So yeah, all right. So giving folks a minute to go get on the mailing list.
Yeah, for anyone in here who's unable to talk and wants to join in the after hours party here at the Admirals Club, CybergPrime had to change the permissions, so you might have to pop out of the channel and come back in. But it looked like it worked with Major Otis without him having to leave, I think. So you might be okay. You just need to unmute yourself.
Yes. If you want to talk and you can't talk, let me know and I'll try to help you figure it out.
But you don't have to. You know, there is no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure, no pressure.
We only pressure in game.
Right. Okay, here comes the second, the last winner of the evening.
This needs a drum roll.
Yes.
This needs a drum roll.
Or Star Trek fight music. All right. Right, let's see.
Let's go with drum roll. I think.
Okay. I call for the ancient right of Koablach. All right. You must fight to the death for this last prize.
For the ginormous prize.
The ginormous prize. Righty. Cleaning the list from the.
What was I thinking? The gigawatt?
Let's see. He's an accountant. He doesn't like me to say nonsensical numbers. Let's see. Na, who's gonna win the big ass prize pack? All right. Let's do it this way. Here we go. All right. Admiral, pick a number between 0 and 6 inclusive.
0 and 6. Oh, I see what you're doing. I'm going to go with 6.
Okay.
Should have said 7.
I could have, but we give CyborgPrime enough trouble.
Oh,
Okay.
we do.
Gomos, give me a number between 0 and a 3 inclusive.
I mean, is
it could be 0, 1, 2, or 3.
a placeholder?
0, 1,
Okay,
2, or
0.
3. 0. Okay. And Major Otis, are you listening, Major Otis?
Yes, sir.
Would you give me a number between 0 and 9? Inclusive. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9.
4.
All right, 604. 604.
So 4.
Here we go, 604. Congratulations to Leslie Aiken. You have won the grand prize.
Leslie Aiken, congratulations!
Dun, dun, dun.
Everyone
Sorry,
hates
I don't
you
have.
now
I
because
don't
you
have.
all that stuff.
No, I love
kidding,
Leslie
just
for
kidding.
playing.
Of course, no, that's amazing. We're just
Well
all
done.
jealous.
Yes, yeah, I'm jealous too because I can't win any of these things.
You and me both, bruv.
Right. Writing
I mean,
down
you
their
own half
email.
of it because you made it.
Yeah, I give myself some of my own deck plans.
Every now and again, yeah.
Yeah.
You've been good
Wow.
today, CyborgPrime. How about you have your merchant ship?
Here, I admire this merchant ship. I just want to look at it, play with it. All right, cool. So, well done, everybody.
That's a great prize.
Well done. All right, so that's the grand prize. All right, let's open up the GM roundtable then. Or wait. Before we do that, Penroth, do we have are there anybody here who are ready to participate in the carousing competition? If not, we'll wait.
Yeah, man.
We'll wait a little.
Limerick.
Okay.
I've got a limerick all set.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can do it, but you can't win a prize, unfortunately.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
But so I'm going to start it off here. It's it's got to be traveler related too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there once
Whoa,
was
whoa,
a
whoa,
noble
whoa.
woman.
Wait.
No, what?
Wait. Because I want people to be able to tune in and get ready and come into the channel. But if you want to just go ahead and start, and then we'll.
Yeah.
And then maybe that'll inspire other people, and they'll come in and join. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to break your flow there. Okay.
All about the inspiration. Man.
Okay. Go back. And here I present to you Admiral Crow, the master of carousing.
Of the ISS implication, and the limerick is there once was a noble woman from Regina who no, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't do this.
Continue.
No, that's the end of it.
That's the joke. All right. Well done.
Who's Gina?
All right, that was funny. I have kind of a traveler themed joke. So my ship ran out of supplies and I had to put down on an alien planet. I locked up the ship and I went out into the woods and I started scouting for food. And I came across a crude wall built there in the forest, and it was totally unexpected. So I could hear something on the other side of the wall, a strange sound, and so I activated my universal translator, and I could hear that what was on the other side of the wall was the voices, and they were chanting 13, 13. And I was very, very scared by this, so I bundled up my scout jacket and I zipped it up tight. The wind had started picking up, the suns were setting. And I crept along the wall, and I could still hear the voices coming over the comms. 13, 13. It was getting darker, and the wind was picking up. And I crept along the walls further still, and I could see there was a crack in the wall. So I bent over very carefully, and I peeked through the crack. And someone stabbed me in the eye with a stick. 14, 14. And there's the corny
Saw
joke.
that coming.
Yep.
Saw that coming. Or did I?
Would I? Mm-hmm.
With the missing eye.
Yes. Oh, my eye. So there you go. If we have any other corny jokes that Traveler themed to, or songs or poems, feel free to join us on the Discord and help us embarrass ourselves.
Or
All right.
limericks.
Limericks. Okay, Penroth. Sorry, I know I keep telling you to start and then telling you to stop. So begin,
No
please. Yes, and that's how I got the nickname of Deadeye.
No problem, no problem. Just before I started, though, Frank, I just wanted to give shout out to you for doing 8 great interviews today. They were
thanks.
every single one of them was
Huzzah.
interesting and interesting.
Well, thanks for your kind feedback. I appreciate that.
Like
Thank you so much.
between all of them, I hardly could say anything because my brain was just kind of boiling per each guest, and thinking about what they were talking about, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, they had a lot of cool projects. I mean, just it's interesting to see what other people's plans are for the next year.
Yeah.
And just all the creative stuff going on, and just I love to see such life in Traveler. You know what I mean? Like so much
It's also like,
stuff
kind
production.
of in my mind, because I was like, people are doing that, and wait, they're making this.
Right.
This is yeah. I just had no clue how vast it's getting again.
Oh, you guys in the Discord chat, they're giving me 3 cheers. Thank you very much. I'm turning red probably online. So
Yeah, you don't need to use Rouge later
yes,
tonight.
yeah. Forget my need for Rouge. All right, Brandy made some killer cashews, which I'm munching on right now.
Are you still eating those weird nice hibiscus?
These
demon
things?
seed?
Yeah, these things
Yeah.
are these alien things.
Nice.
I almost said plantain. I almost said plankton, which reminds me of a funny joke or a funny story. My wife got the words plantains and plankton mixed up one time. And she was telling somebody, "Oh, we went to this restaurant and they had plankton, and I really enjoyed them."
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. Thanks, Candygram. Yeah, my wife doesn't really enjoy plankton. So
Cool.
I was like, "Oh yeah, you sieve it through your baleen, or what are you talking about?"
Yeah.
She says, "Oh no, those little bananas." I said, "Plantains." And so that's actually a good time to shout out to Holly Graham, aka Brandy Sicardi, my darling, dear, loving and doting wife, who's been bringing me snacks in between and taking care of the dogs, and is the big reason I could put down this thing today. So thank you, Brandy. Yay, Brandy.
Yay. You forgot the words long suffering as well.
Yes, yeah. She also she likes to somebody referred to their wife as a feral wife, and she thought that was hilarious. Mm-hmm. She named her. She names her fists. You better not mess with her. She's got frying pan and rolling pin. Those are the names of her fists.
Nice.
So, so yeah, and she actually won a rolling pin toss at an SCA event. So you got to watch out for her. All right, so let's talk about some. Let's have a little GM roundtable because we have. I know Admiral Crow is a GM. I'm a GM. You're a GM. Wouldn't you like to be a GM too? So yeah. So what's your first topic there, Mr. Penroth? Why don't you lead us in our discussion?
I was hearing you guys talk a little bit earlier on one of the interviews, and the subject of robots came up. And I just want to get all the DM's ideas and kind of exchange ideas and see what you guys think about the subject of robots. How often do you use them in your role-playing games? How much AI do you put in there? Do you have your own system? Do you mash up other systems to make your robots? where do you get your inspiration for robots the most? Things like that. The first subject would be, I would say, robots.
All right. Hold on, I'm dealing with some spammers. While I'm doing that, would you answer that or talk about your robots that you have on your ship there, Admiral? I got to go block the spammers on the YouTubes.
Yeah, so Penroth, in our case, like one of the things when that new robot book was mentioned, I was like saying, no, Frank, you're not allowed to get it, because I think it was Matt Sprang was talking about the new book and being able to design almost anything, and we, because my thoughts went straight to my GM brain, and I know Frank can be quite evil as well, but our actual ship in game from the crew, we have this sort of advanced AI in a box that is probably from an alternate galaxy, and we're kind of figuring that out. But we've also got a robot on our ship, which is I don't know if you've ever watched the television show Archer.
Oh no, in that one.
So it's a comedy. It's kind of like a James Bond spoof kind of thing. Anyways, for a number of the series, he's got a manservant called Woodhouse, which he treats completely horrible. And so we named our robot Woodhouse, and we treat him pretty horrible. Gomos actually bought him.
Actually, his name is Cabanabois, and of course, Gomos bought everything.
Yeah, Cabanabois.
Yes, which is French for Woodhouse, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Which is the best.
Like another side question I had too, like with you guys too, is that how do you like let your players play robots, or is that kind of off limits for your games?
No, not for my games. Anybody can play anything, and if you want to be a robot with free will, that would be an android, I guess. A robot would be somebody programmed to do certain tasks, right? So if you're an android, I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, it's just like having some, maybe you're stronger or tougher or something than the average person, so you get some bonuses, or you reflect that in, like, you have a built-in armor value without having to wear armor, or something. Right.
Yeah, I think without having read this robots book, which certainly sounds pretty cool to me. I try not to limit people, right? If they want to do something, if they got a cool idea for a character, and they might get certain physical characteristics, like Frank was saying, but at the same time, from a role playing aspect, I would like to play off what they are, right? And those non-sentients have different weaknesses and different things that can happen to them. And like any character, if they've got a good backstory or a good concept, then I like to take that and turn it into something that provides role-playing opportunities for the game.
Yeah, they had having an expensive robot doesn't guarantee, like, as either a crew member or a player, doesn't guarantee that you're going to, like, win everything. I mean,
no, but it does guarantee that you've got a fresh, cool drink when you're flying the ship.
Yeah, so he makes them drinks. Yeah. He brings them stuff. He helps them. He makes droll comments. He insults them under his breath. He does digs. He's a protocol droid. But he's similar to C-3PO, but he's annoying, like twice as annoying. And he does his own thing. He listens to their commands, but he doesn't always, like, if they commanded him to do something suicidal, he'd probably chicken out. They would have to override, something. Or Dr. Gomos is an expert programmer, so he can pretty much override any self-preservation things the robot might have. But Yeah, so far, like they took him on a mission, and
Yeah, like joining our crew.
the first thing they took him on a mission, and the first thing that happened is he got disabled. They had to drag him around. No, he fell down. He blocked the elevator doors open, and the monsters were coming in, and they had to drag him into the elevator so the doors would shut. And yeah, it was a mess.
Too funny. I love it.
But what kinds of troubles might people get into, or what would be the rub for keeping people from playing robots?
Yeah, like difficulties or whatnot.
Well, I mean, do you think they would abuse that, or do you think that would be too overpowered, too OP, or?
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, well, I mean, if you gave them too much power, of course, I guess that could be a problem. I think like certain kind of players would like to play robots. You know what I mean? I count myself as one.
Mm-hmm.
But what I like to do playing them, if I play them, is like you're saying, I'll play them more like an android. Maybe not like looking human, but at least being 2-armed, 2-legged, a head.
Right. Somewhat
And,
humanoid.
yeah, and then just
Yeah.
kind of in a weird way roll him up like a normal character. You know what I mean? Like make him a scout robot. So roll him up as a scout, or a science robot. With several science skills. So he's lab bot, that
Right.
kind of thing.
Right.
And that's how I kind of get around it without having. Because I still use the old classic game a lot and Mega Traveler stuff.
Yeah.
And, so that old book 8 robots is pretty rudimentary.
Yeah.
And kind of thick to get through. You know what I mean? It's a lot of paperwork to just build a robot.
Right. I was just gonna show it to the camera. I can't find it on my desk. Damn it.
You packaged it up and sent it to someone already.
No. No, I have it on the other. It's on the other side of the green screen, and I don't want to go back there.
Do we have any?
I was gonna say,
do we have any other game masters maybe in the channel that want to chime in?
Yeah, and I was gonna say, if you do play a robot, are you gonna play it like the classic trope of you want to be a human, or like Bender wants to be a cook, like something impossible because he doesn't have the taste buds, or like Data wants to be a human or whatever. Would you play it like that, or would you just be like, I'm a lab bot and my primary directive is labbing, and that's all I really care about?
Sector,
like the Android Starship robot you guys were talking about.
Mhm.
I mean, that would be fun to play personally. Personally, I'd have a lot of fun playing something like that, where I could be the ship.
Yeah, like the ship could download its a portion of its brain or something into an android, and that could leave the ship and go on adventures, and then come back and download its experience back into the ship's computer.
Sector's not chatting in Discord, but he was saying he's played an AI where he was resident in the ship's computer, but had an anti-grav sphere that he could get around with in the Twilight sector.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. The ship, if the ship had access to drones.
Nice.
The ship could float drones out as its virtual presence, as its telepresence, if you will. Even it could even be one with a hologram on it, and it could have a holographic body.
Now, don't give Ricard ideas. This crew's getting you and this crew are just gonna get too many ideas from today.
Well, Ricard was having issues with the drone rules. He felt like they should be more flexible, and I kind of agree. But what is he? I mean, I want him to come in here and tell me. I was like, let's work on a drone book together then. Because I think what he wants to do is. I think he was saying that Traveler didn't get drones right because today's modern drones are like better than Traveler drones. Well, Traveler drones are anti-gravity, number one, and they're like way high tech and tiny, and they have like all different kinds of capabilities as far as different things. But yes, they could be programmed to fly in a swarm and have little flashers on them to dazzle your eyes so you can't see, or like. Or little explosions, like kind of like Dazzler, the superhero, or it could be a flying grenade. I mean, there could be,
If you look at it's a classic Traveler thing, though, right? Where if you look at it, when rules are designed, they were designed at a certain point in time, and you know, I think you got to fall back on the tech level rules, right? For
Right.
well, what tech level is this drone? You know, or what tech levels are these drones? And you could certainly expand it, because if you look at, you know, drones that are in use today, there's a lot of stuff that happen, but they're not nanobot size, most of
Right.
them, right?
Well, and in Traveler, they're not meant to be AI bots that go and do stuff. I mean, you're supposed to be, you have like a rigger, to use the Shadowrun term. You have a rigger who has to run the drones, and
You got a drone operator to use the drone.
right. Now you could run a swarm of drones as a drone operator, where the drones follow each other, and you just give commands to one drone. But that means that when the first drone explodes, all the other drones explode too. They don't just fly off on their own or something. Sure, there could be different rules. Most of the drones are like baseball sized, or the bigger ones for the sensor drones and stuff like that. So I would just say look at the rules and try to make something up. Like, if you do make a drone swarm, how many drones does it spend when they explode, and does it do what kind of equivalent damage? Does it do the equivalent damage of a grenade? Does it do the equivalent damage of a rocket launcher? Just figure it out and make that up. And then when you use your drones to do that, they're spent. They all blew up, and I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah,
like a drone would be really good. That could be where it could get a little out of hand, especially if you have maybe a lower key adventure where not everybody's wearing combat armor and combat drones, and a more military kind of setting, maybe.
What if you had like a pocket full of drones that were like the size of jacks? Like you play jacks, and you just like toss them out of your pocket, and like 7 of them fly into the enemy's face and flashing xenon lights and blinding them, or little explosions all around their face.
I think with anything like that, though, is like because Penrod kind of.
But then they're they're autonomous, because you're not controlling them as a drone operator. You're just kind of, and I think once they go autonomous, they're no longer drones. Now they're robots, and they go by the robot rules.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
and the other thing too is are they even going to be allowed on that planet that you're at? I mean, you might be able to,
they could be robots. You could say, hey, drones, go find so and so and blow up in his face, and then off they fly and they go search for him and blow up in his face. But that wouldn't be something where the drone operator was operating. So they would, I think, fall under robots in that, being able to follow simple commands or whatever. Stay here, and if anybody comes through this door, alert me. Or something like that, but not complex. If Gomos comes through this door between 4 and 6, and he's wearing a blue hat, I think that's probably too much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit too much. But I kind of like the idea. You remember Star Chaser: The Legend of Orin?
Yes. Arthur the ship's robot.
Yeah. I would want to mix something like him. I really love how he has that little neck and that rectangular head thing that sticks up out of the control panel in the cockpit.
Right.
I like the idea of that, but my robot will come out of the flight panel. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it could be Arthur, and then he can just roll himself out of the ship or whatever. However you design the robot to come out. Maybe he's a little anti-grav bot, or maybe he rolls on tracks, or I don't know, a pogo stick or something.
Yeah,
right?
Or it could be a rover. it could be like kind of old school Lost in Space. It could be like a, it could be a knobby tired cross country off road. A little dune buggy with a grabber and a sensor or something. It could be like a probe, could be all kinds of stuff, or maybe it's modular, and you can just move the brain pack from one, now it's an overland dune buggy, now it's a flying helicopter thing, now it's a underwater submarine drone.
Yeah, that would be great, actually, because then the other players could just you couldn't really control which object you were in next, and like you have like a suitcase handle that the other players just pick you up and cart you to the other vehicle that they're going to plug you into.
Right, yeah. Could be something like that. We played.
Welcome, Andrew.
Hello, Andrew. Welcome.
Hello, Andrew.
We were playing Gamma World back in the day, and somebody was a potted plant, so they had to be carried around everywhere.
Nice. Yep.
Yes.
I love Gamma
That
World.
was Rosie, the sentient rose plant, and then we also had Russell, who was the sentient maple tree. But he could locomote around on his roots.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Rosie had to be carried around in her pot.
Mutated plants in there.
All right, so let's move on to the next topic then. What's next on your list, Penroth?
Oh, tell you the truth, we were talking about on the test, that third test we were doing when I kind of came in kind of late in the talk. I kind of can't remember what we were talking about there. And then I got one other subject, but it might be a little bit, I don't know, it might not be so much fun, but it's a bit of a kind of an important issue a little bit in gaming. And
okay.
It's called the only term I've heard it called is breaking the veil, meaning like, you know how you can have different groups with different levels of comfortability, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Where, say, like sometimes in a game, I like to run a pretty adult game, right? So,
okay.
I guess you could call it, you know, like the movie Heavy Metal or something, right?
Okay.
Boobs and blood kind of stuff, right?
All
But
right.
of course, that's not good for every group, right? You might
Sure.
be running kids, right? You might be running something else. Also, as a player, you might kind of step on somebody's toes or, you know, trigger something that might, you know, be a little bit hard for everyone, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like if somebody starts crying in the middle of the game or something because you accidentally, you know, clicked off something that you didn't mean you were, you know, doing.
Right.
You know, stuff like that. So I know that's a little bit of a dark subject, and I wasn't sure if
That's
for a
not
fun
something
thing like this, for a fun thing like this, I should bring up.
That's not something that I have personal experience with. I mean, I have had people tell me that my game gave them nightmares, and I have had people cry, but it's not because it wasn't an unpleasant thing. It was a poignant cry because something was lost in the game. It was not a cry because somebody's PTSD was triggered.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I never really had it happen either, but you know, there was once I thought maybe it kind of happened, but then I found out I was wrong.
Okay.
Thank the God. But then it made me think about that. Hey, yeah, you know, maybe I go a little bit too hard and fast. You know what I mean? And it might make somebody a bit uncomfortable.
I've heard of things where people use like a card or something, where they can like tap the table or something, and like a double tap the table, and that tells you they don't have to explain what it is that's causing the triggering, but you can like figure it out, you know, because you're probably on something sensitive and you can take it somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, I guess too, you got to know your group, you know.
Yeah, I play with my friends who I've known for a long time, and yeah, there's people of different politics and things like that, and they don't always agree. But you know, one of the things that I kind of build into my games is something that I think has always been there all along, which is topical discussion about current events. And Star Trek had the first interracial kiss, and you know, and it had the alien that's half white and half black, and he's fighting the other aliens that are half black and half white. And don't you see, he's black on the left half, you know, and
exactly.
So you know, people are like, oh, it's too woke, it's this and that. I'm like, what part of Star Trek isn't woke? Every single episode in the history of Star Trek is what you might call woke if you're sensitive, you know. So I try to, you know, not try to be so obvious that like, oh, this character is a certain politician, or this character is you know, an analog for real life, but I try to have moralistic situations, like they came across, they're scouts and they come across the sheriff of Nottingham or whatever on a low-tech world shaking down some villagers. So what are they going to mind their own business and move along, you know, or
they kill a guy and step on him in a river,
or are they going to disappear a guy down the river, you know? So The second
Not
thing.
saying that happened.
Yeah, no one can say if that happened. How the sheriff ended up in the river. But
hey, the people were happy.
Yeah, the people were happy about it. But
does anybody here play with groups where you're constantly getting like new players because maybe you're doing it at a game store or something? Because then this might be a subject to really kind of talk about if you're having a much more public persona as a referee.
Yeah, but in that case, like I've run a lot of public games, and you just got to avoid sensitive topics like that. If you're going to just keep it PG.
all the way.
Yeah, you can swear and stuff, but keep it PG on the topics, and don't make it like strange. What was that? Stranger Days. It doesn't need to be like that. It can still be people are in peril, and it doesn't have to cross the line into being rapey or like weirdness. I mean, it can just be like this guy commits serious crimes. You don't need to know what they are, or like they're murder, mass murder, or there's plenty of other things you can offend people's sensibilities with to motivate them to bring bad guys to justice or whatever.
I think the other thing too is like make sure that the people participating in the game know what it's about. I have some friends here locally, and I started doing some sword and sorcery Conan with them, and the guy who runs it, he was just clear. He's like, look, this is like Conan sword and sorcery. Here's how we run it. It's an adult game. It's not for kids.
Yeah, there's slaves. There's slavery. There's
there's these things that happen, and of course, like our guys, whenever we see slavers, we tend to butcher them, and we now have 2 ships of crews full of former slaves, which is also very Conan, though. That's exactly what happens in Conan. And
well, Conan's a perfect example of that might be too intense for some audiences, kind of a
you can also kind of, if I was to run a Conan game for my kids, for example, because I play Finder and Traveler with them, one's 7 and my twins are 14, right? And sometimes things come up in an adventure, things that are a little more adulty, so I've got to navigate that with them.
Right.
I think the key to it as well is like, so long as you're upfront about, here's the kind of game I'm running, this is how I run it, this is the kind of topics we cover. If that's going to make you uncomfortable, then this probably isn't the game for you. Or like like Frank said, if you're running a game at a convention or something like that, you have to go with the kind of the safe topics, the safe things. Just stick with commonly well-known
common tropes,
like that, right?
bank robberies, Ocean 11 heists,
you never
Rescue
know
the Princess
at your table, right?
Right. Bank robberies, people who were unjustly wronged, help return them. It could be even broken down into kind of a melodrama. You got to save the orphanage where you grew up, because everybody's an orphan in my game, except for Admiral Crow, I think.
Except for Admiral Crow, that's it.
Yeah. So it could be you got to raise money for the orphanage, and otherwise the evil corporation's going to buy it and knock it down, and where are the orphans going to go? I mean, it could be
our group. That fund would be, Gomos would be stealing from that fund. Cats would have already taken half of it. It'd be just a nightmare with our group.
Yeah.
Those poor orphans.
Well, the orphans could always go to work in the mines.
Well, I think you mentioned at first that you were talking about Frank, that you were giving your characters nightmares, right? I was like, man, I don't mind breaking that veil a lot. Like, if I'm giving my players nightmares, that just puts a smile on my face.
Me too. I was like, that's the best compliment I've ever been paid.
Yeah.
It's like, that last game gave me nightmares. Well, because it's like I'm not saying I stay totally away from like crazy topics, but I know what's like gets in people's heads literally Like, in this case, the person had nightmares about something that crawls up your nose and lives in your brain and makes you do stuff, and your friends become suspicious, and people are in on the conspiracy, and they're trying to capture you and drag you into the back room and put one of these things up your nose. I mean, it's like, so that's what there was a lot of paranoia and distrust, and who's being influenced by the aliens, and I don't want something that crawls up my nose and gets in my brain.
Puppeteer monster or something.
Yeah, it was like a puppeteer monster, basically, but it wasn't obvious. So they developed a way to scan for it and find out who was infected, and they figured out a way to figure out who on the starbase was under the influence of the aliens. But in the meantime, it was trouble for people that don't like that kind of thing.
Right. Well, that's a pretty good quick transition change if you want to go from breaking the veil straight to the horror, because that's another good question, actually. Like, how many of you guys use horror in your space games, right? In your Traveler game? I do it a lot because, in my opinion, if you ain't got at least a little bit of space horror, like at least a serial murder or something, you might not be your Traveler right. You got to have some.
No, I like space horror. It's a staple. I mean, that's Aliens is space horror. A Black Hole is space horror.
That science ship we ran into, that was space horror.
Yeah. They're the science. Which one?
Well,
like the lab ship.
Both.
Yeah.
The one that we had and the one that we got the
right. They rolled a. They initially had a haunted lab ship, and so
it's always
yeah,
almost always.
Yeah, so they're like, get rid of that, and they used the money to buy their own to just buy a scout ship. But but then we also did Death Station, which is a classic Traveler thing where you are on a lab ship and horror ensues, basically. So
no spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers. But and I like to use horror in my game. There's body horror, there's transformations, there's infestations, there's.
I mean, so far you've just described Katz's character.
I have a bad guy who uses nanite bombs to reconfigure people into monsters and use them to attack the players.
That's been a problem. Yeah.
That's been a horrible thing. You don't want that to get on you, and
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. At least we've got checks and health checks and scans and stuff in place for that, but still. Hubba.
Yeah, they're industrious, so they have all kinds of they have scanners that are constantly running to make sure that the alien signature that do the aliens that do this, their signature's not around. And it alerts them to whenever they get in range and stuff. So they have been managing to stay safe, but at the same time, trouble follows them wherever they go, and people get caught up in it.
Let's face it, we also cause trouble wherever we go.
Yes.
Excellent.
All right. Any other GMs have any questions for the GM roundtable about how they handle things or?
Yeah, what was your favorite monster you ever, horror trope you ever used in sci-fi? Was it a serial killer? Was it like Frank's nanite amalgamate monsters? Cyborgs?
Cyborgs, those are good. Yeah. But does anybody have a good go-to monster that is a recurring bad guy in their Traveler game?
Go back to robots like Saturn 3.
Yeah, Saturn 3. Yeah, or Terminator.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
All right.
Yeah, that's all the subjects I can think of right off the top of my head at this point.
What do you? How do other GMs handle jump space? Do you play it out, or do you fast forward it, or do you do something else?
Oh, deep space.
Jump space. It's it's supposed to take an hour. It's supposed to take a week to pass by where you're just doing
jump
stuff.
Space. Yeah.
I generally just kind of do what you do in your games with us, Cyborg. It's just kind of, unless there's something significant happening from a story perspective, an event or something that's happening in that jump, for example, some horrible thing got on the ship and gets loose, that sort of thing. Then I just kind of fast forward it and kind of do the paperwork, on learning and things like that.
Right. Oh, let me check the status here. That reminds me, where's the chat? The charity game is supposed to be running, and I forgot to announce it. Charity
it's
game.
great that they're doing that again this year.
Yeah, it's been going on for an hour, but it's still going to go on for 2 more hours. So, pop over to the High Shelf Collective's Twitch channel. I'll get the link here and I'll post it. And you can tune in. They have a Traveler game going on right now. I see 4 players plus the GM. Yes, I'm going to say hello.
Well, Frank, I'm gonna have to call it here for myself and get back.
All right.
To the.
Is on Eastern time.
North.
Is on Eastern time. Anyway, here I'll did I already? Oh yes, I did. I already posted the High Shelf Collective, and I'm also going to post it over here.
Great day again, and thanks everyone for attending, and thanks everyone here in the Discord. Look forward to talking to you all again soon.
All right, take
Nice
care,
talking to
brother.
you, Take care.
So come support Traveler for charity. So here's how it works. You can make donations to influence the game, and you can buy automatic successes or die rolls for the players of the GM. You influence the game, and you win chances at prizes. They have a great prize collection over there too. So if you didn't win a prize from the Mayday event, you can still go over to Traveler for Charity and win prizes over there and raise money for a good cause. Last year we raised $2,500 for the Carcinoid Cancer Foundation. So everybody, let's try to top that this year. It's for a good cause, and we like to support charities here. So go give the charity game a look-see. And let's see. Right. What else do we got on the agenda? Do we have any carousing contestants who want to come in and demonstrate their carousing and win a $30 gift certificate? I'm going to give that gift certificate out one way or another.
Bring it.
Come on. I know there's people out there that come up with crazy songs and things, and we had some inspiring songs here tonight as well. So yeah, check out the Traveler for Charity. Looks like everything is working good here. All my chats are working.
How many chats are you looking at the same time?
I got a couple, but we got some spammers who keep coming into the YouTube channel and trying to spam over there, and so I have to keep squelching them. I had moderators, but not sure where they went. So, oh well, stuff happens. I'm just making sure all the streams are working. Okay. Well, let's see. We might be coming to the end of our show here. If we don't have anything else to talk about in the after hours party and all the prizes have been given, well, that must mean we're coming towards the end. Anybody want to say anything or have a last chance to pitch something in or ask a question or talk about Traveler or whatever? That would be a good time.
I know I had a good time today.
I had a good time too. It was a long day, but yeah. Aside from the technical problems that knocked us off.
Vader did it mostly for the.
Yeah. Yes. All right.
Oh, yeah.
It was a great day.
Oh, yes. There we go. Hi, Jeff. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry. I got people talking in the background here.
It's all right.
It happens.
Yeah. You're coming through loud and clear, though. But yeah, thanks for hanging out and joining us. And yeah, it's only been 9 hours. I mean, hey, last year was 13 or 16 hours.
Yeah, God, yeah. The last couple of years, it was like all day.
Yeah, I had to put a limit on the interviews because some of them were getting to be like an hour and 45 minutes.
I believe I promised you all some Jordani profanity.
Oh yeah. Let's hear some swear words in Jordani.
I'll be happy to paste it in the chat later on. I'm on my phone right now.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, so the first one we came up with. These were all a lot of fun to come up to invent, and some of them just came out of the blue. And you'll recognize a couple of references. Like this one is an archaic term from the early days of psionic development that refers to someone who's strong psionically but not very smart about it and probably untrainable. And it's Kizats Adrak. It comes from the early days of psionic research when some people might have thought that it was possible to breed a powerful scion by keeping it in the family, sort of thing.
Right, and consuming lots of psychotropic drugs, perhaps. I mean, psionotropic.
Yeah,
all right, that's a good one. All right, let's hear another one.
And the other one is from. Okay, this other one is another outdated term that has kind of the same function, and it refers to well, the literal translation is motherfucker.
Okay.
Zefrab Nemkinad.
All right. So how are you coming up with these words? Are you?
Some of them already exist.
Okay.
So like Zephranam means mother.
Okay.
That already existed. Then Nod, of course, is the suffix that refers to a person who does something.
Okay.
And so then after that, I kind of had to play around with the word generator and do a little bit of
Are you
offline? Do a little bit of online research.
Sure. Are you coming up with like root words and then like how to conjugate them and things like that?
Oh yeah. We've got a full grammar.
I think that's awesome.
Probably about 95 to 98% complete.
Wow. Fantastic.
We deliberately kept it simple. It borrows a lot of the same structures that you see in Esperanto.
Mm-hmm.
Just because we figured that they would deliberately design a language, and because the consulate is not a empire of conquest, it's more an empire of assimilation. So they don't necessarily want to use language as a power tool. They want to use it as an assimilation tool.
Okay.
Right. So their goal would have been to simplify the language structure as much as possible to make it easy for new people to learn.
Gotcha.
That's cool.
Gotcha.
I mean,
all great ways of things to think about when coming up with a language.
And these are things that we think about and discuss all the time. But I only found the ones that okay.
Nice.
Well, you can here just a second.
Okay.
You can take this. Just a second.
Sure.
Are you on the phone with somebody?
Yeah, I'm on the chat, but I don't need the headphones for it. Change audio output to speaker. There we go. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I can hear you.
Great.
I was going to ask, can you, or please tell me you do. Please tell me you got to talk to each other in Zodani. Please say it's true. Please say it's true.
We have begun having weekly conversation sessions where we actually are reading through the grammar and reading through the lessons in it to get a feel for how the language sounds when spoken, because that's always been a weak point of the process. We're so focused on developing the grammar that we haven't really focused on the prosody and the pronunciation of the language.
Right.
And
so it's a little raw, but you're kind of practicing doing it.
Yeah, it has some really interesting and really quite beautiful rhythms to it.
Whoop, getting a little garbled there. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, he's breaking up.
He's breaking up.
We've lost him, Captain.
We can rebuild him. Oh, there you are.
And this makes it both very consistent to pronounce and very challenging to pronounce, because some of the phonemes don't form naturally to especially English speakers.
Right. Okay. All right.
Awesome. That's cool. I think
So the final one that I have for you is again, all these are very old, and this one goes back to the time of the Zagklas, the plague that devastated the world, wiped out the chirpers and reset their civilization.
Yeah. And
it's just Zag, and it means, and it's used anytime you want to indicate extreme disgust at somebody, or to show that something happened that's particularly catastrophic or calamitous.
Awesome. I think that's awesome. What a creative idea to decide to take that on as a project. I'm gonna define a new language for Traveler. I mean, it's ambitious, very ambitious.
Thank you. I wasn't sure how far I would get with it, but
I just really like the idea of taking I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how far I would actually get with it, but when I started seeing the interest, I mean, that was enough to keep me going. Just creating the words, and then forming the Facebook group really made it take off.
Awesome.
That's great. Do you have any future languages you plan on working on, or is one enough?
Oh, one's enough. It's yeah. I have suggested a couple of times to Frank and others that somebody needs to take on Aslan, and if you can come up with an acronym like MEOW for the institute, then that would be perfect.
Oh, that's great. Oh yeah, That's great. I always wanted to know what the Darien sounded like. The Darians.
That would be an interesting one.
Yeah.
We have the language tables. Actually, it sounds. I think they based it a little bit on one of the many African dialects, Swahili, or some of the sound combinations. I've rolled up some random words on the Darien tables, and they sound they sound very Horn of Africa.
Oh, that's really
from that region.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I've got the old the race pamphlet for it, and I remember the language chart back there, but I didn't really recognize it as sounding like those kind of languages. That's really neat.
Cool.
Yeah, it's interesting that all the language charts are based on real world languages. With the trick is just finding out which one.
Yeah,
I see. Interesting. I always thought they sounded too random. They didn't have common root words, and so they just sounded like space nonsense. But that's just how that's just, I guess, how a language would sound to you that you've never heard before.
Yeah, I love me some Vargar, but yeah, that's all K's and Q's and R's and V's and stuff, and there's no vowels.
Oh yeah. Right. Exactly. All right, guys. Let's. I guess we should. We're gonna go ahead and wrap this up then.
Alrighty.
Great. Thank you for coming in and teaching us some Zodetl. And
you're very welcome.
I appreciate you doing that very much, and I appreciate all the viewers and I appreciate all my Patreon folks that I mentioned earlier. I don't know you all by heart. Where's my stupid Patreon list? Anyway, you're in the credits, so... Well, the video patrons are anyway. If you wanted to be in the credits and you didn't, you better up your patron game, baby. Just kidding. I appreciate the patrons. You guys kind of hold me accountable and give me feedback and a sounding board. So I appreciate you all, and thank you for funding my crazy travels. And Jeff is one. Katz, you're another. Thank you so much. And all the rest, Hercule and Brian and Omer. Thank you all so much. Stay tuned, folks. Maybe your names will be in the credits. Who knows? I'll be running here in a second. And then once that's over, well, I guess I'll end the stream. So thanks again, everybody, and we will catch you next year. But don't be strangers. Stop by my Discord channel and chat me anytime. Follow my crazy projects. Subscribe to the YouTube channel to get notified when I put out new videos. Go check out my video game progress over at makeyourownrpg.com, where I'm doing some devlogs for an RPG Maker game and also a core game engine projects that I'm working on, and other weird stuff that I do. So, yeah. Nice to meet you all, and until next time, CyborgPrime signing off. Here we go with the credits.
22. Details at cyborgprime.com/Mayday 2020. This data crystal will self-destruct in 5 seconds.